Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 46, What is a normal human? I've already explained to them that I'm just a normal human several times, so why am I being worshipped? This is troubling. How do I explain it in something they can understand? Really troubling. I can't think of anything. It can't be helped. I'll just have to explain it over and over again until they understand. Keep this in mind, I'm only human. Sure, I'm powerful, but I am just a normal person. Your lordship, you are not human, right? Light Blue looks at me curiously. When did you get here? I looked around and saw that the other dragons had gathered, even Boss-san. Your lordship? Ah, right, Light Blue is asking me something. Eto, HNN? I'm not human? Ah, right, I'm no longer human. I'm supposed to be an unknown species. I forgot. Ah, well, I guess I explained it wrong. You are right. I'm no longer a human. However, before I transmigrated to this world, I was really a normal human. A normal, ordinary, average human that does his living every day. Normal human. The One Eyes tilted their heads as they looked at me. Why are they like that? We have been together for so long. Which part of me is not an ordinary human? Ah, I'm no longer one. I look like a human from the human country, but at the same time, not the same. But I don't know any human in this world. Something's bugging me. Ah, no. Humans in this world abuse their slaves like normal. I look at Kuhi and USA in a panic. Neither of them seem to be shocked. I'm glad. I'm sorry, I guess I'm not like any human in this world. Everyone gazes at me curiously. I know that's going to happen. I understand. I think I would have the same reaction if I heard what I said. For now, let's calm down. I'm being too impatient with my explanations, and that makes things confusing. Your lordship, so you're saying that you were a human before? I nodded at Boss-san. She seems to have remembered. Thank you, Boss-san. Right, and I still feel like one. So when others say that I'm being worshipped, I feel uncomfortable, so please don't do that. All right. That should be a good explanation, right? I looked at everyone and saw that they were thinking. Good. Somehow, I need them to understand what's going on here. It would be a disaster if they left the forest and started preaching. I see. They say you are the god of the forest, so I thought it was only natural to worship you. The leader of the One Eyes lowers its head slightly. No, HNN? I tried to say I didn't mind, but I think I just heard some disturbing words. God of the forest. No way, God. I looked at the leader of the One Eyes and saw it nodding while its arms were crossed. I want to ask again. How am I being called something I'm not even related to? However, I'm too afraid to ask. I don't want to hear why. Let's just pretend I didn't hear that. I see. So, your lordship doesn't like to be called the god of the forest? Fluffy's words reached my ears. I heard them loudly. Who the heck said I'm the god of the forest in the first place? Stop it right now. I indeed don't want to be called like that. Please don't call me that. God of the forest will put too much pressure on me. Besides, I don't like being called a god. Especially after I've learned about what the gods did. Yeah, I don't want to be called like them. Understood. I was relieved when I heard Flying Lizard say that. Good. This time, unlike last time, I think everyone was convinced. Your lordship, the leader of the One Eyes tilts its head and looks at me. What? What kind of human is a normal human? How am I supposed to answer that? Normal is average, in a sense? RA? What's normal? Your lordship? I have to say something. Ah, average, ordinary, that's a normal human. I look at the eye of the One Eyes. They nod, but do they really understand? I look at Flying Lizard and the others, and they seem to be pondering something. I don't want to be asked with any more questions, so can you please forgive me? Ordinary, is it? I nod to the One Eyes leader. I see. HNN? Darn it. We have to prepare dinner. Hearing the words of their leader, the other One Eyes rush to prepare dinner. It seems like the discussion ends here. I'm saved. Thank you, One Eyes. Thank you for your diligence. Your lordship, I understand. I will study carefully what kind of normal human you are in order to serve your lordship better. RA? They understood, right? Or rather, studying normal human? I see, we must learn too. Hearing Flying Lizard say that brought wrinkles to my eyebrows. Why is everyone talking about learning? And what do you mean when you say you'll study normal human? I feel like I said something unnecessary. I'm pretty sure we should be speaking the same language, but why do I feel like we can't communicate? I think there's a very tall wall standing in the way. Weird. We understand the words of each other but… that's it for today. Let's try to talk again next time. Right. I still have work to do. I went back to the living room and approached the crib. I peeked inside and saw that one of them was awake. The other two had their eyes closed. They are probably sleeping. I'm healed. No. Nourishment? I have to give them the supposed to be darkness magic power and see how it goes. From my pants pocket, I pulled out a magic stone with solidified darkness magic power. It's solidified, so it should go well, right? Or is it better to melt it? However, it's a little scary to melt that kind of power here. For the time being, let's put the magic stone close to the egg and see. It might absorb darkness magic power on its own. I hope this works. I put the magic stone next to the egg. Nothing happened. As expected, I have to melt the solidified darkness magic power first. If I put a very powerful barrier, it should be okay, right? The one that's awake is reacting to the magic stone. Crack crack. The magic stone is cracking. Is it melting? I never thought it would melt. I reached for the magic stone to cast a solidifying spell again, but I stopped halfway. Black light was already overflowing from the cracks of the magic stone. The black light was being absorbed by the egg beside it. Did I succeed? Are the little ones in the egg okay? I looked into the egg and saw that all three were awake. And they were moving their heads around restlessly. This is bad. Perhaps something went wrong? Should I stop the absorption? What should I do? Their tail is wagging. The head of the three are moving around, but they don't seem to be suffering. I'll just wait and see. Your lordship, has the darkness magic power reached the Cerberus? Flying Lizard gently peeks at the crib. It should be. It's been a while since a magic stone cracked, but there's no change with the Cerberus. At first, they seemed to be confused, but now, they are calm. I guess this is something expected. However, I never expected that darkness magic power can be created. I didn't create it. I only reproduce it. Flying Lizard nodded in admiration, but I was only imitating the power in my memory. Well, I guess it was a little tricky. With that, is it going to hatch? I'm looking forward to it. Do we have to inform the demon world that the Cerberus is here? Chapter 47, Sound? Good morning. As I entered the living room while greeting everyone, I saw the dragon surrounding the crib where the Cerberus egg is. They are in their tiny mode, but you can feel their intensity given the 5 of them are together. And it's not only them. Koa and the others are also there with weird expressions. Tilting my head, I approach the dragons. Your lordship, good morning. Flying Lizard greets me and makes room beside him, so I move in between Flying Lizard and Fluffy. It's a little cramped. Did something happen? I look into the crypt, but I don't see any changes. Looking at the magic stone, it seems like it is still supplying darkness magic power to it. I look at the shelf a little further away. I place the rest of the magic stones there. Is this still the first one? There are 3 magic stones on the shelf. Yeah. It is still supplying power without any problem. Hearing that from Flying Lizard, I look at the magic stone on the crib. Either the supply is slow or the amount of darkness magic power in the magic stone is enormous. When I made them, I didn't have time to think about it. So, why is everyone gathered here? I look at the faces of the dragons in turn. We heard a sound coming from the egg, so we came to check it out. Hearing what Fluffy had said, I turned my gaze to the egg. Sound? I listen carefully, but I hear nothing. I don't hear anything. It's not ringing now, but it rang all over the house earlier, right? I tilted my head to what Flying Lizard said. It rang through the house? Eto, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. The 5 looked surprised. What? Was it too loud? I'm sorry, I really didn't hear it. I see. I wonder why. Even Kuhi and the others heard it too. Kuhi and the others heard it too. When I looked for them, I found them at the usual place for eating. They stared at me. Good morning, Kuhi and USA. Did you hear it too? Kuhi and USA nodded at the same time. I'd love to hear it too. What kind of sound was it? It sounded like a high-pitched screech, right? USA turns her gaze to Kuhi and Kuhi nods. High-pitched screech? Koa and Boss-san, did you hear it too? I called out to Koa, who's in the living room, and Boss-san, who's peeking into the living room from the wood deck. They both look at me curiously and nod. They heard it too. Maybe I'm the only one who didn't hear it. Is there anyone out there who didn't hear it? I ask and look around. However, no one responded. That means everyone else heard it. Seriously? Why didn't I hear it? Did you feel anything wrong when you heard the sound? I look around the living room. I felt a little uneasy. Koa's expression distorts slightly. Uneasy? I was a little uncomfortable. USA's ear looked a little crooked. The others seem to have similar expressions. Sound coming from the Cerberus egg. Is that sound related to the demon world? It seems to be the gatekeeper of the demon work. I'd better check this with Goddess Aeon. I understand. If you feel anything unusual in your body, please let me know as soon as possible. Everyone nods in agreement. For now, it's just feeling uncomfortable, but we never know what's going to happen next. Good morning. How is it going? I look inside the egg. I could see that all three of them had their eyes open and were looking at me. When I gently touched the egg, I could feel warmth. Like always? RA? What is it? Something feels different. My hand. I feel something uncomfortable. HNN? I stare at the egg. There's no change in the egg. However, I wonder, what did I feel with my hand? Is it getting bigger? It looks almost the same, but when I touch it with my hand, something feels different. Bigger? Koa looked at the egg over my shoulder. It feels a little different when I touch it, so I thought it got bigger. Is that a good thing? RA? Can eggs grow? Well, it's an egg from the demon world. I apply a little force to my finger that is touching the egg. I can feel that the shell is hard. Since the shell is hard, it couldn't have grown, right? There is no point in thinking about it. In this world, eggs might grow too. That's the way it is. I won't be surprised if an egg grows given that I have dragons that transform here. Yeah, I'm in that kind of world. Is it going to hatch? Hatching is more important than egg growing. We don't know. The power that's coming from it is stronger than it was yesterday, but it's also the first time we've seen a Cerberus egg, so we can't predict. All other dragons agreed with Flying Lizard. The world I've lived in is different, so I can't help but wonder about things I don't understand. Then, do you think it is time to call Goddess Aeon? There are so many things I want to ask her. I might ask Rope to send her a message. You are going to call her? Yeah, I want to know if she's aware that there's a Cerberus egg here. Also, I want to see if she knows anything about darkness magic power precautions, and the sound that everyone heard. I see. Well, in that case, it can't be helped. Flying Lizard looks a little uncomfortable. A wry smile appears on its face. Yeah, it can't be helped. Its knowledge is useful. Don't call her it. She's a greater god. I had Fluffy pay attention to what it was saying. Well, it doesn't seem to be effective. Yeah, it certainly is a greater god. Light Blue snorted. They really hate gods. Don't refer to her as it. Right. When Goddess Aeon comes, I'll ask her what happens after the Cerberus hatch. RA? I think there was something else I wanted to ask her. What was it? I feel like there are more and more things I can't remember these days. When I was recreating darkness magic power, I couldn't remember when I created my new power. It wasn't that long ago, and it wasn't something that I could easily forget. Perhaps I'm getting forgetful? Your lordship, what's the matter? No, it's nothing. I was wondering when would Goddess Aeon come. There's also the destruction of this world that we should worry about. Right. I told everyone about the destruction of the world, didn't I? I look around the living room. As usual, they are eating and relaxing. I looked out into the garden and saw that they were training energetically this morning. Isn't this too normal? For a long time, I felt a little uncomfortable. I finally understood what it was. Because everyone's acting so normal. No, it's not that I don't want them to spend their time in misery, so this is fine. And then? Your lordship, it's ready. Hearing the one I looked at the table and saw that breakfast was neatly served. Thanks. It looks delicious. Kuhi and USA are still anxious. They must be hungry. Shall we eat? I'll think about it later. For now, let's just remember to ask Rope to send a message to Goddess Aeon. Oh, maybe I should talk to Rope as well. Though there's a possibility that it won't immediately reply. Imagine a magic stone and say Rope, Rope in my mind. As expected, I didn't get an immediate reply. Well, since I already called its name, it will notice it someday. Your lordship, aren't you going to eat? I look at USA who's tilting her head curiously. I was calling out Rope, but it seemed like everyone around me thought that I'm just holding a loaf of bread. I was calling out Rope. I see. I pat the head of the smiling USA and bite my bread. I still think I should ask Goddess Aeon to help me with the children in case something happens. It is against their will, but this is hard. Chapter 48, Golem's Reflection Meeting. Now, let's start a reflection meeting on today's event. I look around at my companions around the table in the living room. Unlike usual, I noticed that everyone was a little nervous today. I can't blame them. That's probably because we have been warned by his lordship. Honestly, I'm still shocked. However, we can't stay like this. We exist for his lordship, so we must heed his wishes. Today, his lordship told us I'm a normal human. We have been striving to make his lordship special, but it seems like we have made a mistake. Therefore, starting today, we will change direction. Does any one of you have any objections? None reacted to what I said. There were no objections and everyone seemed to be motivated. I'm proud that they are like that, so I continued. Then, let us begin by thinking what it is to be a normal human. My words give everyone an air of bewilderment. I, myself, am a little uneasy. I don't know what normal is. His lordship said, it is an average, ordinary human. I have thought about it a lot, but I don't get what it is. Can anyone elaborate? I look around at my companions, but all of them are shaking their heads. This is a problem, isn't it? Now, how do we understand what a normal human is? I have been thinking about it all day, but nothing has come to my mind. It's a very important matter that came from his lordship's mouth. However, I'm helpless. I can't help but be frustrated. However, I can't afford to stay discouraged. I must know what it is like to be a normal human, no matter what it takes for his lordship. May I? I turned my gaze to the little Oni. In order to become a dismantling expert, the little Onis are researching how to quickly and skillfully dismantle every day. Recently, his lordship saw the little Onis working and he said, amazing. I've never seen the little Onis so happy. I wish his lordship will call us amazing too. Oh, that wasn't the topic now. Let's get back on track. If you have any opinion, please say so. Yeah, why don't we observe and study normal humans? Observe and study normal humans? That might be a good idea. No matter how much we discuss, none of us know what a normal human is, so we won't get any answer. I think that's a good idea. How about others? I agree. However, how do we find a normal human? The leader of the farming corps, representing the farming corps, agreed. And then, presented the next problem. Right, we don't know what a normal human is, so how can we find one? Well, I think we just have to study a lot of humans and find the average and then look for someone who fits that criteria. I see. That would definitely allow us to find a normal human. The three eyes nods and looks at me. The other seems to agree. Good. For now, I know what we need to do. However, are we only observing humans? One of the farming corps tilted its head, and the others around look at it strangely. Even I don't understand what it means. What do you mean? Is it really okay if we're only going to observe humans? Only humans? That is, shouldn't it? Then, I recalled his lordship's words. He said before I transmigrated into this world, I'm just a normal human. Also, I look like a human from the human country, but at the same time, not like them. This is difficult, but we must think hard. Does that mean that he looks like a human, but his power is different compared to humans? Right. He has the same appearance as the humans from the human country, but unlike the humans of that country, he has enormous power. That is what he meant. However, what does it have to do with being a normal human before transmigrating into this world? He asked us to stop worshipping him. It's a one eye who's muttering to itself says that. I was a little disappointed about that too. I wanted to spread his lordship's greatness in this world. How wonderful, lovely, powerful, and kind his lordship is. Truly disappointing. Then, why don't we just spread it secretly? No, that is against his lordship's wish. What have I thought? I need to strengthen my heart. As for what his lordship meant when he said, in his previous world, he's just a normal person. I think he meant to tell us that in his previous world, he is normal compared to all the people of that world, isn't he? In other words, in this world too, he meant to be normal in terms of all races, and not just humans, right? HNN? Eto, does that mean we need to study all the people in this world and come up with an average? Is that really the case? Something doesn't feel right. However, I can't think of anything else. It's true that his lordship sometimes tests us by making us do something hard. Is this one of those? It must be. I see. So that's how it is. Seeing me figuring it out, everyone turns their gaze to me. Let us overcome his lordship's trial together. Hearing me say that, everyone raises one of their arms to show motivation. Then, let's start with our observation. However, we can't neglect our day-to-day duty. So, it will take a little time, but it can't be helped. I'm sure his lordship will understand. He is kind after all. In what order should we go? Yes, let's talk about that. It will take a good deal of time to observe the people of each race, so we'll split up to observe and report it back to everyone. We will observe humans, the farming corps will be in charge of the beastkins, and the three eyes and little Onis will work together to observe the elves. They nodded in agreement, but I looked at the three eyes and the little Onis. Their number is lesser compared to us or the farming corps. Will it affect their day-to-day duty if they observe? Are the three eyes and the little Onis all right? Do you need help? No, we are fine. The number of monsters being hunted these days is around the same, so there won't be any problem. Even if there is a sudden increase, we can cope with it. How about the three eyes? The little Onis seem to be fine. We have no problem either. The only time we are busy is during season change. The three eyes are fine too. Okay, then, let's do as we agreed upon and take some time to observe. Let's see, yeah, let's hold the first observation report meeting in 5 days. Until then, please observe as much as time permits. Everyone nodded vigorously. They all looked encouraged. Now, we will be able to understand the ordinary person that his lordship is saying. Okay, that's it for today. Let's meet again in 5 days. I see each of them off to return to their posts. Good job. The leader of the farming corps comes to me with a basket of vegetables. What are they? Improved breed. I would like your opinion on it. Can you check their edibility? I took the basket and took one out. It looks like a potato. Understood. What did you improve? It is supposed to be less astringent and sweeter. However, I'm worried about its suitability for cooking. I see. So, we'll just have to cook it and see how it goes. Okay. Is this okay to use in stews? Yes, I think it's very good for children because of its high nutritional value. I see, that's good. Diet is very important for children's health. The angels, Momo, Peach, and some Aya, Violet, were plump, but Tayu and the other children are still on the skinny side. Thank you. Don't mention it. See you in 5 days. When we get new vegetables, we get excited. Now, what kind of dish should we use it for his lordship? It is almost 2 hours since I've been away from his lordship. Let's check him out once. HNN? Once we start observing humans, won't we be away from his lordship for more than 2 hours? What should we do? This is a serious matter. Since it has come to this, let's get observation cameras. Boom. No, you can't do that. I absolutely won't allow it. Looking back, I found the vice leader. This one is really angry. Have I gone a little too far? However, I can't give up. Stealthily. HNN? No, I'll just finish my human observation quickly. Go ahead and take your time. It would be better if you take a closer look. That. Chapter 49, The Midnight Visit. Your lordship, wake up. Your lordship. I heard a voice. Who is it? I rub my sleepy eyes and look around. Nobody's here. Was it my imagination? Or am I dreaming? Your lordship. Wake up. Hi. There's still a voice, Thare? Isn't that? Is that you, Rope? Yes, it's me. What's the matter? I guess it didn't mean to startle me. Or maybe it did. I was just sleeping, so it's trying to wake me up. Come to think of it, I had called out Rope earlier this evening. Right, I called for you. I let out a sigh and calmed my heartbeat, which intensified because of fear, a little. Yes, you did. What do you want from me? Do you have an order? I looked at the window as I woke up from my sleep. I could see a faint brightness. I guess it's almost dawn. It's still time to sleep. No, some little ones are still awake. However, for me, it's still time to sleep. Your lordship? I can tell from the tone of its voice that it's very excited. Being that energetic right now is kind of little painful for me. Eto. What was it again? Why did I call it? Goddess Aeon. I wanted to ask you to send a message to Goddess Aeon. Will you do it? To Goddess Aeon? Understood. I'll send it right away. It became quiet for a moment. Perhaps it is already sending a message. But still, the way Rope talks seems a little different than usual. No, I'm not really sure. Currently, I'm really sleepy. I can't rely on anything I noticed when I'm like this. It must have been my imagination. Sent. Thanks. Darn, I'm going to lose to sleepiness. Your lordship, I've looked into this world in detail. You looked into it? Come to think of it, I feel like it said something like that before. Did it find out anything? I see. It's weird. I mean, this world. I guess it is. The magic power around the core is cursed. Don't tell me you found out something else other than that. Darn, I don't want to hear it. I'm sure we'll figure out something in a little while, so wait a little longer. I hope it's nothing serious. Are? Is your lordship sleepy? Yeah, I'm sleepy. Sorry. You were sleeping and I woke you up. No, I wanted to contact Goddess Aeon as soon as possible, so thank you. She doesn't always come right away after receiving my message. I'm glad I could help. I'm leaving. Rest well. See you. I can't take it anymore, I'm so sleepy. I feel on my back with a bang. Scene change. Fuwa, sleepy. Amazing. I didn't even remember falling into bed. Did I fall asleep instantly after that? I must be a very good sleeper. And yet, why? Why am I still sleepy? Your lordship, are you awake? I looked at the source of the voice and saw a one-eye tilting its head on me. Ah, I'm awake. Good morning. Good morning. Your lordship, there's another magic power. Is there anything wrong with your body? Another magic power? Wrong with my body? I look at the one eye before me and it is staring at my body. Is something wrong with my body? Did you find something wrong with my body? If there's something wrong with my power, it could affect this world. I have to check what's going on. It's definitely your lordship's magic power, but I feel like there's something different. My magic power but different? What do you mean? Your lordship? What happened? The door of my room was opened with great force. I was startled. What is it? Your lordship, there's really a different magic power mixed up with your magic power. It's only a little but what happened? Are you feeling well? New power is amazing, but I guess they are worried. It should be the leader of the One Eyes. I'm fine, so calm down. I'm just a little sleepy. The leader of the One Eyes is getting closer and closer. Wait, you're getting scary. As I was leaning back, the One Eye's leader yanked backward. Looking at it, it seems like the One Eye pulled the leader's shoulder. Seeing that, my body relaxes. Is it in great spirit? I guess so. When I came to visit your lordship in the middle of the night, there was nothing wrong. The leader of the One Eyes, who usually doesn't talk like this, made me smile a little. Are? Didn't it say something strange just now? When you visit me in the middle of the night, are you still patrolling around the house even in the middle of the night? No, your lordship, that's right. We are still patrolling around. The other One Eye interrupts the leader of the One Eye. I feel like the two of them are talking about two different things, but maybe it's just my imagination. I look at the leader of the One Eyes. When our gaze met, it nodded. Ah, yes. We're patrolling around. I wonder. I feel like I'm being misled. Well, I have a more important thing to think about now. Just to confirm, my magic power is mixed with another magic power. Is that what you were saying? The two of them nodded. What does that mean? Other magic power, there's something that came through my mind. Darkness magic power. I thought it was okay since I recreated it outside and not inside my body. This might affect everyone around me. I doubt it. It's really only a minuscule amount. What the One Eye's leader said made me feel a little bit relieved. I don't want to affect the current world. Got it. Thank you. As I was speaking with the leader of the One Eyes, the sleepiness that had been affecting me disappeared. Maybe it was the influence of the darkness magic power. In any case, I closed my eyes and turned my consciousness inside me to check my own magic power. I felt the familiar magic power coming from me. As I continued to check, I suddenly felt a different and powerful force. This is my new power. Compared to magic power, I can feel that it's really powerful. So, where is the darkness magic power? When I turned my consciousness outward a little, the familiar magic power became stronger. They said there's a small amount. Weird, I can't find it. I really can't find anything else. Where is it? As I was checking the flow of magic power inside my body, the flow became smoother. Found it. I definitely felt a really minuscule amount of discomfort in the magic power flowing inside me. When I turned my attention to that feeling of discomfort, I found a small amount of different magic power. Without a doubt, it is darkness magic power. Even so, I'm impressed by the sensing capability of the One Eyes, as they felt such a minuscule amount of power. I only found it because they informed me, but if they hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. I checked the darkness magic power. It's probably not enough to affect anyone. I guess I could leave it alone. Let's see what will happen next. When I turned my consciousness outward, my body suddenly became lighter. When I opened my eyelids, I see two One Eyes staring at me. Your lordship, is there a problem? The leader of the One Eyes returned to its usual calm demeanor. It seems to have finally calmed down. I smile and shake my head. I'm fine. The magic power mixed with my magic power is darkness magic power. However, given that it's only a minuscule amount, we can only wait and see. Understood. Please inform us if there are any changes. No, your lordship. Yes, please. I really can count on the One Eyes. Okay, I'll get up. Speaking of which, my sleepiness disappeared while we were talking. Good. Chapter 50, I want to eat slowly. I went to see the Cerberus egg. It has become part of my morning routine. It still seems to be slowly absorbing the power from the magic stone. I turned my gaze to a nearby shelf and saw that one of the magic stones was missing. So one piece will last for 2 days? I look at the egg. I can't find anything different. The Cerberus inside, compared to yesterday, it's more, nothing, no change at all. I wonder if it's working or not. The word failure comes to my mind, but I hastily shake it off. Let's believe it's going to be okay. By the way, where's the used magic stone? I look at the shelf to check where the first magic stone with darkness magic power is, but I can't find it. There's no other magic stone around the crib either. So, where was it? Good morning, your lordship. What's wrong? Flying Lizard asked me. Good morning. Have you seen the first magic stone that contains darkness magic power? This is already the second one, right? I point to the magic stone beside the Cerberus egg. Flying Lizard nodded. The first magic stone was enveloped in a white light and then burst and disappeared. Probably because it already ran out of darkness magic power. It burst and disappeared? Were you hurt? Given how Flying Lizard is saying it, he must have been watching the whole situation. If he is nearby, would he have been injured by the shrapnel? I ran my eyes over Flying Lizard's entire body. There's not a single scratch on its scales. I'm protected by your lordship's barrier, so there's no way I could have been injured. I feel like I was a little stunned, but since he didn't get hurt, it's fine. Ah, yeah, I've sent a message to Goddess Aeon via rope, so I think she'll be here soon. Flying Lizard snorted after hearing what I said. The atmosphere sent a shiver down my spine. I have to talk to her, so don't go overboard. It will be fine. Greater gods are very strong. I guess so. She's been attacked by Flying Lizard and Fluffy, but she just walked normally. Speaking of which, I've never seen her get injured. No, I've seen her cheeks get red once. That was when she was chased by the farming corps who got angry at her for causing damage to the field. At that time, I was so scared since they made her sit down on a chair as she started muttering something. After that, she left without saying anything. I was so worried because I thought it was strange, but the next time she came back, she was back to normal, so I forgot all about it. Good morning. I heard USA's voice and looked up to see Kuhi and USA coming into the living room. Good morning. Is Hikari still there? He'll be here soon. USA, Kuhi, and Hikari sometimes participate in morning special training. They wanted to participate every day but were stopped by the One Eyes because they are still growing. In addition, what was it? I forgot. However, they said it was for the sake of the three of them, so I left it all to the One Eyes. After sitting and waiting for a while, Hikari came into the living room. Good morning, Hikari. I called out to him and he smiled happily. Did your training go well? He nodded his head repeatedly. He was more excited than usual when he came into the living room, so I guess my guess is correct. Good for you. Hikari is getting stronger day by day. At the same time, his expression became brighter and brighter. We still can't talk with each other, but the day when we can do so may not be far away. As we began to eat, we heard a strange scream coming from the garden. While chewing a piece of bread, I turned my gaze to it. I saw Goddess Aeon. It looks like she's already here. What are they doing? USA looks at Goddess Aeon curiously. Kuhi nods. Taiyu is hugging her leg. And it looks like Sakura is doing the same. Taiyu and Sakura? I tried to look at Goddess Aeon's legs, but the table on the wood deck was blocking the view. I get up from my chair and look at Goddess Aeon. Indeed, Taiyu and Sakura are hugging each of her legs. It will be hard for her to walk. Are they playing? Hearing USA's question, Hikari started thinking. Then, he writes something on a piece of paper on the table. Looking at it, it says, they were playing heroes. Playing heroes? So, does that mean that Goddess Aeon is the enemy? I see. Is clinging to her leg some sort of attack? Clinging attack? Is their purpose to limit the enemy's movement? I look at Goddess Aeon. It looks like she's finding it hard to walk, but it didn't exactly stop her. Does it have any other purpose then? By the way, when did Goddess Aeon arrive? It's still early in the morning. The children wake up early and start playing early. I'm not surprised to see them playing. However, when did Goddess Aeon arrive? Did she come as soon as she received my message? I just got here. You mean now? She nodded at USA's question. USA and the others were training in the garden earlier. Then, Goddess Aeon came and suddenly got appointed as the adversary? Hikari writes something on a piece of paper again. I think she was forced to participate. USA and Kuhi looked at the paper and nodded. I see. Forced participation. Shall we eat slowly then? I wanted to invite her to eat, but I'm afraid it's already too late. I know that I'm the one who asked you to come, but please think about the time when you'll go. So, let's ask Taiyu and the others to entertain Goddess Aeon for a bit. After enjoying a slow meal, I went out to the wood deck. I looked out into the garden and saw Goddess Aeon running away from the children. Akira! Stop them! I raised one of my hands when Goddess Aeon said that. All right, that's enough. Did I say the right words? I'm tired. I look at Goddess Aeon who's sitting on the chair in front of me and see the dark circles under her eyes. I felt a little bad, so I served a cup of tea to her first to relieve her fatigue. Thank you for playing with the children. I thanked her properly. I didn't know this before because there were never children around me, but children are powerful. They attack one after another, and they even surprised me with an attack from above. From above? I looked at the sky above the garden and saw the angels, Momo and Sumaya, flying around. I see, they were the surprised attackers. They are playing heroes, right? When did they change their game to villain play? Goddess Aeon calmed down after drinking the tea brought by a one-eye. I guess it's time to start talking. I have a question for you. Are you aware of the Cerberus in the living room? Depending on her answer, I have to think about how to deal with Goddess Aeon. HNN? I know? Sorry. We haven't talked about how to deal with it yet. RA? She's speaking in a strange tone. When I stare at Goddess Aeon, she stares back at me. You knew the Cerberus' existence, but why did you ignore it? Goddess Aeon showed a surprised expression. The next moment, she looks at me as if she's confused. Eto, what do you mean by I ignored its existence? Didn't I tell you to wait until it was decided how to deal with it, Ware? No, we never talked about the Cerberus before. Did I forget? No, I completely forgot. I stared at Goddess Aeon and she averted her gaze. But still, she asked me to wait? I've given it darkness magic power, but will there be a problem with what I've been doing? However, if it caused a problem, it should be Goddess Aeon's fault for not telling me, right? It's not my fault. Probably. It's all on me because I'm the one who reproduced darkness magic power. She's going to find out soon, so I'll tell her myself now. Ooh? Darkness magic power? What are you saying? Goddess Aeon looks more confused now. RA? Isn't it known that darkness magic power is the power of the demon world? Could it be that it's not? No, 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 no. Impossible, 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 impossible. Goddess Aeon looked impatient. I was confused by her reaction. What's impossible? Chapter 51, it was darkness magic power. Seeing Goddess Aeon like that, I break out into a cold sweat. Was darkness magic power really that bad? Does that mean that I'm in a terrible position? Of course not. I wouldn't make something like that. No, I'll be fine. I did not do anything wrong. I didn't make it, I only reproduced it. In addition, there were originally magic stones with darkness magic power locked in them in this world. Goddess Aeon tilted her neck after hearing what I said. What? Did I say something wrong? Magic stones with darkness magic power locked in them? Perhaps you are talking about the drops of the demon world. Drops of the demon world? It has been confirmed that the apprentices took a few of them, but we haven't found any. They were so unstable that we assumed that they were already gone. Before Goddess Aeon came to this world, his lordship already recovered everything. The drops of the demon world that were recovered were given to the Cerberus, so they are truly gone now. It was Flying Lizard who replied to Goddess Aeon. When did you come next to me? You have a huge body, so why didn't I feel your presence? Am I getting dull? What's wrong? Flying Lizard looks at me curiously. It's nothing. You mean those stones that were hidden all over the forest are the drops of the demon world? Yes, that's right. And no, they are not stones. Not stones? From what I remember, they look like stones to me. If they are not stones, what exactly are the drops of the demon world? The drops of the demon world came from the trees of the demon world. Trees of the demon world? In short, nuts? Or are they fruits? RA? The answer was so unexpected that I was puzzled. I was sure that they were stones when I touched them with my own hands. Are they really nuts or fruits? Trees in the demon world accumulate darkness magic power in their buds for 5 years before blooming into a flower. The darkness magic power accumulated in the buds becomes drops and falls to the ground into a drop the moment the flower blooms. Those drops are the drops of the demon world. So, they were neither nuts nor fruits. It seems to be droplets that fell from a flower. Shouldn't they be liquid? No, it probably solidified like a stone. I don't know if I'm right because according to my imagination, it should be a fantastic scenery. Drops falling from flowers that bloomed on the trees. I want to see that. I'd like to see that happen. I advise you to stop having that idea. It is said that the moment a drop falls down, it takes the lives of those around it. I thought it was fantastic, but it seems to be a terrifying phenomenon. If you watch, you die. As expected of the demon world. Did you really create darkness magic power? I shook my head to Goddess Aeon's question. Like I said, I only reproduced it. Look over there. I guide Goddess Aeon near the crib where the Cerberus is sleeping. This is one of them. I showed the magic stone that contains darkness magic power. Goddess Aeon stares at the magic stone in my hand but doesn't touch it. Then, she took a step back. It looks genuine. I'm glad. It looks like I was really able to reproduce darkness magic power properly. If I wasn't, I would have panicked about what I had given the Cerberus. And it's so pure. What do you mean? Does that mean that I was able to reproduce good darkness magic power? The higher the purity, the better it is for the Cerberus, right? What should we do next? Since you've already done it, let's just accept it as it is. Next to Goddess Aeon, who looked troubled, Flying Lizard looked stunned. Yes, but this is the power of the demon world. That's right. It's the power of the demon world, and I reproduced it because it is necessary. I can't even believe that it is possible for it to exist like this in this world. What's going on? Goddess Aeon turned her gaze to me, but I shook my head. How would I know? I really don't know. By the way, since you are aware of the Cerberus, you should have contacted the demon world, right? The apprentices kidnapped it from somewhere in the demon world, so she has to take responsibility. That's... Goddess Aeon turns her gaze away from me. This is very unusual. I have a very bad feeling about this. Could it be that you didn't? Goddess Aeon shook her head. I did all that I could, I really did. However, there's a strong backlash against interacting with the demon world. Strong backlash? It was the gods who created the situation where we can't get involved with them. What are you talking about? Perhaps sensing my dismay, Goddess Aeon smiles wryly. It has been years since the last time, and there are a lot of gods who don't want to. Given the way Goddess Aeon is saying it, it seems like the majority of the gods are against it. What can I say? Selfish. Yes, they are. However, someone's about to cut the cord. Cut? When I looked at Goddess Aeon, she was looking at a distance for some reason. Don't act like that. Who's going to cut it? God of Time. Ah, the god who helped her a lot. I glance at Goddess Aeon. It looks like it's a big deal. Good luck. The way the God of Time cuts it off is scary. He's not afraid to spread the dirt of the past and is willing to blow up impossible challenges. Won't that cause a mental breakdown? You have to convince the repulsive gods before he makes his move then. Right, foo-foo. I averted my gaze to Goddess Aeon, who was creepily smiling at me. Speaking of which, why did I even call here? Right, about the turbidity of the magic around the core. I found that it was a curse. Curse? It was a curse? Goddess Aeon turns her gaze to me, and with a lot of momentum. Somehow, I feel like she's acting too rough today. Speaking of which, I heard that if you're too tired, you'll eventually act rough. Goddess Aeon, are you tired? Maybe. I just came from 5 all-nighters and 2 days of meetings. I've been working non-stop since there are things I can't do during those meetings. Wait a minute. Isn't that 7 consecutive all-nighters? 7 days? That's super overwork. So that's why she's acting a little unusual. That's troublesome. No, it's worrisome. Really? I'm used to having a 3-day all-nighter. Since I have this body, I never had a problem doing that, but 7 days is probably too much. You need to get some rest. Can't you sleep even for just a bit? If I don't have a dedicated wake-upper, I won't be able to get up, so I can't. Dedicated wake-upper? Okay. By the way, are you sure that the area around the core is cursed? Ah, yeah. It disappeared after purification, so it should be. It's a curse, all right. But where did it come from? And it's even at the core of the world. Yeah, that's what's bothering me too. By the way, this is completely irrelevant, but I want to ask something. However, she looks so serious, so maybe I shouldn't. What's the matter? Perhaps she caught me glancing at her. It's about the core. You said it's a circle that is around 100 m in diameter. I was wondering, why is it a circle and not a sphere? HNN? It's really a circle. It will take a really long time before it becomes a sphere. What do you mean? One circle is born every year. It will take a long time before it builds up to become a complete sphere. How thick is the circle? Around 1 nanometer. A circle of 1 nanometer will be added per year. It will really take time. What will happen if it becomes a sphere? It's the lifespan of a planet, so it will slowly come to an end. Lifespan of a planet. Speaking of which, I've heard that Earth also has a lifespan. As I recall, it was in billions of years, a number that I can't comprehend. I see, planets have lifespans. Is there anything else you want to ask me? What was it? Rope said there was something wrong with this world besides the curse around the core. Do you know something about it? Aside from the curse? When I looked into it before, I didn't find anything particularly bothersome. Come to think of it, I did think that this world was smaller than expected. Smaller than expected? HNN? What do you mean? I felt a discrepancy between the size of this planet's barrier from the outside and the actual size of this planet when I examined it. I looked into it, but I couldn't find anything wrong. You investigated a lot of this, are you? Still, this world is smaller than what it seems. Something bothers me. Chapter 52, Living Longer Means. Isn't it about time for you to put it somewhere? Goddess Aeon points to the magic stone that contains darkness magic power I'm showing her. Given the expression on her face, you can tell that she's seriously disgusted. I don't intend to harass her, so I return the magic stone I was holding to its original place. That's all it takes for Goddess Aeon to be relieved. I just put it on the shelf. Is it really that bad? The power is certainly strong. It even went out of control, but I managed to stabilize and locked it tight in the magic stone. I don't understand why Goddess Aeon is so wary. It's something that shouldn't even be in this world. Normally, it can't even keep its form. No, it can't even be made in the first place. I told you it's only reproduction. You've been saying reproduction since earlier, but where did you base it from? From how I remember the drops of the demon world that I got in the forest. That's not reproduction. You created it from scratch. HNN? No, I took what I remember from my memory and imitated it, so it is only reproduction. Right, reproduction. Isn't it? For some reason, the two of us tilted our heads. I mean, is that even important? I kind of got caught up, but is there any point in telling me how you made it? Yeah, I guess no. I just want to confirm something. The Cerberus won't have any problem with me giving it what I reproduced, right? I just need her confirmation to make sure. Goddess Aeon herself said it was darkness magic power, and I want to give it as much as it wants. Goddess Aeon thinks for a moment. Is that a no? I don't see any problem with it. Besides, haven't you given it already? I will inform the gods and pressure them to contact the demon world as soon as possible. I'll also contact the god of time and ask for his cooperation. Sounds like things are moving in the right direction. Well, I guess things have come to this since I forgot. I really have to organize my memory. I'm already getting annoyed as day goes by. Wait, what is organizing memory, HNN? Goddess Aeon looks at me blankly. What's the matter? Goddess Aeon continued to stare at me without answering my question. I'm a little scared given how serious her expression is. What's going on? You said you reproduced it according to what you remember? What? Are we going to talk about that again? So, what's wrong with my reproduction? Yes. I reproduced it based on the poisonous black light that came out of one of the drops of the demon world I collected in the forest. What about it? Goddess Aeon's expression was drawn back by what I said. Impossible. So that's how it is. It all makes sense now. Impossible? Are you saying that it can't be reproduced? The fact that you were able to do it means you're already on this side. Do it? What do you mean? I have no idea what you are talking about. And what do you mean by this side? Excuse me. I didn't expect this at all. Akira, I told you before that you're no longer human. How is me not being human related to what you just said? Is it because a human won't be able to reproduce it? Is there anything wrong with your memory? Wrong with my memory? Speaking of which, there were a lot of things I couldn't remember. What were they? I can't even remember what I couldn't remember. This is bad. Is this what Goddess Aeon is asking? I mean, how is it related to reproduction? Are you going to connect it later? Well, I seem to be getting forgetful. Does this have anything to do with Goddess Aeon not being able to calm down? I knew it. You knew it? Eto, excuse me, but can you explain it to me in a simple way that even I can understand? I have no idea what's going on. Well, to put it simply, Akira is already incorporated into the rules of the gods. I see. I guess that's a simple explanation. Tell me what the rules of the gods are. There's no way I'll know without anyone telling me. The rules of the gods have been created naturally over a long period of time, and before you knew it, they will be applied to you as soon as you become a god. It is said that you can't escape those rules. Rules that have been created over a long period of time? You mean gods created them to make it easier for them to act? The most important of those rules is to organize your memory. Speaking of which, you said something about how troublesome it is to organize your memory before. Organizing memories exactly means as it sounds. Every time your day is over, it will be your task to divide today's events into what you need and what you don't need. What a tedious task. I mean, to separate the memory you need and you don't need every day. Is that necessary? Yeah, we gods used to live forever. Now, we have lifespans, but we still live far longer than the rest. Therefore, the amount of memories that accumulate during our lives is enormous. If we leave them unattended, we will not be able to recall the memories we need when we need them. Also, even gods have a limit to the amount we can remember. When we reach the limit, it is said that even necessary things are forgotten because they are deemed unnecessary. To prevent this from happening, we need to organize our memories. In order to reduce the amount of memories, we need to erase memories that are deemed unnecessary. Then, we attach keywords to the necessary memories and place them in the same keywords or in the same chronological order. Place? Memories are not things that can be touched, so how can you even place them somewhere? And if a problem arises, you search for it by keyword and you'll be able to get the memory you need right away. I see. So, to summarize what I learned, if you live long enough, your memory will eventually reach its limit due to the sheer volume of memories. To prevent that from happening, the rules of the gods will apply and you need to organize your memories. And then, they'll put the organized memory somewhere. This is the part one don't understand. Ano, you said something about placing your memory somewhere. Where exactly is it? On the memory shelf. Ah, yes, that needs to be explained. Goddess Aeon looks puzzled. Right, you're a different existence compared to us. HNN? Normally, this is something you'll learn during apprenticeship. When you get to live a long time, you'll learn things along the way. This is the reason why I spoke as if you already knew. It's totally unexpected for me to become like this. I don't think it's my fault, but I'm sorry for the confusion. You have to make your own memory room and you have to make shelves for each age group. You'll place the necessary memory there. Create a memory room? And I'll also have to make the shelves there. Can't I just make that memory room in my head? No, that won't even make sense. No matter how much you organize, no matter how much unnecessary memory you'll erase, you'll still be left with a huge amount of memories. Eventually, you'll reach your limit. That's true. HNN? So, does that mean that I need to make a memory room somewhere? Eh? And I'll put my memories there? When I say a memory room, I mean you're going to create an independent space that only you can enter. An independent space? I'm not familiar with that kind of thing. Let's see, an independent space, a different space. I don't know. Is it similar to another world? A different world is a world that is different from the original world. So, an independent space is a different world from where you are. And it's only for me. In other words, I'm going to create a memory room in an independent space that only I can enter. I tried to put it into words, but I can't understand any of it. I'm sorry. Can you try to make it clearer? You don't have to think so hard. You just need to use your new power to magically create a world that only you can enter. I somehow get it. I can create it if I can imagine it. Create it right away. Goddess Aeon's word startled me. I stared at her. It is possible that your memories are already being erased, so you should get to work on it right away in order to control it. You have to make the rules of the gods not to get the better of you. I agree. It would be troublesome if even necessary memories were erased. How much of a world should I create? At first, well, I think it would be easier for you to imitate something. The memory room is going to contain my future memories, right? Considering that, is it better to imagine a big building? Can I expand my memory room later? There is nothing you can't do in a space you've created. There's nothing I can't do. That's great. That means I can add more memory rooms later, right? Then, I shouldn't force myself to imagine a big building. So, it should be something familiar, easy to imagine, and decently big. How about a school? Hey, what do you think about imitating a school? A school? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Good. I'll give it a try. RA? Where did the reproduction topic go? Chapter 53, the bigger the better. Let's leave the reproduction talk for now. We can always talk about that later. For now, the most important thing to do is to be able to organize my memory so that they won't be erased. However, living for a long time seems to be more troublesome than I imagined. Can you do it? I nodded to Goddess Aeon. I'll give it a try. Eto, first thing first, let's create a different space. An independent space that only I can enter with my new powers. However, what kind of space should I imagine? A space that no one else can enter, a box? Enclosed not only on all sides, but on top and bottom too. This is something easy to imagine. The easiness to imagine is important. Okay, let's imagine a huge box. We're going to build a school in it later, so we need to make the box as big as possible. Big, gigantic box. It's hard to imagine the size of something like this. Even if I think it's big, I really don't know if it's really big. Do I make something to compare to the box? Let's see, imagine a house and then make a box as big as it is. Now, let's make it a little bigger. No, let's make it much bigger. Done. I was able to put the house inside the box. No, use my new power to realize this imagination. Another space creation. At the same time I said those words, I felt that the new power in my body had disappeared in a gulp. However, the next moment after I felt it was gone, it came back in a flash. My body didn't even have the chance to feel any discomfort. My power is as amazing as ever. How is it going? Have you managed to make one? I turned my gaze to Goddess Aeon, and she was staring at me with an anxious look on her face. She's staring at me so intensely that I had to turn my body away instinctively. Why are you running away? No, I just thought your eyes were scary. I'm really worried about you, you know. Thanks. Goddess Aeon lets out a sigh. So, did it work? That's exactly what I want to know too. If I can go to that other space, that means I succeeded, right? Are? When I imagined the box, did I even imagine getting in? I don't remember doing that. No, I might have created a space that no one can enter. Ah, wait a minute, let me try making it again. HNN? Eto, the different space that I just created, great. Even though I can't see it, I can sense the different space that I created. What is this? It's so strange, so eerie. Well, at least I know I made it. Now, I just need to imagine a door in that box, something that I can use to go in and out, and it's done. Then, I'll be able to enter the different space I created with this. It seems like I didn't need much power this time. I only felt a slight sensation of something leaving my body. Is it done with this? How about giving it a try? Into the different space. At the same time I said those words, a door appeared in front of me. It's a familiar door, the same door in front of my house. I knew I could imagine it perfectly since I see it every day. The size, the color, and even the stains look the same. You have to use a door? I have to be able to get in and out of it, right? I tilted my head to Goddess Aeon's question. You could have just teleported inside. That would have been good news to me earlier. Teleportation, is it? That sounds cool. I'll try that later. For now, let me try to get in. Go. I opened the door and took a step into the different space with a sense of excitement. I'm in. I took a few steps inside and looked around. There is a familiar house a short distance away from the door. I imagined it perfectly too. However, other than that, it was a completely white world. Therefore, the house looks strange. This isn't good. I was able to go in. When I turned around to the source of that voice, I saw Goddess Aeon inside the different space I had created. It seems like I'm not the only one who can go in. This is a failure, it just let me in, why doesn't it have any authentication system? This isn't good. Let's go out and recreate it. I returned to my residence with Goddess Aeon using the door. When my body completely exited the different space, the door disappeared immediately. What a strange space. HNN? I felt gazes all around me. Looking around, I saw Flying Lizard, the One Eyes, and the others who were relieved to see me. You don't have to be worried. It's okay. They nodded at me but still looked worried. I felt bad about that, but for now, I just want to complete my very own different space. Authentication system how? Like fingerprint? No, should it be blood? Can't I just use normal face recognition? Once again, I need to add a function to the different space. Let's see, if I want to enter the door, I think I'll add the teleportation function later. How do I attach something like that to the box? Alright, when someone tries to enter the box, I'll imagine that only my face can enter. Different space, rules for entering and exiting, add. HNN? I didn't feel any power movement in my body. Did I fail? Into the different space. I enter the different space with a pounding heart and then turn around to look at the door. When Goddess Aeon tried to enter through the open door, the door closed with a bang. I forgot to imagine the result after the authentication. Well, I guess I succeeded, the door closed and locked out as a result. When I opened the door and exited the different space, for some reason, Goddess Aeon was holding her hand. What's wrong? I looked at her hand and saw that it was slightly red. I tried to go in, but it attacked me. I didn't imagine it that way. However, that seems to be a radical way to get rid of intruders. Eto, sorry. In any case, the fact that Goddess Aeon wasn't able to get in means that I'm the only one who can get in. Different space, complete. I can't believe you managed to complete it in a short time. Eh? Did you think I won't be able to? Normally, it would take a few days to complete it because it would deplete your divine power. How could you make it in a short time? In addition, the different space you made was very big. Depletion of divine power. My power recovery is extraordinary, so I guess that doesn't apply to me. However, it was certainly big. I couldn't see the other wall through the door. Are you telling me that it's unnecessary to make it that big? Well, they say bigger is better than smaller, so it should be fine. Next move is building a school. I was just wondering, won't a library be better than a school? It has shelves, and they are perfect for storing memories. Library? Right, it has shelves. Yes, a library would be more suitable. Okay, let's imagine a library instead of a school. Let's use the library near my house. I've seen the exterior a lot, so it's easy to imagine. Well, it was a simple building without any decoration after all. And inside, there should be bookshelves, Thare? I can't think of anything. I've never used that library. Then, the school library, never used it either. Should I just imagine a library I've seen on TV? RAHNN? No, libraries don't interest me at all, so I didn't watch anything related closely. In any case, it would be nice if it were lined with shelves, or rather, bookshelves. I'll just imagine wooden bookshelves lining up the wall. All that's left is to clear an aisle for me to pass through and line up the bookshelves. I'm imagining something familiar, but where have I seen this place? Right, the bookstore in front of the station. I'll use it and, done. Imagination, complete. Now, memory room creation. Suddenly, my power was sucked up again. Not as much when I created the different space, but noticeable enough. Did I succeed? Into the different space. I opened the door that appeared in front of me and peeked inside. There it is. Goddess Aeon, it looks like I managed to do it. Is that so? Goddess Aeon is standing a short distance away from the door. She looks at the library I made in my different space. The inside part looks like the bookstore in front of the station, but its outer part is the beautiful library I've known. That's too big for someone who created it for the first time. Goddess Aeon has a stunned expression. I can only shrug my shoulders. You never said anything about the size of the building. Chapter 54. A memory is something that grows. What should I do next? Hearing what I said, Goddess Aeon, who was looking at the library, stares at me. Next. That's right. You're not going to tell me I only need to build a place to keep them, are you? Should I sort out my memory or something now? Goddess Aeon tilted her head hearing that. Now I feel kind of uneasy. Don't tell me you don't know what to do next. Sorry. I did this too long ago for me to remember right away. Next is Eto. It's not like she doesn't know, but something she put in the corner of her memory. Wait a minute. I'll remember it soon. All right. I look at the thinking Goddess Aeon and sigh. The longer you live, the more memories you have regardless of how you sort them out. When that happens, I'm sure I'll be similar to Goddess Aeon. I should plan well on how to organize. Even so, when can memories be pulled out? I look at the growling Goddess Aeon in front of me. It looks like it's going to take some time. If it takes too long to remember, I remembered something. You need a device. She seemed to have remembered. That's great, but a device? What kind of device do I need? It's a device that automatically organizes your memory. Automatically organizes? Automatic, that's a tempting word. Is that something I can use? Or is it exclusive for God's use? I don't know because there has never been someone like Akira before. However, I'll make sure you can use it. Without that device, you'll be in trouble. I couldn't agree more. I understand. Please, until you bring me that device, I'm going to temporarily stop my memory retrieval. I'll have the device brought to you now. Now? Goddess Aeon conjured a ball of light and spoke to it. Is it that easy to get? Mash, bring me a device that organizes memory. Mash? I wonder if that's the assistant god that came to pick up Goddess Aeon before. Memory device? Where is it, Desu? A voice echoed from the ball of light. You can use it to talk to someone far away. A phone. Where? Maybe in the warehouse. Goddess Aeon looks puzzled. Are you telling me to search that place, which is full of devices similar to that, for it? In addition, you're not even sure if it's really there. A panicked voice was heard from the ball of light. And Goddess Aeon looks a little upset. She's not really sure if it's really there. Goddess Aeon? Get it from the management room. I'm certain they have some. So, there's a place where you can certainly get one? Then, why didn't you say it in the first place? I'll do that, but how am I supposed to explain why I need to get one? You have to apply for it. Well, it's a device that organizes memory. It must be something very important. I think that's something not easy to get. Sorry, Akira. I'll have to go back first to get the device. Please. And thank you. I need that automatic device after all. Yeah. Goddess Aeon walks out of the living room with a serious expression on her face. If I don't get that device, I won't be able to continue. Should I think about what to do if I don't get it? No, let's trust Goddess Aeon. Your lordship, are we not allowed to enter your different space? One of the One-Eyes tugged my sleeve and asked me that. It should be the leader of the One-Eyes. Unfortunately, no. This is the place where my memories will be stored after all. I want to see it badly. The One-Eye leader looked down when it heard me. Afterward, it looked up while muttering something. I was slightly surprised by how it reacted, so I kept my distance a little. I'll help you organize it. Eto, can the One Eyes organize my memory? No. Should I let them see my memory? I can't. That's too embarrassing. Eto, I'm sorry. I'd appreciate it if you won't do that. The One Eye looked shocked by my reply. Why do I feel that it's so sad even though its face doesn't move at all? No, it's because I can read their expression somehow. Why not? Is it only my imagination? Why do I feel like I'm being pressured? Because it is embarrassing to let others see my memory. That can't be. I want to know Everett. Understood. I apologize for asking something weird. I'll go guide it a little. The leader's voice was interrupted probably by the vice leader of the One Eyes. For some reason, it grabbed the leader and dragged it away. What happened? And what do you mean by guidance? I'm getting more and more confused with what's happening. Is there a conflict among the One Eyes? That's okay. Everyone's on good terms. Flying Lizard suddenly appeared beside me. I see. Good. Come to think of it, when I was talking with Goddess Aeon, it didn't play a trick on her. Usually, it gets in the way. You've been quiet today. Flying Lizard stares at me. You were talking about something very important today. Ah, I see. So, you held back after hearing what we were talking about. Thank you. No. However, is it only your lordship who can enter your different space? And why do you care about that? Yeah. It is a place to keep something important after all. More importantly, it's embarrassing. Since it's for something important, it can't be helped. I'm relieved since Flying Lizard seemed to be convinced. Is there any benefit to entering a different space? My bad. Sorry for taking time. Ooh-wah. Suddenly, I thought there was a phantom next to me, and when I looked at it, I saw Goddess Aeon. That was fast. I was surprised. It was only around 10 minutes or so. Yeah. I did all I can. Is that so? Thank you. It looks like we'll be able to finish this by the end of the day. Here, Goddess Aeon gives me a blue box. I accepted it and looked at it. This box is without a lid. What am I supposed to do with this? Assign one memory room of yours as an organizing room and put the box on the floor. Then, pour power on the box to uncover it. Once it's uncovered, you will receive instructions from the box and all you need to do is to follow the instructions. Once the device is in place, all you have to do is decide what keywords you want to use to sort your memories up. I see. In that case, it should be easy enough for me to do. You can add keywords later so you don't have to think too much about it now. I can add them later? That's a relief. Since I can sort it via keywords, it will definitely make it easier to organize. Come to think of it, I wonder how memories are organized. HNN? I don't think I heard her saying anything about that. Goddess Aeon, how does this organize memories? How is it separates them one by one in video format? One by one and in video format? I'm glad that this device does that. Even so, what do you mean one by one in video format? Basically to scenes like in movies. I was surprised to hear the word movie from Goddess Aeon. You watch movies? Yeah. There are times when I go down to the worlds I created and enjoy them. Heh, I see. We're getting off track. So, it will be divided into scenes like in movies. Is it divided via characters or something? Goddess Aeon ponders a little before answering. Characters, close to that. No, I think that it's separated via different important story arcs. I see. So, it's the same story and people come and go. Understood. Thank you. For now, let's uncover this box in the library. Eto. When I look at Goddess Aeon, she has an apologetic expression on her face. What is it? That device is designed for God's use. I think if you pour your power into it, there is a chance that something might happen. Something might happen? That's a roundabout way of saying it might not work as intended. Understood. Designed for gods. I feel like I'm getting a little scared. However, I have to do it. Good luck to me. But still, it seems like a lot of work to sort it by keywords. I wonder if it would be easier to organize by dividing age first and then keywords. For the time being, let's do what I can to organize my memory. Chapter 55. What year is it? 6 entered the library in my independent space. I stared at the familiar scenery for a while. It really is the bookstore in front of the station that I frequently go to. It feels strange because there are no books, but I still feel nostalgic. I wonder how my family is doing. My little sister, is she still into anime and manga? I want to see them. The family I can no longer meet. No, I shouldn't. I shake my head to shake off my feelings. Alright, the device. Eto, I need to use it in a place where I can organize my memories, right? Where would be a good place then? I looked around the building and saw an empty space in the back with no shelves. This place would do. While moving around, I tried pushing the shelves with my hand. They were very stable and didn't budge at all. So stable. Then, let's use this place. This should be a wide enough open space so there shouldn't be a problem. Let's put this box on the floor. I put the blue box that Goddess Aeon gave me on the floor. Next thing to do is pour my power into it. I held it with both of my hands and poured new power to it. I feel the new power moving out from my fingertips. I look at the blue box and see that it's faintly glowing. I forgot to ask how much power I should pour. Ma, if something changes, I'll stop. I've poured a fair amount of power into it, but nothing's happening. Do I need to pour more? I should try increasing the intensity of the power I pour in. I felt a large amount of power disappearing from my body, but it was immediately restored. I glanced at the blue box. Nothing has changed. It is designed for God, so I guess I can't use this. No, I can't give up yet. Let's try pouring a large amount of power again. I felt a large amount of power disappearing from my body again, but it was immediately restored again. Clang clang. HNN? Ah, the blue box broke. Is this what is supposed to happen? Or did I break it? I should have asked what will happen when I pour power into it. Goddess Aeon is bad at explaining things. No, it's my fault for not asking. Cling clang clung. Light pours out of the blue box. I covered my eyes with my arms and squeezed them shut. I really should have asked what would happen. It's not going to explode, is it? Cling clang clung. I'm anxious. Bright. I'm still dazzled even though my eyes are closed and I'm covering them with my arm. What's going on? RA? The bright light disappeared in an instant. Is everything okay now? Bling blang blung. Hearing strange sounds, I opened my eyes and looked around. Ah, the shape of the room has changed. I chose a place without shelves because it looks big since nothing's in it. How it became wider is something I don't know since I shut my eyes. Ma, all is well. At least it was installed. Let's not think of what happened too much. It's better to think that it was what was supposed to happen and move on. I looked at the device that came out of the box. A big desk and chair. On top of the desk is a laptop. And there are 3 blackboards floating above the desk. These 3 boards are floating in the air, tilted slightly so they look like they are surrounding the desk. I sat on the chair that came out with the desk. Looking at the blackboards, it seemed like they were tilted like that for easy viewing. They seem like big flat-screen TVs. My hand touched the thing that looks like a laptop and heard a ping. Suddenly, the word "Start" appeared on the display. It really looks like a laptop. When I pressed enter, the text disappeared and the display quickly changed. It's a computer all right. This is good news since it means I can use it. If something mysterious appeared, I would have been confused. Like I've always done, I reached for the mouse. Come to think of it, it didn't have a mouse. HNN? I looked at my right hand. I'm holding a mouse. Scary. Well, I'm glad there's a mouse I could use. Though a little nervous, I left-clicked the setup button on the display and was instructed to fill in my name. As I fill in my name, the screen suddenly goes black. After a few seconds, I'm instructed to pour my power. Is it asking for the new power? Also, where should I pour it? I look around the laptop and see nothing in particular. I look at the screen and see a blue light at the center. There? A little worried, I put my finger close to the screen and let a little of the new power flow through. Immediately after, the screen went black and the word "complete" appeared. Complete? That's easy. In any case, I managed to complete it. I'm relieved that the setup was easier than I had expected. What should I do next? Ah, I need to set up keywords, right? I looked at the computer screen and saw a folder. It had no name and was labeled new. I clicked on that new folder. Set up again? I open the folder and see the word set up. I guess I have no choice but to continue. Perhaps there's an explanation of what to do next. Next is, please fill in the date for dating purposes. Date? It should be the date in this world, right? I don't know. I never paid attention to it. In any case, I have to go back and ask about it. But can I even leave it alone while it's in the setup process? There's nothing else on the screen aside from filling in the date. I tried moving the mouse around but there was no response. I tried clicking in the middle but nothing has changed. I guess I have no choice but to leave it alone. Well, if something happens, I'll just need to ask Goddess Aeon. I got up from my chair and imagined leaving the different space. When my vision flashed, I was already standing in the living room. Come to think of it, I knew how to leave even though no one taught me. Is this the power of a different space? How did it go? Have you managed to install it? How did you set it up? Goddess Aeon asked me with a curious expression on her face. I've installed it and I'm in the middle of setting it up. Is it okay to leave the computer in the middle of the setup? Goddess Aeon looks confused. I'm talking about the device. Akira's device turned into a computer? Mine was different. HNN? That device embodies what the user can handle. Each one will come out differently. Heh, that box is amazing then. Is it okay to leave it without completing the setup? There shouldn't be any problem. Once it started working, you can leave it unattended. I see. Ah, by the way, flying lizard. What is it? Flying lizard, which had been lying by the crib where the Cerberus was sleeping, raised its upper body. This word, what year is it? Flying lizard tilts its head from my question. I guess it doesn't know. I looked at the spiderlings in the living room and all of them shook their heads. I look at the gums, but they quickly avert their gazes. They don't seem to know either. One eyes, what about you? When I looked at them, they had troubled looks on their faces. One of them even shrugged its head to the floor for some reason. What happened to it? Are you all right? Eto. Which one eye is it? Don't mind it. It's just shocked a little. Shocked? Yes. It will be all right later. I see. By the way, the one I'm currently speaking with is the sub-leader, right? If that is the case, it means the one who shrugged down to the floor was the leader? What actually happened? I can't believe that the one-eye's leader would be that shocked. Your lordship. Please wait. I can answer that simple question, eh? The one eye ran off. Since I've been with the one eyes, this is the first time I've been this confused. The leader has always been so calm and answers all my questions. Will it be all right? I got worried seeing it like that. It's all right. It was devastated by its incompetence, so it went out of control. The sub-leader's words were strange. What do you mean by incompetence and out of control? It was devastated, right? The one eye next to the sub-leader tilted its head and said, I guess so. I looked at the one-eye sub-leader and stared back at me and nodded. Well, I guess it's really okay. However, I wonder if it's really okay to leave the runaway leader who's currently out of control. Leader is strong, so it'll be fine. It must have noticed my concern. However, it doesn't have anything to do with strength. By the way, who would the leader ask about the date? Chapter 56, Searching for Answers. One-eye's leader's POV. What have I done? I smacked my head lightly as I sprinted through the forest. How can I make a blunder of being unable to answer his lordship's question? I must hurry and find out not only the year but also the month and day of this world. What other information does his lordship need? Blood type? Or star sign? Perhaps he needs today's fortune too. No, I think I'm so shocked that I'm very confused. I must calm down. Deep breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. All right. For now, let's go to the land of man and find out how old the world is. My priority is to find out what his lordship wants to know. But still, what a blunder. Since we are living in a forest, it's normal to not care about what year it is. The only thing we care about is the season. It has something to do with harvesting and planting after all. Alright? If I had asked the farming corps, maybe I'll find the answer. My legs are already moving too fast to stop. There was no one from the farming corps in the living room earlier. This is because several members of the farming corps have gone out to observe ordinary people today and all the remaining members are working in the field. HNN, should I just go back and ask them? However, if they don't know, I would waste a lot of time. But if they know, I would save a lot of time. This question is very difficult. What should I do? HNN? What's that? I saw something moving from the corner of my eye and it looked like a person. Speaking of which, I was running without paying attention to the surroundings, so where exactly am I? I looked around but I couldn't tell. Let's check it out from above. I climb up a big tree nearby and soon reach the top. Looking around, I saw a vast field a short distance away. It seems like I had come close to the land of humans without realizing it. Speaking of which, I used wind magic to create a tailwind to increase my speed. Those who were just now were there. I looked at the humans who were moving strangely in the forest. There are 3 of them. They seem to be searching for something in the forest. Could they be infidels? I had not personally met one, but I know about their existence because reports have been coming in. There are people who take things from the forest without permission. Could they be those? I can hear their voices in the wind. What's that? That? Yeah, that. We can make a lot of money as long we find that. They are definitely infidels. This is unacceptable. Answering his lordship's question is important, but destroying the forest that his lordship cherishes is unforgivable. Damnation is absolutely necessary. Now, what should I do? His lordship is gentle, so he'll probably only scare them. Scare them? Everyone said it was difficult to calculate how much is needed. Then, how much force should I use to scare them? As long as it's something that doesn't shatter a rock, there won't be a problem, right? Or maybe as long as it's not something as hot as magma. I'm at loss. I don't know how much should I punish them, but I can't just leave them alone. There it is. That flower. I turned my gaze to what they were pointing at. A swaying white flower. His lordship liked that flower, didn't he? Pull it out. We need that flower's roots. Pull it out? Really? Boom. Gaha. Ooh-wah. What? Oya? There's something below my feet. What the heck happened? Why? When I looked down, I found something moving under my feet. What happened? What the heck is this thing? Oi, what the hell are you? So disgusting. Disgusting. I am created by his lordship's golem. I am very proud of that. How dare you say that? Ooh-wah. Stop. Gia. The two other infidels dropped down beside me. I will not allow them to mock me, someone who's personally created by his lordship. Therefore, this retribution is well deserved. I checked if the three of them are still breathing. Good. I only used force strong enough to break a branch. I was right not to use the maximum amount of force. I did my best to get the right amount of power, but aren't they too weak? Well, that's okay, Desu. However, things have become troublesome. What should I do with them? If I leave them here, they might go pick flowers again. To avoid that, I should take them with me. I'm going to the land of man. There's no problem bringing them with me, but that's a little too much for the current me. I can carry the three of them, but it's a little inconvenient given how small I am. It takes a lot of power, so I only do this when there's an unforeseen circumstances, but let's get bigger. This should be about right, Desu Eni. I should be as tall as his lordship. Now, let's go to the land of man. I've wasted a lot of time. I was not sure if I should just go back, but because of these men, I decided to go to the land of man. Currently, I'm carrying the three of them on my shoulders as I run toward the land of man. As expected, I'm slower compared to my speed earlier. I have to train harder. The atmosphere of the forest changes as we get closer to the land of man. There are more and more short trees. Ah, those leaves are dangerous. Crash. Ooh, there are branches here and there. Crush. Gia. I don't know why, but my shoulders have been getting a little noisy since a while ago. It doesn't look like they regained consciousness though. I don't have time to worry about them. Let's get out of here. HNN? Isn't that a mixture? Apparently, there are people fighting, but they are being pushed around. Koa informed us that mixtures are unnecessary. It's on my way, so let me help you a little. Crash. Eh? A clean flying kick. Let's kick other mixtures while I'm at it. Blam. Blem. Blom. That's it. Ah, no, I've wasted time again. Let's hurry up. Ah, wait. Sorry, I don't have time right now. I can finally see it. The fields of the land of man. Now, what should I do with these baggage on my shoulders? Kr. What? I heard a shout, so I looked in that direction. It seemed like someone was surprised to see me. What? Why do these people always yell? That is, I can see a high wall. Can I get over it? Ah, there are people in front. HNN? A lot of them. Some of them are dressed in a fancy way. Yeah, let's leave these three to them and ask what year it is. See, can I help you? What's the matter? He looks strangely sweaty and impatient. Is he sick? If so, would it be alright to give him my 3 baggage? If he's already dying, I guess I shouldn't burden him more, right? Are you sick? Eh? What's this? Can't he understand what I'm saying? His lordship has cast a translation spell on all of his golems. Are you ill? You look pale. I asked again. By the way, he's getting paler and paler. What an interesting sight to see. I'm fine. There's no problem. Since he said he's fine, he must be fine. He already reached the pale, which is after turning blue, but he said he's fine, so let's not say anything anymore. So, I'll give them to you. I throw the 3 people I'm carrying on my shoulder to the person in front of me. At last. Ah, I forgot to take back what they took from the forest from their bag. I took the bag and checked inside. There it is. It looks like they were picking berries. Those are. It belongs to the forest. I will take them back. Is there a problem with that? No, nothing. No, none at all. Are you sure you're all right? You are breathing heavily. Understood. By the way, what year is it in this world? Also, what month and day is it today? Ooh, can you just please answer the question? I have to answer his lordship's question as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Child of God. The other one I told me that the one I leader went out to find out what year it is. I don't know where it went to find it out, but isn't that bad? You don't have to worry about it. The one I sub-leader tells me so, but I was panicking in my mind. That's the purpose of that's life. Eh? The purpose of its life? That's the one I leader's purpose in life? However, the sub-leader calls the leader that. Are you two not getting along? Don't you two get along? You think so? We should be considered close, right? The one-eye sub-leader seemed to be confused with question. I see. Since you are close, that's all that matters. The sub-leader snorted coo. Are you sure you are close? No matter how I look at it, I think that snort just now is to make fun of the one-eye leader. I glance at the one-eye sub-leader. For some reason, it stared back at me. While I was confused as to what was happening, it snorted coo again. What was that? It's okay. That's what makes that happy. Happy, is it? You mean treating it like that makes the leader happy? No matter how you look at it, it looks like you're just convincing me in not a good way. I stared at the one-eye sub-leader and noticed that it was still staring at me. What's this? My intuition is telling me to not say anything more. I don't think I'll find out anything even if I ask something. No, I don't think the one-eyes even bother to hide something. For now, let's just take its words and believe that it really makes it happy. Since that's making you happy, I guess it's okay. Come to think of it, I think there was something I wanted to ask. What was it? Ah, right. I wanted to ask Goddess Aeon about something. I look at Goddess Aeon who is enjoying her tea and sweets. Aren't you too relaxed? What is it? Goddess Aeon tilted her head. Can you explain to me about reproduction? As I recall, she told me that it shouldn't be possible for me to reproduce. She said it might be possible if I'm with this side. I don't even know what she means by this side. I have some guesses, but I don't want to know. However, I feel like I need to know. Reproduction, you can only do so with a god. Ah, this side means God's side after all. I thought I had to know, but I really didn't need the answer. I see. So, I can't reproduce unless I'm with a god? Goddess Aeon nodded. I can't, such a shame. A child born between gods has strong divine power from birth. Gods can have a child with each other. That's a surprise. I've always thought that gods don't get married. I never thought that gods get married too. Married? No, we don't. Goddess Aeon's expression was strange when she heard what I said. That made me confused. But, child. I see. You thought of marriage because you heard child, is that it? I nodded because that's what I really thought. Gods don't marry. I heard that there were gods who got married long ago, but it didn't work out well after being together for a long time. Especially considering that we live for eternity. I've learned at some point that they stopped the custom of marriage. When I became a greater god, the current custom is already the norm, so you can say that I'm not really familiar with marriage. True, even those with short lifespans, people get divorced due to differences and other factors. Living for eternity and marriage are not a good fit. If you're going to ask for the child, well, gods are not likely to have children because we are too powerful. However, if you live long enough, you can have 30 or so. Isn't that a lot? Or maybe not considering gods can live for eternity. Right, only 30 in eternity? Does that mean that it's hard for gods to have children? Will there be even fewer now that they have lifespans? Among them are few children who are born with strong powers. It takes a lot of power to reproduce them. So, making just one makes you lose a lot of power. If it was me, my power will be restored in no time, so that doesn't mean anything to me. I also heard that once, when there wasn't a restriction yet, a child with strong powers he got from his parents tried to destroy a planet that his parents were protecting. Ooh? Destroy? Why did he do that? What could have caused a child to destroy his parents' planet? I don't know, but I heard it started with a parent and child argument. You mean it's only because of a parent-child quarrel? If it's a family of gods, does that mean that the scale of quarrel gets bigger? Dozens of such incidents occurred, so restrictions were placed. Only those who are recognized as gods are allowed to reproduce. Eh? Those who are recognized as gods? Does that mean I am recognized as a god by someone? No, wait. Who recognized me as a god in the first place? Is there a loophole in that restriction? Like if you do something, you'll be able to reproduce. Like even if I'm with someone who was not recognized as a god, we can. This restriction was imposed on all worlds by the god of creation. I guess no. So, you are trying to say that I'm being recognized as god by someone? Goddess Aeon's gaze swam hearing my question. After staring around, she nodded as if in contemplation. Can you find out who it is? That's impossible. It's taboo to look into others' feelings. I let out a sigh after hearing that. We were just taking our time while waiting for the one-eye who left. Now I learned that I'm recognized as a god. Why are you like that? It's not like it's a bad thing. I can only nod to Goddess Aeon. Also, are you sure it's not a bad thing? It was because you were recognized as a god that you were able to recreate darkness magic power. That's true. And I won't be able to give power to the Cerberus if I wasn't able to reproduce it. Nevertheless, a god host like Goddess Aeon. I sighed. Somehow, I feel like I'm being treated like a fool. I shuddered when I heard Goddess Aeon say that. It's just your imagination. I gave up on being recognized as a god. Let's just be glad that I was able to reproduce something. Yeah, that's right. I'm glad I was able to reproduce the Cerberus power. If you are recognized as a god, does it change anything? If there is, I need to know. Though I don't really want to know. Sorry, I don't know. Normally, only gods can be recognized as gods. I see. I'm the first one. However, I don't think anything will change. I'll talk to the god of creation about it when I get back to see what he'll say. Thank you. That helps me a lot. No, it's because some gods used the apprentices to sin. Too many things have happened, and even though it was only a year ago, it feels like it happened a long time ago. Since I was dropped into this world, my timeline became denser than any other. It looks like that's about to return. Eh? Hearing the One-Eye's voice, I looked out the window. Thank you for waiting. The One-Eye leader appeared in an instant. The momentum it has made my body tremble in surprise. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to answer right away. The One-Eye leader entered the living room and approached me with momentum. I feel a slight pressure from it. No, you don't have to apologize at all. My words slowed it down a bit, but I still felt a strange pressure. Calm down. Yes, I apologize. It should be fine now. As soon as I told it that, the strange pressure it brought into the room disappeared. Good. Even so, you're quite fast. It's only been 2 hours since you ran out, right? Chapter 58, God? Not a god? The One-Eye leader in front of me seems to be in a good mood. It looks somewhat excited. And I feel pressure in the way it stares at me. I guess this is the ask me, look. I want to ask but I'm a little scared. Eto, you should know what year it is, don't you? Yes. It's currently 847 Rinden Desu. Rinden? What does that mean? Rinden? Goddess Aeon was the first to react. I look at her curiously only to see how disgusted she looks. Do you know what it is? It's the name of the greater god who guided those apprentices. Eh? Seriously? TCH, what does that guy want? How could he let his name be used? Goddess Aeon looks more disgusted. It seems like she's not very happy about it. However, since it is already being used in this world, there's nothing we can do. But still, year 847. This world's history is still short. Before Rinden was used, I heard that each country uses something different. Ah, I see. So this world existed before 847. It's been 847 years since they unite their calendar. And today is the 30th of the 7th star. By the way, the 7th star is up to 37. Eto, 7th star should be the month, right? So, the date today is the 30th. 7th star is 37 days. How many days do they have in a year? Asking this question might be strange in this world, but it can't be helped, can it? There are 365 in a year. 365 days. Same as when I was in Japan, but they don't seem to be using day. The months are called 1 star to 10 stars. In other words, this word divides the year into 10 stars. That doesn't seem to be a good division. However, the number of days of each month in Japan is different too, right? 1 star has 37, 2 star has 36, 3 star has 37, and so on. I see. 10 stars total 365. I'm glad it's not a confusing division. It seems to be easy to get used to. The person I spoke with is a man named Soraya. He is the captain of the gatekeepers of the Emperor's Kingdom. HNN? Emperor's Kingdom? I feel like I had heard of that name before. Eto, that's where USA and Kuhi were, the human country. 2 hours to go and forth from there? Nowadays, you can get there in 1 day, but it used to be a few days, right? It was shortened to 2 hours? How great are the One-Eyes? I'm kind of afraid to verify. I heard that all kinds of festivals were banned during the reign of the previous kin, but it seems like the 5 and 10 star festivals have been revived. Festivals? Right. What kind of festivals are they? The 5-star festival is held before it gets hot and is held near a body of water. The 10-star festival is a festival to celebrate harvest. I see. By the way, why am I even asking? In Emperor's Kingdom, there is a campaign to revive the Beastkin festival and the current king is supporting it. It should be another big festival to be revived. I see. Eto. HNN? What is it? I don't think I need those informations right now. Right. I heard that there is a messenger from the Emperor's Kingdom in the forest. I was told, if the god of the forest will allow it, please give him an audience. Let's meet him. We must meet him, Desu. I instinctively moved back a little given how enthusiastic the One-Eye was. Oh, a deceased? TN, messenger, and deceased are both pronounced as shasha. No, it should be a messenger. If I was asked to meet a deceased, I would freak out. RA? I heard some problematic words from the one-eye leader. That is, god of the forest, eh? I see. So that's how it is. Goddess Aeon looks convinced. I don't want to hear more words. When our gazes meet, she chuckles. Apparently, the people of this world recognized Akira as the god of the forest. That's the reason why you could use the god-only privileges. As expected, that should be what happened. However, why do people of this world recognize me as the god of the forest? And when? I don't leave the forest that often, right? I've left the forest a little and went to Emperor's Kingdom to learn about this world, but I have yet to go to other countries. So, why? Perhaps you are recognized as the god of the forest not only by Emperor's Kingdom, but by the rest of the world as well. To be recognized as a god, one must be recognized by everyone from that world. When did you interact with those outside the forest? Goddess Aeon looks confused. However, I have almost no recollection of interacting with them. I did interact a little with the Beastkin Dahdavese group a little, but they didn't call me god, did they? RA? Come to think of it, it seems like they spoke with me with much fear at first. No, I even asked him to talk to me casually. How could he even talk to me if he thinks I'm a god? God must be majestic. HNN? I look at Goddess Aeon. I thought of all the things Goddess Aeon has done so far. I see. A god doesn't need majesty, right? Oi. How could you look at me and ask me that? That's just your imagination. God Demi who came here a while ago was not majestic either. I think he's more of a spoiled brat. Come to think of it, what happened to him? Well, I don't need to know. I am a greater god. I am majestic. Why are you even asking? Yes, of course. I replied immediately to the mumbling Goddess Aeon who was currently glaring at me. Now, she feels even less majestic. However, maybe when she's performing her job as a greater god, she must be stone-hard majestic. She should be, right? Sometimes, Goddess Aeon's subordinates get mad about the work that's piling up and drag her back. Is that majesty? I glanced at Goddess Aeon again. She's still mumbling something. Alright, God has nothing to do with majesty. It's not about that. Do you think it is possible to correct people's recognition? Impossible. That can't be done. Quick answer. I remember something after hearing this rock puppet of yours. It's a very rare case, but the populace's strong belief can give birth to a god. There have been 1 or 2 of such cases in the past. However, the belief must be very strong for one to become a god. People's strong belief can give birth to a god? You mean the people of this world strongly believe that I'm a god? I guess they found out there was an existence that managed to suppress the evil eye magic that was controlling the forest. They put their faith in that existence as their savior. Some might have been skeptical at first until the evil eye magic completely disappeared from the forest. Even we, the kings of the forest, could not fight against the evil eye. An existence higher than the kings of the forest, it's not surprising to judge that existence as a god. What Flying Lizard said made me want to hold my head with my hands. A savior? I'm not even that kind of person. I thought I was only trying to survive in the forest. Perhaps they recognized his lordship as the god of the forest because they saw you before and after the evil eye magic disappeared from the forest. Well, that's natural since your lordship is someone equal to a god. HNN? I didn't hear the last part since his voice was too low, but what did he say? I look at Flying Lizard but he only tilts his head and says no more. Even so, god of the forest. This has gone out of my hand. Seriously, knowing when to give up is important too. I glared at Goddess Aeon but she just shrugged her shoulders. But she's right. It would be impossible to change everyone's mind. Since they recognized me because of the situation Flying Lizard has mentioned, what can I even do? However, Akira is different from gods. I look at Goddess Aeon. What do you mean by that? Gods can communicate through their divine power no matter where they are. However, you couldn't, right? I'm speaking to you through divine power, but you didn't even notice it, did you? I nod to answer Goddess Aeon's question. I have never heard of Goddess Aeon's voice in my daily life. That alone makes you different from a god. I guess I'm only halfway there. Still, being able to communicate regardless of distance is nice. RA? I feel like I'm forgetting something. The setting. Chapter 59, In the Space Alone. Alright, the setting is complete. I feel like I've learned a lot of extra things just to get to this point. God or not, I shouldn't worry about it. Yeah, that's how things will be. Now, I need to decide on what keywords to use, however, it's going to be a hassle if it's too detailed. For now, I've decided to split it up by year. Should I try splitting up to stars? If I live for 100 years, splitting it up by star will be fine, but if I live for 1,000 years, that will be too much. 1,000 years. I wonder how long will I live? Goddess Aeon already informed me before. She said that the moment I ceased to be human, my lifespan was extended. And since no one like me existed before, she doesn't know how long I'll live. She did a lot of research, but the fact that she didn't say anything even after all those troubles means she didn't find anything. 1,000 years. That's a very long time. Perhaps my lifespan is even longer. I don't want to think about it. I mean, I don't even feel like it's true. When they say I'm not like others, I don't understand. It's not that I look different. I can certainly use magic and new powers. But that's all. The only great change is that I can use magic and new powers. However, that doesn't mean that the common sense inculcated in me has changed. And that's what scares me. As far as the long-lived Goddess Aeon is concerned, I feel like it's pointless to think about my limit. On the other hand, there are things I can do because I know there's a limit. I can't help but think about it. Why am I even thinking about it? I look around. I see. For the first time since I came to this world, I am alone. In my bedroom, tiny grand spiderlings and grand antlings are walking around the ceiling. At first, I was surprised, but it has already become a common sight. And sometimes, the one-eye suddenly jumped into my room. It was really surprising, but I have gotten used to it. Every day, there's always someone by my side. Thus, I was never really in a space, alone. I see. Currently, I'm alone. This feels very strange. Does this mean that I've already accepted the fact that me with someone is the new normal? I never thought that the moment I'll be alone, I'll be lonely. I'm very young compared to Flying Lizard, Koa, and the others, but I'm a full-grown adult too. Alright, let's just think of keywords tomorrow. There's no need to rush. With my personality, I don't want to break it down too many times. I'm fine with having it rough. Eto, can I leave it as it is? HNN? The screen changed. Connect with your lordship's consciousness. Is it supposed to connect with me? I've only sorted it by year, okay. Connecting. Connection success alright. Now, my memories won't suddenly disappear. What should process start? Alright. Let's check the changes tomorrow and figure things out after that. I feel relieved after leaving the library and going back to the living room where everyone was. Yeah, a space where I can be alone is nice from time to time, but I feel at home here. What's wrong? Flying Lizard asked. Nothing. I just feel more at ease with everyone. Hearing me say that, Flying Lizard's eyes widened. Was it that surprising? You feel at ease? Even though it's noisy? Flying Lizard looks toward the kitchen. HNN? Ah, Samaya. That's mine. Just when I heard a loud voice, I saw Samaya flying out of the kitchen in a fluffy manner. She's holding pieces of bread in both of her hands. Don't tell me you took it from the kitchen? No, I don't think the One-Eyes would allow that. I'm sure she asked them for it. Hey, are you listening? Tsubasa tried to catch Samaya, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to catch the flying Samaya. And Samaya happily bit the bread. Tsubasa looks frustrated. The battle for bread is already becoming a normal scene. And today, Samaya seems to have the upper hand. Well, later, the One-Eyes will give Tsubasa a new loaf of bread. I guess the angels haven't grown up yet. Goddess Aeon looked confused when I said that. They're growing. They haven't said a word yet, but their bodies are getting bigger. The growth of their wings is simply remarkable. They're growing well, aren't they? Goddess Aeon looked at me curiously. Growing? I mean, their body is getting bigger, especially their wings. Eh? Goddess Aeon stares at Samaya as if not believing what I said. Flying Lizard also looks at Goddess Aeon, seeing her react like that. Is there anything wrong? You think they're growing like the others? Yeah. I mean, is there another kind of growth? Angels are normally adults. They are adults from birth. HNN? I looked at Samaya and saw that Momo was flying in a fluffy manner too. Perhaps she has already finished eating, so she's not holding anything. She has breadcrumbs around her mouth. Cute. No, that doesn't matter now. They are born adults. No childhood? None. I thought they were only in that form because they lack divine power. I thought that once they recovered their divine power, they would transform into their adult forms immediately. I look at Samaya and Momo. Compared to when they first arrived at my house, they are growing up slowly, just like normal children. Is it possible that they are growing slowly because they lack divine power? They were woken up by Akira's new power, so they shouldn't be lacking in power. My new power? You think that's the reason? Are you thinking it's not? Akira's new power is almost no different from divine power, so I thought it should be okay. Almost, but not the same. What makes you think it will be okay? Goddess Aeon is too carefree. What? Nothing. Let me tell you something. As soon as I found out that you have angels here, I immediately gave them divine power. Is that so? I look at Samaya and Momo. Then, why are they in that state? You didn't give them enough divine power? No, I made sure to give them both divine power. That's the reason why I left with peace of mind back then. Is it too extravagant of me to wish she had told me that? I couldn't help but stare at Goddess Aeon intensely. Goddess Aeon noticed that and looked around a bit. I usually have my subordinates by my side. Subordinates? Goddess Aeon reminded me of a certain angry person who came to this world to drag back Goddess Aeon. They always take care of follow-up perfectly. In short, she's saying that it was her subordinate's responsibility to explain things to me. I looked at Goddess Aeon, who shrugged her shoulders. You have to take care of your subordinates. Goddess Aeon nodded seriously. Spending time here makes me realize the importance of my subordinates. That's good. Yeah, if you know their importance, maybe you'll no longer escape and neglect your job. What are you going to do today? Didn't you just realize how important your subordinates are? I can only look at Goddess Aeon dumbfoundedly as she averted her gaze. I guess she'll be dragged back soon. Let's get back to the subject. Do you know the reason why the angels didn't return to their adult forms even though you gave them divine powers? I can only think of one thing. Perhaps those angels were supposed to die. Ooh? Chapter 60, Still Getting Stronger? They were supposed to die? I stared at Samaya and Momo to my surprise at what Goddess Aeon had said. The two of them noticed my gaze and flew over to me. Come to think of it, before I knew it, whenever our eyes meet, they'll fly to me. I raised my hand to them and they touched my hands in turn. Perhaps satisfied with that, they went back to where they were after smiling at me. What's this? Cute. So cute. Is it? I nodded in satisfaction after hearing Goddess Aeon's question. Before, they played by bumping against the lights. It's great that neither the lights nor them fell. What's more, when they bump into a magic tone, it will be sparklingly beautiful, especially when they spin around it. I wonder if I'll ever see that scene again. The two of them were in a white box of return, weren't they? White box of return? What's that? Eh? Goddess Aeon looked at me with a surprised expression. I don't even know why she looks at me like that. The two of them were in, is she talking about the coffins? You mean the coffins? See coffin. Right, they look like coffins but they're not. Fluffy said you found them in their respective white boxes of return, so they should definitely be white boxes of return. I guess so. They are indeed too transparent and beautiful to be coffins. Goddess Aeon looked stunned. Are those boxes important? Is something special about those things? Yeah. It has a very important role for an angel. Apparently, the white box of return is a special box. What makes it special? It's a special object used to clear out or delete everything in an angel's memory. That was more important than I thought. Even so, deleting memories? Is that some kind of punishment? And what did they do to deserve such punishment? Isn't that punishment too harsh? Goddess Aeon looks confused. Punishment? They were punished by erasing their memories because they did something, right? No. It's not a punishment. I was a little surprised by Goddess Aeon's reply. Clearing or deleting memories is not punishment. The white box of return is the final salvation for the angels. Salvation? Eh? The white box of return is their salvation? How could it be salvation? Angels spend a lot of time with people. I guess so? I've never seen any angel in my previous world though. Where were they? They should be invisible, right? That causes them mental exhaustion. When they can no longer stand it, they'll use the white box of return to reset. Reset, is it? I don't think that's a word used for people who have fulfilling lives. However, Goddess Aeon speaks like it's the norm. I guess gods are already used to it. The white box of return has no power to turn angels into children. That's something unexpected, but I feel like I already knew it. I look at Momo and Samaya who are flying around the room. But these two became children. I think the apprentices tried to use the white box of return to make the angels disappear when they failed. Perhaps it was an advice from the god who used them. I looked at Goddess Aeon who had an obvious disgust in her eyes. It seems like she doesn't like the god who used those apprentices. Is he the kind of god who will not hesitate to annihilate angels? Yes, he does that without an inch of hesitation. He's a guy who will do anything to keep himself from being at a disadvantage. We're talking about a god, right? Akira, did you do something to the white box of return? Goddess Aeon's words reminded me of the time I found Samaya and Momo. I can't think of anything at all except that I dropped and broke their covers. Though their covers fell with a single poke, did everything happen because I did that? I guess I should have opened them carefully. Did you? Goddess Aeon stares at me. As for me, who broke the white boxes of return, I feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe I really did something. The only thing I can think of is that the cover fell off by itself. HNN? What? It's not my fault. When I touched the cover to open it, it fell off by itself. And who would believe me? But it's true since I'm very careful the second time, but it fell off too. That's all that happened. It fell off by itself when you touched it. Goddess Aeon looks stunned. Seeing her like that doesn't feel too good. It's my fault all right. What will happen next? The white box of return is enchanted with several layers of magic. The cover won't open until the angels wake up or get annihilated. But it opened. It was fast and simple that I didn't even have the time to stop it. When you touched it, it fell by itself. I don't know why, but Goddess Aeon looks kind of pale. I have a very bad feeling about this. I'm begging you, don't give me any more anxiety. Please? So, the white box of return yielded to Akira's power? HNN? Yielded? Goddess Aeon? Does the white box of return has a will of its own? No, but it responds to power. Perhaps it thought that it would lose to Akira, so it realized your wish. Is that why the cover opened easily? I'm glad it fulfilled my wish, but I never wished for it to break itself. However, I'm worried about Akira's power. My power? I guess it's about time for me to know more about my power. Until now, I've managed to get by. No, I haven't. My power has made everyone stronger, and it is negatively impacting this world. Have you ever felt anything when you saw the resurrected power of Flying Lizard and the others? The resurrected power of Flying Lizard and the others? Do you mean when they are full of magic power? Good, I guess. I have seen them using magic in front of me, right? They've done a lot of magic in their training too. Even so, why can't I remember anything? No way, you don't feel anything? Is that what happens? No, it's just that I don't remember. That's because they don't pose a threat to you. Threat? You won't feel threatened by the power of your companions. No, power is something you sense instinctively. Hold on. Goddess Aeon looked down a little and then looked at me. What? She seems to be faintly glowing. This is the first time I've seen this. The glowing Goddess Aeon is beautiful. Rattle rattle. The sound of something falling over causes me to look at the source in a hurry. There, I found Flying Lizard and Koa staring at us. What's wrong? I tilted my head in vigilance. What's going on? Seriously? Hearing her voice, I looked back at Goddess Aeon, and for some reason, she was holding the table. I look at Flying Lizard. I look at Goddess Aeon. What happened? Didn't you feel threatened? Whoa. Goddess Aeon slams the table down with a bang and then turns her gaze to me. Surprised by her sudden action, I can only nod. Seeing what happened, Goddess Aeon gives me a dissatisfied look. Can anyone please explain? Your lordship, didn't you feel frightened by Goddess Aeon's power? Flying Lizard says so while glaring at Goddess Aeon. Why would I be frightened of Goddess Aeon's power? No, I'm not. The light that enveloped her body was beautiful and it was not scary. You're not? Really? Goddess Aeon asked like she was pleading. No, I wasn't scared. Should I be? Goddess Aeon puts her hand on her head. That reaction doesn't look good. I look at Flying Lizard and he has the same dumbfounded expression. Flying Lizard, brief explanation, please. To put it simply, when your instinct feels power stronger than yours, you'll naturally become wary. Your body will react on its own. I see. Wait a minute, does that mean that I am more powerful than Goddess Aeon? That should be the conclusion, right? HNN? I'm not happy about that information at all. Goddess Aeon is a greater god, right? When did you become stronger than me? When? What do you mean by that? Was I less powerful than you before? Goddess Aeon stares at me. Goddess Aeon, don't you think it's impolite to just suddenly check someone's power without that person's consent? Flying Lizard brings his face closer to Goddess Aeon. That's my bad. Flying Lizard tail whips Goddess Aeon's head. The sound of the tail hitting on the head echoes through the living room. As usual, their attacks are no threat to you. She's been attacked by Flying Lizard but she's unscathed. That's not it. It's because I have defensive magic on me. There's no way I'll be unscathed if I'm attacked by a dragon. Chapter 61, incomplete? Defensive magic? I thought she was just hard-headed. Even so, the means. Is it because of gifts? No, a gift is not something that can make you this strong. In fact, it shouldn't be able to enable you to create new power. Goddess Aeon tilts her head. Flying Lizard and the others are also doing the same. His lordship is truly out of the norm. I let out a big sigh at Flying Lizard's statement. That doesn't make me happy. But still, how much stronger can I get? Considering the effect it's having on this world, it's pretty dangerous. I'll have to ask Goddess Aeon to provide a place where I can unleash this power. Come to think of it, we're indebted to her. In any case, I plan on using it for the sake of those who are living in this world, but now, I think I'll use it for the sake of this world's survival. Goddess Aeon, it is abnormal for someone's power to increase so rapidly in less than a year. Is there anything we should expect? Flying Lizard looked at Goddess Aeon and she seemed to be thinking about something too. Does she have anything in mind? Wait a minute, I feel like something like this has happened before. It should be a long time ago. Looking at her like that, I think I must consider the sorting keywords in my memory or it will take me a long time to remember something. In addition, it seems like I have to consider keywords for a long lifespan. I have a bad feeling about this. I wonder why? The world. Goddess Aeon looked at me as if she had just remembered something. It seems like there might be an answer to this problem. Maybe this world is the problem. This world has always been the problem, right? Flying Lizard also seemed to be taken aback by Goddess Aeon's answer. Seeing that, Goddess Aeon shook her head a little. It's a problem, a big problem. I suppose that's true. This phenomenon happens when a world is incomplete. What? I think I just heard an incredibly disturbing word. Looking at Flying Lizard, he seems like he's confused too. Fluffy and Koa, who had been watching, also looked a little restless. I guess I didn't hear it wrong. This world is incomplete? Speaking of which, Rope was concerned about the problem of this world. I'm having it look into it, but I think this might be the real issue. Let's take a deep breath and calm down. I don't know if this is applicable to the current situation, but I remembered a case where a god died because of a sudden increase in power. HNN? Did I hear the word died? The reason for that was because the world is still unfinished, because that god didn't have enough power to finish it. Are you sure he died? Before, my power was going wild because of the gifts, but now, it's going wild because this world is incomplete. I'm doomed to die, right? I'll look into it, but perhaps this world is also, how can apprentices finish making a world? Even greater gods need training to finally succeed in completing one, but no matter how good they are, an apprentice is only an apprentice. After Goddess Aeon said all of those, the slightly noisy living room became dead silent. If you ask me, her conclusion is correct. It seems like even gods fail, so there's no way several apprentices can completely finish making a world. But that is yet to be confirmed. Besides, she examined this world before and concluded that it should be fine, right? Flying Lizard clicked his small tongue. Whoa, so dragons can click their tongues. What a pain in the ass. I guess I was right about the bad feeling I had earlier. I'm not happy that I'm right though. And you didn't notice? The angry voice of Flying Lizard reached my ears. I've never seen him get this angry before. His eyes looked terrifying. It's nightmare-inducing. I did not. I had always believed that this world is complete. There are a few failures after all. A few failures mean a lot has succeeded, and the world itself hides the fact that it's incomplete. Normal investigations can't uncover it, so it can't be found out through a normal investigation. I see. Then, it can't be helped. It seems to be a very rare case. Besides, it's already too late to say anything about what happened. Goddess Aeon, if this world is incomplete, is there anything that can be done? Can it be completed? Koka, who had been quietly listening to our conversation, asked with a worried expression. That's what I want to know too. Eto. Goddess Aeon's gaze swims. It looks like she doesn't know. Or she does, but it's not something that can be done. Which is it? It is impossible to fix a world that hasn't been completed. I've never heard of anyone who succeeded in doing so. No one succeeded? I guess all bets are off. Sorry. Goddess Aeon bows her head. This is not her fault, but she's feel a little. Are you sure there's no other way? Koa wags her tail in irritation. It takes 2 powers to create a world. Gods can only use divine power. The fruit of the world compensates for it. In order to repair it, we need a second power, but gods can't create it. Second power? Can't we just use magic power? Light Blue suddenly barges into the conversation. It seems like he lost his patience too. He had been quietly peeking at us until now. You need a power that conflicts with divine power. Whether you are creating or repairing a world, it is important to have a balance. If the balance is lost even a little, the world will collapse. Without it, we can't maintain balance. Power that conflicts with divine power, you mean demon power. The power used by gods is divine power, while the power used by demons should be demon power, right? It is impossible for me to reproduce demon power. I can only reproduce the powers that my body actually felt. Hey, Goddess Aeon. Flying Lizard's voice is lower than usual. What? Get in touch with the demon world as soon as possible. Flying Lizard's voice made Goddess Aeon shudder. Could this be what they call that instinctive action due to a threat? A threat felt by instinct? I look at Flying Lizard. I'm not scared at all. I must have a lot of power. Ooh? What do you mean, ho? If you need demon power, bow down to the evil gods to get it. Whoa, Flying Lizard is saying something amazing. I guess they've been putting it off up to now because they don't have a good relationship, but now, we really need their power. Goddess Aeon, on the other hand, looks pale. Can't you do it? Even after all the troubles you caused to his lordship? No, you're right. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. I'll ask the evil gods for help, but do you think they will lend a hand? Now that you mentioned it. Thinking about what has happened between both parties up to now, there's only a little hope. Sounds like both parties don't want to get in touch with each other. What should be done then? For now, let me try to get in touch with them. It would be impossible if they didn't want to get involved with the gods. And even if we manage to speak with them, it is unsure if they'll lend a hand. If they can't, maybe they can at least try showing me their power. As long as I can feel the power of an evil god, I should be able to reproduce it. However, even the darkness magic power is hard to control. I could barely control it, so I might not be able to control the power of the evil gods. Then, does it mean that we can only hope for their help? I'll take my leave. I'll be back. I watched Goddess Aeon leave in a hurry. How many times have I seen this scene? It looks like the others' moods have yet to subside. The atmosphere in the living room is scary. A one-eye makes a fresh pot of tea and I take a sip. Good. I calm down. Alright? What will happen to this world if, in the end, we fail to repair it? I forgot to ask. Your lordship is calm. Koa looks at me curiously. I shrugged my shoulders. I'm not calm. If I didn't control my temper, I would have vented my anger on Goddess Aeon. However, I somehow realized that it would be dangerous to let my anger out. How dangerous? I don't know. I'm sure it has something to do with the fact that I'm so powerful. Chapter 62, Let's look for a normal beastkin. I greeted Five, who was doing the same job as me, and it nodded back quietly. Are we going to be okay? Five doesn't talk too much. And it's not at the level where he's bad at conversation. Okay, they don't have genders and I don't know if they'll ever have one, so I'll just treat them as males. The dragons too. Karen is a female name, so even if I don't know the gender of the phoenix, I'll refer to it as a she. All bugs aside from Boss-san and Shuri will stay as Lit. The squirrels will be it too. I've been working with him and I still haven't heard Five's voice. Shall we go? Another quiet nod. I want to at least hear a word of response. We sprint through the forest. Today, we are going to the Beast King country, to research normals. It's an important mission to learn more about his lordship. We must not fail. That said, today's task is to observe normal beastkins. I think we should observe as many beastkins as we can, but how do we do that? 5. We must observe a lot of beastkins today. Any idea how we can do that? I wish I could observe them all at the same time. And the quickest way to do that is to go to the Beast King country, right? However, I've been told not to take things too seriously. In other words, we have to sneak into the Beast King country. Well, that's quite simple. I've already visited it several times. 5? I looked at him and he was silently shaking his head. Since we are running, I would like to hear at least a single word of response. I don't need that much. Just one word is enough. We can really go to the Beast King country within the day using the wind magic speed boost and the body strengthening magic that the One Eyes developed. It's amazing, Desu Ne. I looked at 5 and he nodded repeatedly. Looks like he very much agrees. Alright? I can hear voices. We are still in the forest. However, it is quite close to the Beast King country. Are they intruders? That's unacceptable, right? We have been told to ignore those who are surveying the forest. However, there are fools who steal valuable things from the forest under the guise of surveying. If we meet those kinds of people, we are told to instill all kinds of fears and remove them from the forest. Geese! What do you even mean by all kinds of fear? Can't those One Eyes who were on forest duty talk about something more specific? The fact that I'm only interested in farming backfired on me. Then, what should we do? For now, let's go in the direction where we heard the voice. We have to see what's happening. I gently erase my presence and approach the place with 5. Those are a group of beastkins. And they are fighting against mixtures. There are a lot of mixtures. The beastkins are being pushed back. The mixtures are monsters that are deemed unnecessary in the forest, so we have to get rid of them. Ooh-wah, what? HNN? What was that? I was a little bit confused since the voice seems different from what we heard so far. When I looked over to check, I found 5 is already on a rampage against the mixtures. When did he? I didn't notice at all. More importantly, the Beastkin seemed to be scared of 5's fighting style. Why? 5 can use magic, but he prefers beating others with his fists. Even now, he's burying mixture monsters with a single blow. 5's blows are heavy. It's a brilliant way of fighting, so I don't think anyone needs to be scared, but a few of them are already about to cry. Weird. Ah. Isn't this a chance to observe normal? I look at the Beastkins who are shaking or about to cry while looking at 5. No, that's not normal. Someone normal would not be frightened so easily. Right. Let's stop observing them. HNN? You're back, Daisueni. I noticed that 5 was already standing next to me. Looking at the place where he had been rampaging earlier, I saw the Beastkins looking around. And a frightening number of mixture corpses. Thanks for your hard work, Daisu. 5 shakes his head. Well, I guess that's not considered hard work. Let's go find normal Beastkins. As a reply, 5 points at the Beastkins who are still looking around. They are probably weaker than normal. Look! I pointed to a crying Beastkin. 5 stared at him and nodded. Let's go, but where can we find normal Beastkins? We need to find them as soon as possible so we can spend more time observing them. This is the border between the forest and the Beastkin country. What should we do? From here, we can see a high wall. Beyond it, there should be Beastkins. It can't be helped. We can only invade. Let's go there and observe. It's confidential, so we can't do it up front. Should we enter by jumping above the wall closest to the forest as usual? When I try to get to the desired location, I was pulled by my arm. I look and see that it was 5. 5, why are you stopping me? 5 is looking in the opposite direction of our destination. What is it? I really wish I could hear a word. I can hear several people's voices. From the sound I can hear, I determined that it should be from more than one person, but where? It doesn't look like they are coming from beyond the wall. Are they on the forest side then? Should we go and check it out? Since 5 was curious, we should check it out. 5 nodded and immediately started running toward the direction where we heard the sound. As I followed him, we saw a small open area that looked like it had been cut through the forest. A group of Beastkins is gathering. There were around 150 Beastkins in that open area. The atmosphere is different compared to the Beastkins we saw earlier in the forest. These Beastkins here are excited for some reason. What's going on here? When I checked how the Beastkins look, I found that they are all dressed similarly. They are holding swords and axes in their hands, weapons Daisueni. Most of them have swords, but some have different ones. There are big axes, bows, and spears. I wonder what they're doing here. I'm curious. Excited Beastkins gathering around. Ah. Is there a festival? That was exciting. 5 tilts his head. You don't think it's a festival? Right, their expressions are too grim for a festival. Festivals are supposed to be fun and make you smile. They shouldn't have that kind of grim expression on their faces. Someone has taken the lead. How should I say it? Maybe worse than those who are around. Someone who gives off an unpleasant atmosphere has come up in front of the 150 Beastkins. Externally, he looks smaller but cleaner. However, I know one thing. That is, someone like that should not be allowed to approach his lordship. Speaking of which, there are 150 of them, so there should be someone normal among them, right? 5 agrees with a nod, and we continue to observe the Beastkins. All the Beastkins have good physiques. Their muscles are well defined, which means they have been working out. They assembled. The person in front of the group begins to speak to the 150 or so. His voice seems to be good, but the discomfort that oozes out of him has increased. The king tried to reduce our strength by staying still. Moreover, not only did he not ask for our opinion, he denied them. I love this country so much. I can't stand a stupid king who doesn't understand anything. We are going to take the king's head. Oh, I was so distracted with my observations that I forgot to listen to what he said. I was trying to be careful after 7 warned me it's good to concentrate, but you have to keep an eye on other things at the same time. I failed this time. But still, what is happening? The excitement of the Beastkins who heard what he said is at an all-time high. The sight of 150 people silently thrusting their hands up is a little amazing. Is this normal? It doesn't feel like normal. So, does that mean that there's no one normal among them? No, there are around 150 of them. There should be someone normal there. Should we continue to observe? Boom! Rustle, rustle, rustle. There was a loud sound nearby. What's that? I'm curious. We've seen enough here, let's go see over there. Only prey causes loud noises. The first loud noise I heard was from a giant rabbit that was trying to hit the barrier while trying to get into the garden. First hunted it as fast as possible and was able to present it to his lordship. Then, every so often, loud noises will echo through the barrier. Each time, a nearby companion will hunt it down and present it to his lordship. Now, let's see what kind of prey is hitting the barrier. I'm looking forward to it. But the Onis are not here. Which means we have to bring them home first to dismantle them. Are? No prey. The shoulder of 5, who was running beside me, dropped a little. He's actually looking forward to hunting the prey. Even so, why is a part of the high wall collapsing? Let's stop and see what's going on, okay? Beyond the way, there seem to be beastkins dressed in the same outfit as those we saw earlier. Chapter 63, We're Being Watched. Enter Kingdom's Rebels POV. Today is the day for the Prime Minister to show Enter Kingdom the power he gathered. It will be an important day for this county, the day when it will change. Failure is not an option. Today is the day a new king will be born. We are very powerful. We won't fail. I clench my fists together with another person who is on the same mission. I don't know his name. A measure in case something happens. Though, I don't think it's necessary. There's no way we'll fail, right? The Prime Minister has prepared for everything perfectly. It's time. Let's go. As we started walking toward our destination, we also saw our companions around. We are all discreetly scattered. The place where we are going is the place with the thinnest barrier that was found by the Prime Minister. We will break through that place and fight our way to the royal palace in one fell sweep. As our target location came into view, my heart began to pound. I don't really want to do this at first. However, when I heard what was happening from the Prime Minister, I made up my mind. I heard that the king imprisoned those who did not agree with his opinion. And he is imposing very serious crimes on them. That is unforgivable. Today is the day when we will correct his mistakes. I looked at the weapon in my hand and gripped it tightly. Start it. I heard a voice nearby. I looked in that direction and saw that the mags were already getting ready. They are mags who specialize in destructive magic. And then, there were us. With special hammers that the Prime Minister had prepared, we will physically overpower the wall along with the ward. Is it about time? The barrier seems to be rebounding our continuous attacks until a sharp sound echoes through the area. I can hear panicking voices from a distance. Something might have gone wrong, but it's already too late. I waited quietly. Then, I heard a snapping sound. Now! At the signal of the mage, I raised the hammer I'm holding and swung it down against the wall with all my might. Boom! Rustle, rustle, rustle. I was stunned to see the wall crumbling down. Did we really succeed? What happened before me slowly fills me with joy. Awesome! It's not just about those imprisoned for unreasonable reasons. I've been dissatisfied for a long time. I had always been dissatisfied with the king's decision to leave emperors as it is. I can't agree with that. Many beastkins had suffered. I would not feel better if the humans of that country won't suffer the same fate. What's that? While I was immersed in joy, I heard a puzzled voice nearby. HNN? What happened? I looked at him and saw him staring at something with a surprised expression. I looked around and saw the mags were stunned too. Why? I looked in the direction they were looking and stopped moving. 2 golems, which I had never seen before, were standing there like it was no one's problem. Failed. What the? Did it speak? Someone shouted in surprise at what happened in front of us. For a moment, I couldn't understand what had happened. The golems in front of us were made of rocks. Rock golems that can speak? Speaking of which, where is the mage that is controlling them? The voice next to me made me look around in a panic, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Golems have no will of their own, so there should be someone nearby controlling them. HNN? We have to observe in secret, right? I think we made a mistake in our landing point. What? Secret? Could it be that they were watching us the whole time? Hearing what the golem has said, my companion started to get confused. So am I. Does this mean that the king was fully aware of all our movements? Oi, the guy next to me calls out in a whisper. That made me shiver. What the? We have to find out if those golems are spies of Enter Kingdom. However, how do we find that out? That thing over there is? What? Just say it. Isn't that an Aberfermi? Nani? Oh, *T. My voice was so loud that the golems looked at us. What should I do? I felt cold sweat running down my back. What should I do? What should I do? HNN? It looks like they've lost their interest. Good. No, not good. There's an Aberfermi. Where is it? Does it have a red body? On the big tree beside the golems. Slowly, I turned my gaze upward. There. And not just one, a lot of them. Just a glance and I already verified 4. Why are they here? How would I know? In this place where all hell's breaking loose, I looked at our companions at the depth of the forest. One of the mags with us was sending a signal to them in panic. Don't come here, he said. The Prime Minister, who's leading the group, noticed it and gave us a suspicious look. That's understandable. We had broken the wall, but we're signaling them not to come. It seems like there are others who noticed the Aberfermi. Small screams started echoing from all over the place. I saw the Prime Minister's expression growing grim. Perhaps neither the golems nor the Aberfermi are visible from where they are. What should we do? We have to tell them. The person next to me agreed, but looked at me with a worried expression. Is it even safe to move? I don't know. Even so, we have to inform the Prime Minister. I stare at the golems and the Aberfermi. In my field of view, I saw the Prime Minister getting frustrated. Something has to be done. Well, now that they've seen us, what should we do? The golem said something really scary. What are they going to do with us? The Aberfermis are getting closer to the golems. Whoa! The golems must be the spies of Enter Kingdom to watch over us. If the Aberfermis were to kill, Why are the Aberfermis not attacking the golems? An Aberfermi's leg poked the golem, but the golem didn't react. The golem's gaze turned to the other Aberfermis above. I quietly followed their gazes. Hey, how can there be an Armyrania here? Those 6 eyes and black body. There's no mistake. It's an Armyrania. Hey, Chuarania's children are Armyrania and Amphifermi's children are Aberfermi, right? Yeah, that's right. What about it? There were sightings of Chuarania and Amphifermi traveling with the god of the forest, right? I looked at the golem and Aberfermi in front of us. They seemed to be very close. So that means those golems were under the control of the god of the forest? In other words, they are not spies from Enter Kingdom. The god of the forest sent them to keep an eye on us, seriously. They've been very careful, but now, they showed up. It said they were secretly observing. Observing, it should mean investigating us. And the golems appeared when we broke down the wall. Does that mean that they will stop us from doing more? No, it said, failed. What did they fail to do? The god of the forest's subordinates actually failed? What if they were all under the control of the god of the forest? Why are you here? The Prime Minister also turned pale. Perhaps he finally saw the golems are together with the Armyranias and Aberfermi. Hey, are we in the wrong? The hammer that the guy beside me was holding fell to the ground. Maybe. The god of the forest recognized Emperor's kingdom and we tried to interfere with it. Chapter 64 Surrounded. Farming Corpse Force POV. We got a little too close. Our eyes are locked with those of several beastkins. What should we do now? Failed. Phew, I'm kind of upset. I feel disoriented. At times like this, I should calm down. This isn't good, Desu. Even though I know I shouldn't, I still get nervous while making eye contact with a beastkin. I'm not a scaredy cat. I'm just not used to it. I've always had this problem, but those who were around me always stand out to solve it. What should I do now? I look at 5 next to me. He doesn't seem to be panicking. He looks calm and nice. I envy him. Suddenly, 5 turns to me. HNN? What is it? You're even tilting your head. Could it be that you don't know why I'm acting like this? Seriously? We have to observe in secret, right? I think we made a mistake in our landing point. And it looks like I'm still too confused. My words are all messed up. Or rather, it sounds like I'm trying to put the blame on someone else. HNN? I can feel a sign of major confusion from 5. Could it be because of what I said? I understand. Even I was puzzled by what I said. However, how can you convey your confusion with just a sign? Could you at least show a more solid attitude? Or at least say one word? No, unnecessary. I guess it would be better to see it in action rather than hearing the words. In any case, just help me solve our current situation. It's useless. I turned my gaze from 5 to the beastkins. Oya? A few of them are looking above me, aren't they? There are signs of Shuri's children and grandchildren above. They're observing too. By the way, why are you showing yourselves too? HNN? The group we've seen in the forest earlier has come. Arara, we were sandwiched between them. Well, just because we were sandwiched doesn't mean we're in danger. However, it is still the best course of action to not be seen, so we must move. That includes you, 5. What's going on? The beastkins who came here first seemed to be fluttering. As I stared in curiosity, I saw someone making strange hand movements. Right. Aren't those the same gestures his lordship was doing before? I don't know why I feel excited, but it's probably because I haven't seen it for a long time. I miss it. Just a little while ago, the only way his lordship could communicate with us was through gestures. Back then, if you could interpret his lordship correctly, you will feel deep joy within you. Suddenly, 5 pulls me by the arm. Well, now that they've seen us, what should we do? Right? We should not forget about the current situation. We can no longer change the fact that we were seen. Even if we hit them on the head, we can only count on luck to erase their memories. Then, the only thing we can do is to... HNN? An antling came down from the tree. Is there anything it needs? It might be something important, so let's use wind magic to keep others from hearing it. Is there any problem? Hearing me say that, the antling put its leg on my shoulder. Are you okay? Looking at you from above, you looked kind of anxious. Apparently, it came because it was worried Desu. Embarrassing. However, it's nice that it was worried for me. Thank you. It's because I failed. I needed to observe in secret, but they saw me. I was thinking of erasing the witness. Last resort. There's a little too many of them, so we obviously shouldn't do it. I don't think you should do that. His lordship will be sad if he finds out. Yes, absolutely not. For some reason, the antling gets impatient. And it said no because it would sadden his lordship. Right. His lordship is very kind and would be sad if we took this step. Have you thought about what the problem is? I nodded. Are you? For some reason, it let out a sigh. I wonder why? Some kids aren't perfect, I guess. HNN? The antling seemed to have said something, but I couldn't hear it. I stared at it, but it shook its head. I'm a little curious, but it can't be helped. I don't think you have to worry too much about being seen. The main objective is to observe a lot of normal people, right? That's it. What would normal people do if they encounter us is something you should observe, right? I see. That might be a good idea. However, would there be any normal people among the beastkin gathered here? Everyone similar? In the first place, it's too difficult to find someone normal. Do you know how to distinguish someone normal from someone who's not? When I asked that, the antling looked at me strangely. Did I say something strange? Are you okay? I heard a voice from above. I looked up and saw a grand spiderling coming from the forest. I'm okay, Desu. The antling raises its leg in greeting. Really? But there are more and more beastkin around. Won't that be a problem? The number of beastkins around is increasing? Hearing what the grand spiderling said, I looked around. It's true that more beastkins are coming towards this place. We don't want to disturb the beastkins, right? Shouldn't we leave this place then? The antling looks up at the grand spiderling. I agree. That's a good idea. The grand spiderling and the antling started moving away from this place. Speaking of which, why are they showing themselves too? I'm a little curious. Are the antlings and the grand spiderlings allowed to show yourselves? Hearing me say that, they look at each other. It doesn't really matter. The grand spiderling nodded at the antling's words. I see. However, if we show up, it usually gets noisy, so we're usually hiding from them. This time, we came here because we heard a loud noise to check if everything was okay. When we found you here, I came to check you out. The grand spiderling pointed at a place a little further away. There, I saw other grand spiderlings. And for some reason, a commotion started around us. By the way, are you observing them? I shook my head at the grand spiderling's question. All of them were weak. They shouldn't be normal. The grand spiderling tilted its head. Weak? You didn't expect the beastkins to be as strong as his lordship, didn't you? I don't think I did, no. I might be thinking unconsciously. I see. So that's the reason we can't find someone normal. I think it is safe to assume that the beastkins around here are normal. Eh? The antling's words not only surprised me, but 5 too. You mean, everyone here is normal? Some of them can be considered weaker than Kuhi and USA. You mean, all of them? Yeah, even that one? HNN? Whose voice is that? The antling and grand spiderling are looking at my side. Beside me? 5. That's 5's voice? This is the first time I heard of it. By the way, who is he pointing to? Ah, that. The one who was leading the beastkins in the forest. That. Emotionally, I don't want to observe that one. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. I wonder. Why is that? He shouldn't be so different from the other beastkins around. He hits the beastkin next to him. Are? Is he pointing to us? Like the antling says, he seems to be pointing at us and saying something. He seems to be very irritated. Is it calcium deficiency? No, there are vegetables in this world that can provide calcium. But that's not the information I need now. There, Desu. HNN? Whose voice is that? It sounded from the newly arrived beastkins. More have come. The grand spiderling looked at the newly arrived beastkin as if it was a bit impressed. More and more are gathering in this place. That means we can observe them as much as we want. However, there are a little too many. We are completely surrounded by beastkins. They are too close to be observed. The antling was right. If you want to observe them, it would be better to do it from a distance. The antling and we nodded in agreement with the grand spiderling. Let's move. After hearing me, 5 looked relieved. It seems like he was troubled by being surrounded. I know a good spot. A grand antling from above said so. Then, may I ask you to guide us? Of course. The grand antling quickly started running toward the top of the tree. 5 and I followed it. HNN? The other bugs are coming with us too. Whoa. What's going on? HNN? What's that? There are noises all around us. The grand antling stood at the top of the tree and jumped toward the forest. And of course, we followed it. They jumped. Where are they going? They were noisy all right. What was this gathering all about anyway? The expressions on the faces of the beastkins I saw at the end of our meeting were so dumb and funny. They had all kinds of expressions on their faces. Now, if we observe them, will we be able to tell what kind of gathering it was? In the meantime, let's do our best to observe from the nice place the grand antling is taking us. Chapter 65, Commander of the First Night Order of Enter. Enter Kingdom's First Night Order Commander's POV. Commander Garfa. There are reports that the rebels that have gathered under the leadership of the Prime Minister are on their move. I was reading my papers but couldn't help but raise my head when I heard my Vice Commander Marilla's voice. What did she just say? From the information we have gathered, it has been determined that it will still take some time for them to make their move. Because of that, we are still in the process of making preparations. And you're telling me they've already moved? What do you mean? It seems like a spy was mixed in among those who were tasked to watch over them. I believe that the information has been manipulated by that person. We've been tricked. I had been so careful not to let anyone from the Prime Minister's side get mixed into our group. They seem to be gathering near the wall. Near the wall? Why would they gather there? The wall is protected by barriers. Protected? Wait a minute. A few weeks ago, we were informed that a section of the barrier had weakened. Instructions had been given to repair it immediately, but no way. I paused and stared back at Vice Commander Marilla. We have received word that they were trying to break down the wall along with the barrier. It seems like there are several mags on the Prime Minister's side. What the heck is this? The wall can be repaired if it breaks, but the barrier can't. The barrier covers the entire country, so even if a part of it collapses, the barrier of the entire country will weaken. We are working to fix that issue, but... Listen, report what you heard to the king. We're going straight to the wall. If the barrier weakens, monsters will come from the forest. The troops investigating the forest have reported that there are mixtures nearby. If the mixtures were to enter the Enter Kingdom, it would be a great disaster. What is the Prime Minister thinking? He is free to wish to be the king, but how could he choose a method that will cause damage to the people? I'm sure he knows how dangerous it would be if the barrier weakened. Perhaps that's what he's after. Damn it. Commander, please calm down. I gave out a heavy sigh as Vice Commander Marilla said that. She's right. If we don't calm down and handle this properly, it will be too late. Let's go. Yes. As I exit the building where the First Night Order's office is located, I found many of my men waiting for me. The horses were already prepared, which means we can move immediately. Commander, let's leave immediately. That's the plan. The Second and Third Night Order will be evacuating the citizens. We will take care of the rebels who'll try to make their way to the castle. As soon as the Prime Minister is found, confine him. If he fights back, cut off his arms and legs. Oh, I'm glad we discussed our moves in advance. My only wish now is to make it in time. Let's go. The air shook as our horses ran. TSK. The barrier vibrated. Commander, we didn't make it. The wall has been broken. The barrier too. The Prime Minister's side seems to have high-level mags. Or did they use special weapons? Well, there's no point in thinking about it now. You never know when the rebels will come, so keep your heads up. I shouted to my men who were following behind me. They won't fall behind, but we don't know what the other party is going to do. I don't usually feel this, but I feel like the wall is pretty far. What do you mean? I look at her. Following diagonally behind me was Marilla, who just said that. She's holding an item that allows her to communicate with someone at a distance. What's wrong? Golem? Who? 2 of them? Golems? You mean puppets that sorcerers control? TN, the reason why I'm using mags is to generalize them. Majutsushi, Mahoutsukai, and Madushi are all magic users, spellcaster. Usually, an author only uses one, but this time, I guess not. This time, I'll translate Majutsuhi to mage while Madushi to sorcerer. I guess if Mahoutsukai shows up in this story, I'll translate it as a magician? Did they break down the wall and the barrier using golems? Are you saying that not only mags but sorcerers also joined the Prime Minister's side? There are only a few sorcerers in this country, but they are remarkable. However, can they create golems that can break the barrier? More details. So, they're not enemies? The other side is looking at them in confusion too. Marilla's voice is mixed with confusion and bewilderment. What happened? Well, it seems like the moment the wall broke, 2 golems appeared from somewhere. You mean they are not golems the Prime Minister has prepared? I don't think so, since the Prime Minister's side seemed to be perplexed at the sight of the golems. Then, where did those golems come from? Golems require a sorcerer for them to move. That sorcerer must be nearby. Any sign of the sorcerer? He says he's nowhere to be found. Nowhere? How do those golems work if no one's controlling them? Ooh? Are you sure about that? Are you sure you're not hallucinating? That can't be. What now? Commander, for Aberfirmis have appeared. Aberfirmi? You mean that Aberfirmi? The monster that drags you underground, that Aberfirmi? Why? Well, it was reported that the Aberfirmis are serving the god of the forest. Not only the Aberfirmis, but also the king of their species, and Fermi. It is said that it was found with the god of the forest. Has the god of the forest moved? That's a possibility. However, is it for the king? Or the Prime Minister? That is the question. If it's for the king, there's no problem, but if it's for the Prime Minister? No, if it's for the Prime Minister, they shouldn't have shown themselves when the wall broke, right? I heard that the rebels are confused by the fact that they showed up. What are the rebels doing now? They haven't moved since the golems and the Aberfirmis showed up after the wall broke. They say they saw the Prime Minister from the forest, but the other party can't enter Enter's territory because of the presence of the golems. The golems are interfering? Could it be? No, it was also reported that the Aberfirmis and the golems are together. I knew it. I'm finally convinced after hearing what Vice Commander Marilla has said. The god of the forest acted on behalf of the king of Enter Kingdom. The golems were probably created by the god of the forest. They look like golems, but there's no way something the god of the forest created is normal. They must be special golems. They can move without anyone controlling them. Perhaps the god of the forest has been watching over the Prime Minister. Eh? My words caused Vice Commander Marilla to shout in surprise. The adjutant who was running behind Vice Commander Marilla, who had been listening to our conversation in silence until now, also raised his voice. Otherwise, the golems wouldn't have shown up the moment they broke down the wall. They must have shown themselves in order to prevent the damage from spreading. I guess that's true. How long have they been keeping an eye on the Prime Minister? Maybe for a long time. I remember what Dad Avis said. It was as if they were on the lookout to see if the Enter Kingdom would end up like the Emperor's Kingdom. If that is the case, it is possible that they've been watching us for a long time. No. What is it? I looked at Vice Commander Marilla, who had a troubled expression. I heard that an Armyrania has shown up. At a distance, they also have confirmed several more Armyranias. Also, I've been informed that a golem easily slaughtered several mixtures that appeared near the country. Armyrania? A golem slaughtered some mixtures? It is safe to assume that they are really on the king's side. I can almost see the wall, but it's quiet. I'm beginning to see the rebels, but some of them already lost their will to fight. They must have realized it. The god of the forest has moved for the current king of Enter. They seem to be easy to capture. I could see the adjutant nodding to Vice Commander Marilla's words. Don't be distracted until the end. Surround them. Hearing my words, my men moved to surround the rebels. Are those them Desueni? I followed Vice Commander Marilla's gaze and saw the golems. I was surprised to see that they were much smaller than I had imagined. Tiny Desueni. I can only nod to the puzzled voice of Vice Commander Marilla. Ah, yeah. I was expecting more powerful looking golems, but this was unexpected. I quietly approached them so as not to provoke them. How should I call out to them? Still, this is the first time I've seen an Aberfirmi this close. They are terrifying. They are not that big yet, but I could feel that if they drag us to the ground, we won't be able to resist. Armyrania. We had encountered one in the forest once and it was terrifying. When we came across it, it was looking at us from above our heads. The golems. They moved, fast. The golems began moving with a tiny Aberfirmi in the lead. The golems were so fast that we lost sight of them in a blink of an eye. No, Commander. What? That golem, if it spoke, right? Vice Commander Marilla's question convinced me that I did not mishear. Yeah, but aren't those golems? Golems made by the god of the forest. The god of the forest. A terrifying existence. Commander, we have captured the Prime Minister. He did not resist. I understand. Anyone wounded? One? The Prime Minister hit him, so he has a wound on his cheek. I see. He was hit because of frustration, wasn't he? Chapter 66, Hikari and Darkness Magic Power. I walked slowly through the garden under the faint moonlight. I look up into the sky and see countless stars, but the Milky Way that has always been there back in my original world was not there. I'm always a little disappointed by this. When I was in Japan, I never cared. Today, I learned a lot of things, but I can't sleep because of it. I'm being worshipped or the world is incomplete. I heard that the god administering an incomplete world will die. Seriously, I've crammed too much into the last few days. The world should at least be nicer to me. Let's hang in there. I'm doing what I can even though I was sent to a place I didn't know. I didn't lash out at them when I found out that it was the gods that sent me here. Well, that's because I thought there was no point in doing it. Even now, I'm just trying to do what I can. And yet, later, enough. It's really annoying. It's pretty hard not being able to let your anger out, right? I'm the type of person who feels better putting my irritation into words. When I'm pissed off, I'll say it out loud. It was a way to relieve some stress, according to my little sister. Even in this world, I've used this several times to get rid of my inner feelings. But if I do it now, there will be big trouble. Power. The enormous power I feel in my body. When I heard Goddess Aeon's story, I realized the horror of the power in my body. I was a little confused because it was the first time I felt this, but I knew I couldn't let it out. I know that this power is linked to my emotions. If you're too strong, you can't even get mad. Goddess Aeon is a greater god, so she is very powerful. I wonder if she, too, is careful to not let her anger out. Having power is also a good thing. I understand that this power is what has kept me alive in this world, but too much power creates problems. Right now, it's only making problems. If I had complete control over this power, would that help me solve some problems? The power that has been neglected for a long time. There was no magic in my previous world. That's why I couldn't get used to it. However, I couldn't let things stay like that, right? What should I do to control it? And even if I control it, can I weaken the power that's getting stronger on its own? Is it like that? Is my power still increasing? Am I being more powerful? Controlling it aside, I should grasp the current situation first. Come to think of it, when I found out there was magic in this world and I could use it, I wanted someone to teach me. Before the children, shouldn't I be taught first? Why don't I go see Dad Avis and ask him to introduce me to a teacher? But that would make me too reliant on Dad Avis. I shouldn't get too carried away just because they accepted my request. He is a knight of the Beast King country. The fact that I asked him to find a teacher for me should already be quite annoying. Then how about someone else? Speaking of which, the king of the country of humans. I don't remember his name when Goddess Aeon told me, but she said he's very thankful of me. I heard he said something like it was all thanks to me that he was able to defeat the former king and free the slaves. I asked how he came to that conclusion, but they were all just miraculous coincidences. It would make me a little uncomfortable, but should I try relying on him? But he's the king. There's no way I could just go there and see him right away. But I'm apparently being worshipped. If I use that, I can see him right away. No, I shouldn't. How can I be worshipped by the same country I messed up with? The king may be grateful to me, but their country should be resenting me. Especially the freeing of the slaves. It must have shocked the populace. In short, I shouldn't go anywhere near the human country. But when I went there before, they didn't turn hostile, right? Does that mean they didn't resent me that much? I wonder how it went. I can't remember very well. Maybe because I was too excited in looking into the unknown. Perhaps I need to visit the country of humans myself at least once. I don't want the children to have any bad experiences in a foreign country. It's late, I should get back. Still, it's hot. In a few days, it's going to be the hottest days of the year. Someone's here. I see a silhouette in the living room. Given the height, Hikari? What's wrong? Come to think of it, Hikari has been acting strange these past 2 days. I was worried that he might not be feeling well, but from the looks of him during the training, he seems to be fine. When I asked the One Eyes, they said there was nothing out of ordinary. However, I think there's something wrong with their expressions. I asked, but I was misled. What could it be? Speaking of Hikari, I'm also curious about his power. I feel it's more unstable compared to when he first came here. Since the forest is filled with my magic power, so the others might be having difficulty detecting it. I haven't been able to speak with Hikari for some time, haven't I? Due to mental influences, he can't speak. I can't tell him that his power is unstable. However, I can't keep quiet about it. I heard that when magic power becomes unstable, it affects the body. But when should we talk about it? Hikari, having trouble SLEHNN? I entered the living room and called Hiai, but I wasn't able to continue after seeing what was in his hand. The sound of Hikari's exhale caught my ear and I looked up from his hand to see his terrified expression. It's all right, Hikari. To be honest, I'm puzzled, but when I saw Hikari's expression, words came out naturally from my mouth. Good. I reacted immediately. Even so, what's happening? I slowly took one step toward the frightened Hikari. Then, I took one more step. I'm being careful in getting closer by reading his expression in order not to terrify him more. To be honest, I was surprised. Hikari's hand is glowing black. The black light looks like the thing that overflowed from the crack in the magic stone that is filled with darkness magic power. It's all right. I'm relieved that I was able to come so close to Hikari. He was still frightened, but I was able to get closer. The first time I looked at Hikari's hand, I saw that he was still holding a magic stone in his hand. The same phenomenon occurred when the Cerberus egg was placed close to the magic stone that is filled with dark magic power. Is your body okay? I looked at him and he looked at me and nodded. Good. However, since there's nothing wrong with his body, it means that his body has become familiar with darkness magic power. What does that mean? When I entered the living room, I saw Hikari's glowing black hand near the shelf. To be honest, I was so surprised that I almost screamed. I'm glad I was able to hold back. If I had screamed, I would have completely frightened Hikari. Did the magic stone crack? Hikari's head shook sideways. No? As I was puzzled, Hikari showed me the magic stone in his hand. There's no crack, all right. Then, why is it glowing black? Then, I looked at the glowing hand that was holding the magic stone. Black light is overflowing from the magic stone and it looks like it's being slowly absorbed by Hikari's hand. I look at Hikari gently. He looks anxious but he's not pale and his gaze is firm. It seems like there's no problem even if he absorbs darkness magic power. That's strange. Goddess Aeon said that darkness magic power and humans of this world don't mix, so why is Hikari fine? Chapter 67, Hikari is family. The fact that you're still okay even with darkness magic power means. Light trembles. I screwed up. I shouldn't have said that. If I'm not careful with what I'm saying, Hikari will get hurt. Hikari. When I call him out, he looks at me with an anxious expression. No matter what happens to you, Hikari, you are my precious family. I will always be with you. Being able to use darkness magic power is a sign of someone from the demon world. However, that doesn't matter. Hikari is family. That will never change. Hikari covers his face with his hands. I gently hugged him so as not to startle him, not to scare him, and slowly pat his head. He's scared all right. But still, it pisses me off. That god who kidnapped Hikari, who's originally a normal human. In other words, there's a possibility that he was made into this by that god. I want to destroy the god who experimented with Hikari. No. The power trembled in my body. Things will get worse if I don't calm down. I slowly inhaled and exhaled to make sure that Hikari wouldn't notice it. Phew, it's all right now. Looking at Hikari in my arms, he looks like he has calmed down. Darkness magic power. I touched it before and it was pretty powerful, wasn't it? Hikari. Are you not in pain with being in touch with me? If he has no problem with darkness magic power, what about the opposing power? It is possible that my power will harm his body. This whole forest is filled with my power, and by being closer to me, you'll feel it much more. This is bad, right? I looked at Hikari and he shook his head. That means you're okay? I'm relieved to see Hikari nodding, but at the same time, I have more doubts than before. That means I'm fine with both light and darkness magic power, right? I don't think Goddess Aeon is lying. However, doesn't this mean that Hikari is a rarer case compared to me? Great. I hugged him to give him assurance. After hugging him for a while, I looked at him and found that he was not smiling. It was a few days ago when I recreated darkness magic power. Maybe he hasn't been able to sleep much since then. You better go to bed. You can take that magic stone with you. At my words, Hikari turns his gaze to the magic stone in his hand. I could see that he was a little puzzled. Won't you feel calmer when you have it? Hikari's magic power is more stable now compared to him this morning. I'm sure it's because he got darkness magic power in his body. If that's the case, it's better to let him take it until he completely stabilizes. Your power has been unstable lately. Hikari looked up to me. You're probably feeling better now thanks to the darkness magic power. Hikari stared at the magic stone and squeezed it tightly. It seems like he has made up his mind. Go on and rest. No special training tomorrow. Sleep well and don't get up until you're well rested. He thinks for a little before nodding. I waved my hand and looked at the leaving Hikari from the living room. I guess I need darkness magic power more than I thought. The Cerberus aside, it will take a while before Hikari's power stabilizes. Tomorrow, I'll have to recreate darkness magic power once again. One eye. I look at the door leading to the living room from the kitchen. With a click, 2 one-eyes appeared. They're there as expected. Let Hikari sleep until he wakes up on his own. The 2 one-eyes nodded to me. From the looks of it, it seems like the one-eye leader is not here. That's unusual. He's always around. Good night. I said good night to the one-eyes and left the living room. However, I guess I have one more problem to deal with. What should I prioritize? This world is incomplete and I'm going to throw it all on Goddess Aeon. Hopefully, we can make good contact with the evil gods. As for the curse around the core, we'll just have to wait until an earthquake cracks the walls. I actually wanted to make a crack in the wall, but considering the risk of failure, I won't try. The keyword for the storage device is pretty important considering I'll live long. I want to take my time before making a decision or else, I will fail. If you have time, think of it over and over again. As for Hikari's power, I'll have to consult Goddess Aeon about it. However, I will be with him no matter what. If Goddess Aeon does something against his will, I won't just let it go. The children's education can be left alone for now because Dad Avis will find teachers for them. RA? Doesn't that mean I have nothing to do? And here I am saying I have a lot of problems to deal with. My power. Right, how could I forget about it? I want to control my power because it affects this world. The first step was to understand the current state of my power, right? Is it still increasing? Am I getting stronger? If it is still increasing, I need to figure out how to stop it. Control. Can I do it? I've always been clumsy. I went back to my room and lay down on my bed. I'm glad I noticed Hikari. If I had fallen asleep as usual, I would not have noticed Hikari. Hikari is not the type of person that will ask for advice. I'm sleepy. Finally, the sleep demon has come. Perhaps. One eye. Good night. Sweet dreams. He's really here. I've recently noticed that the leader of the one-eyes is always around me. When I call out to him, he's definitely there. Or is it just my imagination? I hope I'm only overthinking things. Well, he's just around me so it's not a problem. I suddenly felt something and opened my eyes. From the light coming through the window, I know I woke up earlier than usual. That's unusual for me. I can't believe I woke up this early in the morning. I slept up late. I pulled the quilt up to my face. Sleepy. Too sleepy. I'm going to have to sleep again. Good morning. Hi. I was surprised. I didn't see any sign of him at all, so I thought I was the only one here. I get out of the quilt and look around the bed. A little further away, I found a one-eye. This kid, it's the one-eye leader, right? No, I don't have to ask. It's definitely him. Good morning. At my greeting, the one-eye bows. Don't tell me you've been there all this time? That's not it, right? It's still early. Are you going to go out of the bed already? I was about to, but you started me awake. I turn my gaze to the window again. RA? Is it raining? If so, perhaps it's not as early as I thought. Yes. That's unusual. It hardly ever rains in this world. I'm still thinking about how we don't run out of water. I feel like I want to take a look. When I got out of the bed, the one-eye immediately brought me some clothes. I once told him that he doesn't have to since I could do it myself, but he froze in shock. After that, he seemed very depressed. I remember Koa and the others getting worried, asking, did he do anything wrong? Thank you. After changing my clothes, I went downstairs and out the front door. It's really raining. I held out my hand to the drizzling, fine rain. I could feel a faint magic power in my hand and it was similar to mine. As expected, this rain also contains magic power. Now, when the rain stops, the first thing I'll do is recreate darkness magic power and then figure out the current state of my own power. Maybe I should ask Koa and the others if they can tell. If not, I'll just call out Rope. I turn around and am quickly offered with a dry towel. I smiled and thanked him. Thank you. I think I'm going to be spoiled if this continues. I'll better be careful. Chapter 68, Core? I've never felt. Rope, can you hear me? Light magic power and darkness magic power. If I were to ask Goddess Aeon about how Hikari is okay with both, how exactly should I ask her? Should I keep his name confidential? No, she'll definitely realize it in an instant. I must be careful and make sure that Hikari won't be affected by this. Your lordship, what's wrong? Excuse me for bothering you, but could you send a message to Goddess Aeon for me? Of course, I can. Thank you. Tell Goddess Aeon, light magic power and darkness magic power X's. How should I ask her? Eto, if there's light magic power and darkness magic power in someone's body, but normal. Sorry. How should I ask this? How can I exactly tell her what happened to Hikari? Your lordship, what happened? It should be okay to speak with Rope. Hikari has 2 magical power in his body, light and darkness. Ah, this is what I wanted to say. I'm overthinking things. Is that true? Light and darkness are opposite powers, so it's impossible. I know that too, but, in fact, the unstable light magic power has been stabilized by darkness magic power. Kind of confusing actually. Hikari means light, so there were times I'm not sure if it was light magic power that was unstable or the magic power of Hikari. Or probably referring to both. Hikari, he's the victim of a god's experiment, right? Yes. I have heard that he has been confirmed to be human before. The god must have messed up with his body. I've managed to put that disgusted feeling into words. I just want to know if there has ever been someone like Hikari. I also want to know if Goddess Aeon can tell me what I can do. Understood. I'll keep Hikari's identity hidden and ask. Thank you. I'm sure Rope will be able to ask Goddess Aeon better than me. I'll just have to wait for the answer. Hikari's unable to speak because of what has happened. It's only recently that he's finally stopped trembling upon seeing Goddess Aeon. I hope he won't go back to the way he was. Right, there's something I want to consult with you, Rope. What? Please ask me anything. You seem to be more enthusiastic than before. I'd like to know the current status of my power. Do you know how can I do it? I was going to ask Koa and the others this morning, but they have already gone to the forest. They didn't say anything else aside from saying there was someone unusual with a monster. I thought it was about abominations *, but they said it was something else. Someone suggested me to translate mixture to abomination. I thought it was both appropriate and better sounding, so I'll use abomination. From now on. Your power? You only need to sense and touch it directly inside with your consciousness and you'll understand. Rope's saying as if it's simple. But I'm a first-timer, you know. And what do you mean by touching it directly inside with my consciousness? I'm sorry, but could you explain it to me in detail? There was a short pause after I asked that. There's a core of power in your body. I see. I think you can feel it whenever you use magic power. I've never felt it before. If you imagine yourself touching it, you can bring your consciousness inside and all you need to do is to touch the core of power. Once you touch it, you can grasp the current status. In other words, that core is important. I've never felt its presence before. And you're telling me now that I have one? What does a core looks like? I can't describe it because there's no standard for it. Each person has a unique core. I see. For now, why don't I assume that I have a core or something? If it's your first time, your magic power may become unstable when you touch the nucleus, so be careful. Understood. I'll be careful. Thanks. I felt Rope suddenly disappear. I've never felt it before, so why did I feel it today? Ma, don't mind it. The core's what's important now. There was a core at the center of the world, right? Maybe something like that is needed in order to use magic power. If my magic power becomes unstable, it will be dangerous to do it in the house or the garden. I also need to recreate darkness magic power, so let's do it in the square by the lake. There, even if my magic power is a little unstable, it won't be a problem. I should remember to bring magic stones to trap darkness magic power. As I walked out of the living room and into the garden, I got a little confused seeing an unusual scene. There are not many children training. Normally, I would see them training and playing here and there. I guess it's about that monster. Could it be that they are in trouble? Let's check the forest a little. I take a few breaths, close my eyes, and let my magic power flow slowly through the forest. If there's any unusual monster, I can examine it. I felt something unpleasant. What is it? When I focus my attention on the place I felt a stale magic power that made me feel uncomfortable. Isn't this a curse? I felt this discomfort a few days ago. I'm sure it's a curse. However, why is there a curse here? Does this mean that it was emanating from a monster? Could it be that a monster mutated and a curse monster appeared? Around it are light blue and Ari's group. I also felt the magic power of parent spiders and parent ants. It seems like it's not the only place like that. When I checked for any stale magic power around, I was able to detect similar magic powers in 6 different locations. Strange. The curses that had overflowed out of the core to this area had been purified. Since the entire forest was purified, the curses on the monsters should have been lifted. Why are there cursed monsters? No earthquakes have occurred since then. In other words, the wall protecting the core shouldn't have cracked. Could it be that there is a place where there is still curse? The place where those suspected cursed monsters are located are not that far away but not close either. The distance between the suspected cursed monsters is neither near nor far too. Given their locations, it seems impossible to determine where the curse is overflowing. And it's not certain if there's only one place overflowing with curse. I'd hate it if they were overflowing from all over the place. I'm afraid it's going to be like the previous forest. Ma, I can only do my best to clean it up before something like that happens. For now, I'll have them explain what's going on. It looks like Fluffy's group is the nearest. Then, let's go straight there. Wind resistance 0, tailwind, activate. The wind around me pushes my body from the back as if it has its own will. I learned this method from the One Eyes, and it's really effective. When I kick the ground with my feet, I run faster than ever. The first time I tried this, I was so surprised at how much faster I moved than I thought that I fell down. That was embarrassing. Even Koa and Chai were surprised. I don't want to remember that. Forget. Eto, this way. Darn it. I was thinking too much that I went in the wrong direction. Your lordship? HNN? I turned my head in the direction where the voice was coming from, above. I found Boss-san. Ah, it's not just Boss-san. There are a lot of spiderlings and ground spiderlings. Good morning. They all waved their legs to respond. They're cute all right. Your lordship, there's a monster over there. 0. A cursed monster, right? Boss-san looks a little troubled. Are they really keeping it a secret from me? But why? Why did you keep it a secret? Eh? We're not really keeping it a secret. It's just that those are not normal cursed monsters. Not a normal cursed monster? You mean being cursed alone doesn't mean it's no longer normal? We intend to tell you about it after we're done investigating. I see. Thanks for that. It's great that they're trying to save me a lot of trouble. You said not normal, what's the difference? Boss-san comes down from the top of the tree. It's amazing how that big body can move without a sound. After obtaining a lot of power from your lordship, we are now able to handle quite advanced purification magic. I see. I didn't know that. And yet, it's ineffective against that monster. Ineffective? That's right. After purifying it, the curse will disappear for a moment but soon returns. That means it can't be purified completely. Fluffball and Fluffy tried using all their magical power to cast a purification spell together. While they were doing that, we surrounded them with a barrier to prevent new curse, but after a few minutes, the curse returned. That's indeed not normal. I can't believe there will be curse again within the barrier I made to prevent the curse from entering. Chapter 69, A New Erasing Purification? That's not a not normal monster, that's completely different. The previous cursed monsters have something like a shadow clinging on them. This cursed monster in front of me is totally covered with black shadow. I can hardly see the monster. Aside from the black shadow, the only thing I could see was its glowing eyes. Its eyes are cloudy though. This is certainly different from normal curses. For now, let me try to purify it. I held my palm out toward the monster. Purification. The black shadow suddenly disappears from the monster. Just as Boss-san said, after a while, the black shadow started covering the monster again. Are? What's that? I saw something the moment the black shadow covered the monster. Purification. Once again, I casted purification on the monster. I wait for the moment it will be covered by the black shadow and stare at it. Perhaps I made a mistake. Ah, what's the matter, your lordship? Boss-san turned her attention to me while staying on guard against the cursed monster. Just now. It was only for an instant but I'm certain. The curse sprang from around the monster's heart. The black shadow covers its body super fast so I could only see it for an instant but there is no doubt about it. The curse is coming from inside the monster. The curse seems to be coming from within the monster. Did it swallow something cursed? But even if it does, my purification should have purified it too. What else could cause the curse to come out of a monster? Is the monster itself the curse? Is that even possible? It's coming. Hearing Boss-san's voice, I turned my gaze to see the cursed monster bearing its fangs toward a spiderling. The spiderling immediately counterattacked and evaded. A part of the black shadow and the monster's foreleg was blown off by the attack of the spiderling. Speaking of which, why are they trying to purify it? Won't it be easier for Boss-san and the others to defeat it? I looked at the cursed monster that lost a leg. Are? A black shadow leg? Can it regenerate? Yes, it can. Even if you cut off its head or grind its body to pieces, it will soon return to normal. Boss-san's words took my breath away. How do you defeat such a monstrous monster? Ah, so that's why they were trying to purify it. Even if you burn it with fire, the curse will just extinguish it. Seriously? Is that really a curse? Gah! The cursed monster turns its gaze to me. It looks like I'm its new target. Oh no, I can't move my legs. Cutting or burning won't work. The only way left is to imprison it? But that's not a solution. Even if we imprison it, it's still going to be full of curses. Your lordship, stand back. It's dangerous. Boss-san blocks me from the gaze of the cursed monster. There's got to be a way. What then? I was up against a monster that no matter how hard we damage it, it won't work. Come to think of it, when the spiderling cut its leg, it wasn't frightened at all, but when I purified it, it stopped moving. Is it safe to assume that purification is more effective than attacking it? Should I strengthen my purification? No, that method was already tried by Fluffball and Fluffy. There's no point in trying. Purifying curse. My current purification is to deal with curse from the outside, right? The curse that the monster has was from within it. Then, let's change how I imagine purification a little. Gar, your lordship. Darn. I was too focused on thinking. I quickly evaded the cursed monster who attacked me from the front to the right. The next moment, the cursed monster is engulfed with Boss San's blue flame attack. Gar. The cursed monster rampages around while burning. As expected, it did not stop moving as it did during the purification spell. Are you alright? I heard Koa's voice from behind me, but as expected, I didn't have time to look back. I'm alright. Right. If I attack the moment the curse disappears after the purification, it will work, right? Boss-san, what about attacking it the moment the curse is lifted? We already tried that. It worked, but when the curse covers it again, it will regenerate. What a nasty monster. Ah, Boss-san's flame went out. It looks like the curse put it out, didn't it? I know that curse is troublesome. We have to do something about it. At this point, it no longer matters what caused it. Let's forget that it's a monster. All I have to do is to imagine that I have to get rid of the curse in front of me. Stop thinking about where the curse is coming from. That monster is the curse itself. Using the light of purification, imagine it completely annihilating the curse. If nothing will be left, it won't be able to regenerate. Right, total annihilation. Done. If this fails, we're screwed. Please, please work. I point my palm at the cursed monster. I imagine once more the moment it is totally erased. Total purification. As soon as I cast that, I felt the magic power in me disappearing. I was a little surprised, but it replenished immediately. I looked at the cursed monster without thinking much about it. GAA. The monster, whose entire body is covered with black shadow, stopped moving and cried out in agony as it was enveloped in light. It seems like purification is effective after all. I hope it continues to work. As the light erased more and more of the black shadow, the figure of the monster appeared. When the black shadow disappeared, the light did not disappear. Then, white particles came out from the light and disappeared into the monster. Did it succeed? Or did it fail? What are those white light particles? I made that magic, but I didn't imagine that. Ah, it's vanishing. I heard a startled voice above. Indeed, the body of the demon in front of me is disappearing with the light. However, I won't let my guard down. Who knows if it will regenerate again? Ooh-wah! The light in front of me becomes even brighter. I shield my eyes with my arms and check the surroundings. The others have not been harmed. There's nothing wrong with the forest. It's gone. Hearing Koa said that, I looked at the place where the cursed monster had been, but there was no monster there. I imagined its disappearance, so that should have happened. Great. I don't know what that white particle of light was, but the cursed monster was gone. Still, the amount of magic power consumed to purify one monster was huge. I'll recover soon, so it's not a problem for me, but it might be hard for others. Gar! I heard the screech of a monster from a distance. Come to think of it, it's not just that monster. In any case, let's purify all monsters before any of my friends get hurt. Koa! Where's the nearest monster? It's faster to ask Koa and the others since they have better ears than me. This way. Koa started running and I followed her. After a while, I was able to see another cursed monster. Gar! Through the black shadow, I could see that it was baring its fang to threaten us. I held my palm out to it and said, "Total purification." Just like earlier, the cursed monster was enveloped in light. After a few moments, the monster disappears with a blinding light. Alright, where's the rest of them? I'm tired, but that should be the last one, right? Hearing me, Koa slips into my feet. As expected of his lordship. You were able to extinguish the monsters that we had been having a hard time with. I pat Koa's head. I'm glad to hear that, but we haven't figured out why ordinary purification didn't work. It's like I forced myself to do something and pretended it didn't happen. It's not a bad method, but as long as we don't know the cause, we can't prevent it from happening again. We can't even examine those monsters because I erased them all. I wonder if there's anything we can do to learn more about those cursed monsters. Right. Did those monsters suddenly appear in this place? Koa tilted her head. If we know where they came from, we might be able to find something. A spiderling. When I looked up, I saw a lot of spiderlings on the trees. Koa, who was that? That? Just a normal spiderlings. Normal? Ah, you mean the ones that can't control web. HNN? There should only be a few spiders that can control web. Chapter 70, Different Curse? When I asked the spiderlings, they said that they rushed here after hearing the anomaly from the trons. He's referring to the Treants. The author himself did not edit this chapter, so let's just leave it be. It seems like the trons were the first to notice that something unusual was happening in the forest. I'm sorry to have you come all the way out here, but do you know where the cursed monsters came from? I asked the lining up trons in front of me, and they all tilted their necks. Is neck the right term? No matter how I look at them, they look like nanofushes to me, in nanofushes of all sizes. It was already here when we noticed them. Eh? They're already there when you noticed them? You mean, you don't know where they came from? They couldn't just appear out of nowhere, right? No, that's not what we mean. One moment it wasn't there, the next moment, it was already there. Seriously? Did they really just appear out of nowhere? If so, the whole forest would become a dangerous place. There are several cursed monsters, did they all appear in the same place? Or did they appear separately? In response to my question, the biggest tron among them crossed its arms. Amazing. I never thought that a tree branch could bend that much. I thought they would only be straight. They should have shown up in two places. I shouldn't focus on the arms. I have to deal with what's happening. Two places. Are they nearby? Nearby, yes, they are. Is it remembering the two places where they appeared? But still, the way it was thinking while tilting its neck makes it look more of a nanofushi. Well, it's cute, right? I shouldn't really be thinking about it. Tell me those locations. Should I be on the lookout for those two places? There's still a chance that they'll show up somewhere else. Understood, this way. I followed the tron as it jumped from tree to tree. Unlike how it looks, it's really fast. Here, tron, get away from that place. If they suddenly appeared, it's not safe to stay near this place. It moved a little further away. There, that place with red flowers. Those are quite beautiful flowers. Yeah. And do you see the white flowers? That's the other place. When I looked at it, there was indeed a place with white flowers. They appeared here? A place with red and white flowers? Do they have anything to do with this? Have you ever seen these flowers elsewhere? I look around. Boss-san, Koa, and the others who followed me looked at the flowers but eventually shook their heads. I don't know. I'm not really interested in flowers, but I think I've never seen these flowers in the forest. Boss-san and the spiderlings agreed with Koa. Are these flowers rare? Do they have something to do with the cursed monsters? However, what's the connection between flowers and curses? I've seen them somewhere, where was it? Fluffy approaches the white flowers. He's cautious because the tron had said that the cursed monsters suddenly appeared here. Ah, right. I've seen them blooming in the country of humans. Country of humans? Is that country trying to do something again? The spiderlings and grand spiderlings who were watching from the top of the trees became obviously disturbed by Boss-san's question. Calm down, we don't even know if they do, right? My words managed to diminish their anxiousness, but they are still obviously disturbed. Even so, if the country of humans is involved in any way, we'll have to take an even harsher measures this time. No. I shouldn't rush into deciding things. In the meantime, we need to find out what's going on first. Besides, we haven't confirmed that the cursed monster really appeared where the flowers are. I wonder if there's something around. Hearing me say that, the spiderlings and grand spiderlings scattered in all directions. I'm sure they'll carpet search the area around. Your lordship, can we perform the purification you did earlier? I thought about Koa's question for a moment. The consumption of magic power was enormous. Would Koa and the others be able to withstand that? Since I don't know how much magic power Koa and the others have, I can't say things poorly. I think you can't. Koa and Boss-san stared at me. The magic power consumption is too big. I felt my magic power disappear in an instant. My magic power will be replenished in no time, but that doesn't work for you, right? It would be better not to try it. Magic power. Fluffy knitted his eyebrows. If I could see everyone's magic power level, I would know if they can use it or not. Unfortunately, I can't. Since my life will be forfeited once my magic power is gone, I better not risk it. Your lordship. I found something. Hi! A grand spiderling suddenly appeared in front of me with a shout. It suddenly jumped out of nowhere. I looked at the grand spiderling. Is it hanging by a web? That startled me. Your lordship? I'm okay. No, I'm not okay. I thought I'd have a heart attack. I mean, I even stopped breathing. I'm currently having difficulty breathing. Don't just suddenly jump out in front of me. Eh? The grand spiderling seemed to be confused. Why did it call out to me? I didn't hide my presence, right? Presence, is it? I see. Sorry, but I'm not good at detecting presence. No, it's not that I'm not good, I'm bad at it. I can hardly feel someone's presence. I thought I could do it before, but I was mistaken. I just had good ears. It seems that my physical ability as well as my hearing has improved since I came to this world. When the grand spiderling heard what I said, it tilted its neck curiously. As I looked at it, its body shook. What is it? Why in the world did you react like that? I see. Yeah? Given the tone of its voice, I get that feeling that it is pleased. What's happening? I'll be careful from now on. Ah, please do. I don't know why, but the tension of the grand spiderling in front of me is rising. Don't tell me you're glad that I can't detect presence. Hey, doesn't that mean it has a bad personality? Your lordship, what's wrong? No, nothing. It must be my imagination. Probably, yeah. Right, you found something? As I recall, it said I found something. What did it find? Over there. Something shiny and black. Shiny and black? As I followed the grand spiderling, I saw something black and shining through the gap of fallen leaves. This presence gives me the same impression as the monsters we met earlier. Does this mean that this shiny black thing is under a curse? You better not approach it. It is cursed. It's obviously cursed. Though it should be. I'm not sure, but I couldn't tell that much because it feels different from the evil eye. It is certainly a different curse. It's worse than the evil eye's curse. Koa and the others agreed with the grand spiderling. I can only tilt my neck to that conversation. It's different from the evil eye curse? How different? I can't tell the difference between the evil eye curse and the curse in front of me. It is worse? I approach the shiny black object and stare at it. I look for something different, but I can't find any. Or rather, I felt nothing but discomfort. This isn't good. The discomfort I felt from the evil eye and the discomfort I felt from this shiny black thing is the same. It's impossible to find any difference. Ah, there's one. There is no black shadow on the object in front of me. The curse before had black shadows. That's the only difference, right? Come to think of it, the shadow of the evil eye curse and the shadow from the monsters we saw earlier were also different. What about the curse that invaded the monster we fought earlier? How different is it from evil eye? Koa shook her head. They are completely different. The evil eye's curse, compared to the curse we fought with earlier, could only be considered as child's play. That much difference. Could it be that the more the shadow one has, the stronger the curse is? If so, then this one has no shadow. How about this thing? It has the same curse that the monsters earlier have. There are a few differences, but not enough to be noticed. You can tell in that much detail? The black shadow doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. And I'm happy that I found a difference. Let's give up on differentiating them by the amount of shadows. Even if I can't differentiate them, it's okay as long as I know it's a curse. That's it. I see. Thanks. Chapter 71. Looks like I need some special training. I held my palm out to the black shining thing. Purification. Ah, I guess it's impossible. The curse disappears as soon as I purify it, but after a while, the curse will return. It's the same as the cursed monsters we met earlier. Total purification. Bang. That's a surprise. I didn't expect it to burst the moment I purified it. No, it is not really that kind of burst. It burst, but no shrapnel scattered around. That saved us. If it really burst, everyone around me would have been injured by flying shrapnels. Are you all right? Apparently, no one was hurt. We're all right. We were just surprised. Fluffy and the others nodded. We'll have to be careful next time. I wonder if this is the only black shiny thing. I look around, but I don't see anything particularly unsightly. Is it the only one around here? Are you referring to the thing earlier? A Tron asks me from above. Yes. If there are other things like that, I'd like to purify them. There weren't any. We only found that one. The grand spiderling, who informed us about the shiny black thing, shook its head. The Trons around it were also shaking their heads. I see. Thanks. Then, what should we do now? Of course, we have to keep an eye on these two places since cursed monsters appeared here. However, how did that shiny black thing appear here? Did something put it in this forest? People and beastkins rarely come here. Also, how far in the forest did they go? I don't think the antlings, grand antlings, and the amoebas would miss them. Come to think of it, I don't see any amoebas around here. They should be everywhere. What's going on? Amoeba? Wrong. I've been calling them amoebas for so long that even now that I heard they were spirits, I still call them amoebas. The spirits have evacuated. Thank you, Koa. HNN? Evacuated? Why would they evacuate in the first place? They didn't evacuate during the evil eye time, right? RA? Since when did I get involved with the amoebas? Eto, was it after I built the river? I made a river around my residence and purified the water flowing in it. Then, the amoebas started living there before I knew it. Come to think of it, the amoebas only showed up in purified areas. Spirits are vulnerable to curses, so if they sense anything disturbing, they will flee immediately. Koa nodded to Fluffy's words. Are they that sensitive? Are they? Does that mean that if we search for a place with no amoeba, we will find something cursed? If they are sensitive to curses, that should be what's happening. Ah, I said amoeba again. That's true, but the area from which the spirits evacuated is too big. Good, I'm right. Well, I guess I'm used to concluding things the wrong way. But still, too big? Did they evacuate that far away? However, it's still better than investigating in the dark. I agree with Koa. It might be pretty hard to do, but still much better than searching every nook and cranny of this forest. Do you know of any other places where amoebas have disappeared? Hearing my question, Koa looked at the Tron. The Tron shook its head while saying no. So, there are no other cursed monsters or things. I'm tired. No, it's too early to give up, but there's no way to find out more today. Tron, have you noticed anything unusual in the forest lately? Koa's words made me turn my attention to the Trons. The Trons all turned their head in the same direction. Cute. It's not the time to be thinking of that, but what can I do? They really look cute. There is. We heard that the hole got bigger. Hole? Hearing what that Tron said, the other Trons around it tilted their heads in the opposite direction. It seems like only the Tron that spoke knew about it. What hole? The Tron started to rustle a little after hearing Boss Sound's question. They tilted their heads to the side while looking a little troubled. I don't know. I actually didn't see it myself. However, we were informed that it was a hole. So, some other Tron saw it? Where is the Tron that saw it? The Tron who had given us the information pointed in a certain direction. There. The other Trons all looked in that direction. There? That's some awesome synchronization. Come to think of it, their cursed dance was terrible in the beginning, but nowadays, it's beautifully synchronized. They come to me every day to show me the result of their hard work, but even if it looks cute, it's a cursed dance. I feel a little complicated. I'll tell the Tron to go to your lordship once we verify the location of the hole. That would be helpful, but won't that interfere with your work? Even so, I want to check the changes in the forest as soon as possible. Please? There's nothing more to do here. Let's dissolve. Hearing what I said, the Trons and Boss San said they would take another look around the area and leave. I saw them off and decided to go to the square by the lake as planned. There are now several individuals who need darkness magic power, so we're running low on supply. I want to make sure we won't run out. You don't have to accompany me. You were probably tired, so take a break. We're okay. On the other hand, isn't your lordship the one who used an enormous amount of magic power? Koa rubs her body against my legs. When I patted her head, she looked pleased. I'm fine. My magic power has already returned to normal. I heard a small as expected comment from Koa. It may be great, but it's the benefit of a gift. Come to think of it, aside from recreating darkness magic power, I am planning to do something else. What was it? Controlling magic power. Right. Koa, when you use magic power, do you feel your core? Of course. As expected, is it only me? I used an enormous amount of magic power earlier, but I didn't feel any core. It's not that my core doesn't exist or anything. Your lordship? Koa looked at me uneasily as if she sensed something wrong with the atmosphere. I can't let her get anxious. I've never felt my core when using magic power. What does it feel like to feel the core? Koa looks surprised. This reaction tells me there aren't many like me. Or maybe there aren't any at all. You don't feel your core, how do you draw out your magic power? Draw out magic? I've never thought about doing that before. I came into this world and used purification without understanding anything, so I don't know what to expect. Draw magic? From where? Koa seemed to be stunned by my words. Does that mean that you draw out magic power from your core instinctively? But that needs special training. Special training? Magic power is drawn from your core. Is that so? Koa nodded. Whoever has life is born with a core. However, without training, they can't draw magic power from their core. Whoever has life. Does that mean that I had one in my previous world? Do people who can't use magic in this world also have cores? Yes, they do. If you want to use magic, you must begin by training to touch your core and draw magic power from it. If you can't do this, you will never be able to use magic. To be able to do this naturally, you have to specially train to move magic power in your body without casting magic and feel your core with it. You have to cast magic as you draw magic power from your core repeatedly until you gain enough experience to do it subconsciously. When you use magic power, you have to touch your core first because that's the only way to draw out magic power from your core. I see. So, finding your core is the first step to using magic. Do you not feel your core? As far as Koa's explanation is concerned, it seems that it is impossible for a person who had not been specially trained to cast magic. How am I casting magic? Eto, I believed my little sister when she said magic is imagination. I only use my imagination and I've never been conscious of magic power. I just assumed that as long as I could imagine, I could use magic. I tried moving the magic power in my body. According to Koa's explanation, doing this would make you feel the core. I don't feel it at all. Is that so? Koa's ears drooped down. I feel like I've done something I should apologize for. Chapter 72, Magic Power and Core. After we arrived at the square, I immediately recreated darkness magic power. I locked them in 5 magic stones. Since this was the second time, I completed it without any problem. When I finished recreating it, I felt myself trembling as I poured it into the magic stones. I had a barrier when I was recreating it, but it seems like it's not perfectly preventing the poisonous power of the darkness magic power. Next time I recreate it, I'll strengthen my barrier. Now, I just need to figure out my current status. I don't know what to do. I don't know where the core that flying lizard, Koa, and the others are talking about. I didn't even feel the presence of that core when I tried controlling magic power or used an enormous amount of it. However, Koa said whoever has life is born with a core, so I must have a core somewhere. I guess it's because my existence itself is unexpected. The gifts of several heroes are packed into one body. Did the core break because of that? I guess I have no choice but to look for it. If I have a core, I can figure out what's going on with me. The first method I'm going to try is ropes. I remember he said something like if you imagine yourself touching it, you can bring your consciousness inside and all you need to do is touch the core. Let's imagine that there is a core inside me and I'm trying to reach it out. I don't actually have to touch the core. After all, I just need to let my consciousness go to where the core is inside me. Speaking of which, what does inside me refer to? Inside my mind? Or my body? Reaching for the core, or where is the core? Yeah, where is it? Your lordship, are you okay? HNN? I looked at the source of the voice and saw that Koa had come to my side. Is something wrong? No, I just thought something happened because you're just standing there while doing nothing. I guess that would make someone worried. Thanks, I was just thinking about something. Where can I find the core? Koa tilted her head. I can't feel my core so I don't know how to reach out to it. So that's how it is. The core is in a space protected by magic power. If you look for the place where your magic power is accumulating, you will find your core. The place where my magic power is accumulating? Isn't magic power stored in the core? Why is there magic power around it? You said that to use magic, you need to draw magic power from the core, right? Magic power is the power to live. Magic power is needed to sustain life, move your body, and talk like this. Is that so? It is simple for us to draw magic power from the core for everyday use. However, newborn babies can't do that. That's true. There's no way an untrained baby can do it. Thus, magic power needed to sustain daily life naturally overflows out of the core. However, when you use magic, the overflow of magic power can be used up depending on the scale of magic. Usually, if the magic power in the space is less than 10%, you might die. It would be good if the used up magic power returned immediately, but the core can only produce a fixed amount of magic power. In other words, when the magic power in the space is used up, the person dies. To prevent this, magic power used for magic is drawn directly from the core. That's how to use magic while sustaining life? The core can only slowly supply magic power? But my magic power replenishes in no time. I guess I'm different compared to the norm in this matter too. HNN? Since I don't feel my core, isn't that because I'm not drawing magic power from the core? If I am using the overflowed magic power, when I use magic that requires an enormous amount of magic power, the reason I feel my magic power is gone is because I'm using up the power that has accumulated in the space. If I'm drawing from the core, I wouldn't feel this way. I see, so what I'm using when casting magic is the overflowed magic power. Thanks for the explanation. I now understand the importance of magic power. And I think I may have figured out why I can't feel my core. However, I didn't think that magic power had such an important role. I should use magic power a little more carefully. I mean, do I need to train how to draw magic power from the core? I'm sure I do. I've used up all the magic power in the space at once, though I did not purposely do so. If I hadn't replenished my magic power back at once that time, I would have died. Just thinking about it is terrifying. I'm glad that my core is not normal. If it were, I'd be dead. Let's keep a close eye on the decrease in magic power until I can draw it out from my core. I think I know where the magic power is accumulating. There's where I feel magic power. I don't know where it is, but it's definitely inside me. Right. If I search that space, I should be able to find the core. Your lordship? Koa, thank you. I might have figured out where my core is. I'll go take a look at it now. Understood. When you look for it, it would be better to do it slowly. If the magic power is shaken, it may run out of control. Run out of control? That means I can't control it? I understand. Slowly, yeah. I'll be nearby, so let me know if you need any help. Koa is really a nice girl. I pat her on her head. Thank you as always. Koa squinted her eyes happily. She's getting cuter and cuter. Before I check my core out, I set up a barrier around me. There's a chance that my magic power might go out of control. I put around 3 layers of barriers. That should be enough, right? Alright, let's get started. First, feel the magic power. It's in there alright. It's not shaking, but it feels like it's slowly drifting. Let's take a look inside. And how do I do that? Currently, I feel like I'm looking at it from the outside. While looking at it, it feels like I'm swimming in magic power. So, this is like magic power diving? Alright, is it because I finally understood the importance of magic power? I feel like I'm getting nervous. I repeatedly breathe deeply, close my eyes, and feel the magic power. I've only done up to this point. Now, I'm going to try something else, diving into the magic power in front of me. What the? I imagined myself diving, and that's what happened. However, it seems like I was driven back by a great force. One more try. I can feel the magic power in front of me. In the depths of that magic power, I dived and dived. There's a powerful repulsion. I can feel the magic power shaking against it. Will it go out of control? Should I go back? No, a little deeper. No. The magic power is shaking more. Let's go back. Suddenly, I felt my consciousness return. I let out a sigh and looked around. Seriously? The ground of the square is gouged here and there. Perhaps it was when I dived into the depths of magic power. It's only for a moment, but I didn't expect something this terrible to happen. Is it safe to continue? Chapter 73, Out of Control Magic Power, Suck It. Walking around the square, I checked the marks made by the out-of-control magic power. Amazing. It looks like it was cut by a giant blade. Moreover, it was cut quite deep. And all of these should have happened in a second. This one here looks like something big fell from above. The entire square is covered with marks and I can only sigh. I never thought that out-of-control magic power would be able to do something like this. Should I stop searching for the core then? However, I need to know about my magic power. Above all, I want to confirm if I have a core. If I confirm that I have a core, I want to use magic power in a safe way. If I use my overflowed magic power as I'm doing now, there will be a day that I'll die from it. However, if I search for the core in this current situation, I'm likely to cause damage to the surrounding area. I wish there was a way to suppress the out-of-control magic power. This isn't good. I can't think of anything. All I can do now is to make the barrier stronger. However, how strong should the barrier be? I've only been inside for a second and here we are. I guess the place where magic power is stored is quite big. Just thinking about the vastness of that space is frightening. If I go around in that space while looking for the core, my magic power would definitely be shaken. I don't even want to think how much outburst it will cause. I have to put a barrier to prevent the worst-case scenario. If you don't put something stronger, it will be useless. Flying Lizard told me that the current barriers are already quite strong. I did my best to imagine them to prevent everything from coming out. Though we may need barriers that are several times stronger than the ones I erected earlier. That's hard to imagine. Returning to the center of the square, I thought about how to imagine the barrier. What should I think? For now, let's imagine me at the center and the barrier around me as usual. No matter how strong the outburst of the out-of-control magic power is, the barrier must be strong enough to keep it in. Alright? If I gather up the out-of-control magic power and lock it up somewhere, wouldn't the barrier I've been using be enough? Even if it is impossible to control it because it is out of control, I should be able to do something if I use magic to forcefully gather it. And the magic power gathered, should I lock it in a magic stone? The darkness magic power can also be locked there. It should be safe to use it for out-of-control magic power. Probably. I have no choice but to give it a try. Speaking of which, gathering it should be like sucking, so should I imagine a vacuum cleaner? That's easy to imagine, and I only need to imagine the magic stone as the garbage bin. Imagine a vacuum cleaner with great suction power that can put all the trash in the area with just a push of a button. The garbage collected will be gathered in one place. It will be troublesome if it continues to run out of control like darkness magic power, so solidify it. Water is the natural enemy of a vacuum cleaner. It's easy to imagine solidification, but if it turns to liquid, concrete. Concrete? It came out to me unexpectedly. Let's just use it. It will harden like concrete and be trapped inside a magic stone. However, how should I imagine concrete? Should I imagine it as something that won't crack no matter what? Okay, let's start from the beginning and imagine it all the way. It's done. After all, it's easy to imagine a familiar appliance. Especially vacuum cleaners. I used it for work before and I'm counting on it again. Now all I have to do is try to check if it really works, but I'm a little scared to do so. If it fails, the damage will be, I'll just have to trust myself. As for the magic stone, let's try using 5. If magic power runs out of control, it will be locked up in these. The 5 magic stones glowed white for a moment and floated in the air. The magic stones will take care of the out-of-control magic power. Good luck to me. Now, I only need to find my core in my magic power space. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to calm myself down. When I imagined the place where magic power was accumulating, I felt like I was standing in some strange place. Until now, I had no idea where I was, but from what Koa told me, this must be the space created by magic power. Thinking that, I feel like I'm in an amazing place. The place around me is filled with my own magic power and it's an amazingly dense magic power. I didn't notice earlier, but it seemed it was denser than usual. And, what's this? The magic power seems to be slightly different from before. Looking at it now, what should be the difference? No. I have to do what I've come here for first. If I start wondering about something, maybe I'll forget to stop. Alright, let's find the core. Focus on this task. No, the magic power shook. Why is it shaking? Could it be linked to my emotions? If that is the case, let's try taking a deep breath and... Is it really linked to my emotions? The shaking of the magic power calmed down. Stay calm, it's difficult. I'll just have to do things to the best of my ability. After calming myself slowly, I move slowly down through the space. I guess my prediction is accurate. The shaking of the magic power is much lessened. Hopefully, this situation will continue. No, I'll do my best to keep this going. Seriously. I keep moving and moving all the way down, but when will it stop? The magic power is shaking. Calm down. Deep breath. Inhale. Exhale. No, the shaking won't calm down. I know it's because I'm irritated, but it's no use. Let's give up going down until the shaking calms down. I'm sure the out-of-control magic power is handled outside. I mean, how would I know what's going on outside if I'm inside? Is there a way I can check what's happening outside? By the way, where is the core? In addition, how long should I keep going down? Is it still deep? Isn't this space too big? Now, I knew that I have a lot of magic power. Thus, I was prepared for it to be big. However, this is bigger than I have ever imagined. The flow of magic power seemed to have changed. Is something changing the flow of magic power? Something's on my foot. The movement stopped. Does that mean that my foot touched the wall of the space created by the magic power? At last. I'm tired of endlessly going down. Well, what should I do from here? I need to find the core. Where do I look for it? It took me quite a while to get here. How can I find the core in this space? This seems to be mind-boggling. I can't even rely on my vision in this space. Everything is the same. I can't see any difference aside from magic power everywhere. I put my hands over my eyes. When did I start seeing? When I came to this place, I only knew that I'm here, but I couldn't see anything, right? Did something happen? No. I don't even know when I started seeing. Whether I can see or not, it doesn't help me here. After all, I feel like I'm in a fairy tale world. Various pale colors. What do you call them? Gentle shades, pastel colors. Yes, the pastel colors of red, blue, and green flow slowly and they are not mixing with each other. I didn't think that the space where magic is accumulating is a fairy tale world. I'm a little bit taken aback when I think I'm in it. But this is strange. There are no colors like this outside. Still, I don't feel comfortable in this space. I wish the color should have a calmer hue. However, what's the point of mumbling about it here? The fairy tale color world I've been in has somewhat changed. The hue became calmer, which is what I wished for. Wished for? Did the magic power space change its color because I wished for it? A little darker. I'm right. The space got a little darker. Bright up. Too bright. A little darker and gentle to the eyes. It's hard to fine-tune. In any case, I did get the calming colors I hoped for, right? Then, is that pastel color world something I wished for? Did I wish for a fairy tale world? I'm sure that's the default setting. I'm sure it is. Chapter 74, Out of Control Magic Power Unwound. Is it because I'm surrounded by my own magic power? I feel somewhat at ease in this place. There is anxiety about my magic power getting out of control and whether I could find my core. But more than those, I feel a sense of security. Does my magic power have a relaxing effect? It is good if I can think calmly. I won't be able to think of anything else if I'm feeling anxious. In any case, where should I find the core? Maybe magic power and core are two different things. Which means if I look for a foreign object in this magic power space, I might be able to find the core. Let's try. Eto, look for a place that doesn't feel the same. Eh? Why can't I feel magic power? No, try again. This isn't good. I can't seem to feel it, even though I'm in the middle of a gigantic space made of magic power. No, maybe I can't feel it because I'm in the middle of it. Seriously, it can't be helped. I guess I'll have to find another way. I can't think of anything else. And the unchanging world, that's what I've been seeing since a while ago, is very demotivating. Maybe I should take a look from a different perspective. I won't be able to come up with good ideas if I keep thinking the same way. What does it look like in core? Speaking of which, how big is the core? I was told it has no definite shape. I was told that it depends on the power of the person who possesses the core. My power is quite strong. If that is the case, will the core be big? Well, whether it was big or small, I won't be able to see it from this view. View? If I can freely change the color of magic power, can I make it transparent? If so, I should be able to find the core at a glance. Isn't that easy? I was thinking way too complicated. Magic power, turn transparent. Oh, it worked. The magic power became transparent and I could now see what was around me. Great, but what's with the size of this place? It's too big. Also, perhaps it's because I made magic transparent, it's pure white. Moreover, since nothing's blocking anything, it feels cold. I'll go crazy if I stay here for a long time. Even so, there's nothing. Yeah, nothing. Where's the core? I was so happy I succeeded only to be kicked again. No way, don't tell me I have no core. Please, don't. I think there should be a core, but I look around and still don't see anything that looks like a core. Could it be that I can't see it? Perhaps the core became transparent when I made the magic power transparent. However, core and magic power are two different things, right? I think the core is some kind of vessel that stores magic power. Anyway, let's try what comes to my mind. Core only, turn blue. It was really transparent. Is that the core of magic power? A lump of magic power? Well, okay. What matters now is that the core has been found. That being said, core is supposed to be one, right? I looked at the 5 cores floating in the air, glowing blue. I didn't expect that there are 5 cores per person. I should have asked about the core in detail. Now, if I touch the core, I would be able to find out the state of my magic power. I approached the 5 floating cores in the air and reached out to touch one of them. All cores are the same, right? Their colors slightly differ from each other though. I was not informed which core to touch. That means it doesn't matter which one. If there's one thing that makes me a little uneasy, it's that I was not told that there are 5 cores by both Rope and Koa. Why didn't they inform me of such important information? Don't tell me I'm the only one with 5 cores. No way, right? I shook my head and reached for a nearby core. Zap zap zap. TSK. I quickly pull my hand back, but my fingertips are numb. I check them out and they are red. I didn't hear anything about being attacked. I should just touch it, right? Or is it the other way around? According to Rope, I only need to bring my consciousness inside and touch it directly. Yeah, I'm sure Rope said touch it directly. I look at the cores. I gently touch it with my hand. Zap zap zap. Ouch, this is impossible. Zap zap zap. I didn't do anything. I look at the cores and each of them slowly glows. I move away from the cores a little because I don't know what's going to happen. I have a bad feeling about this. Zap zap. Zap zap. Zap zap. Something overflows from the 5 cores in front of me. It's probably magic power. The magic power overflowing from a core spread out and collided with the magic power from the other cores, creating sparks. This is strange. If this was something expected to happen, Rope and Koa should have informed me. In other words, this is something unexpected. Maybe it's strange to have 5 cores in the first place. 5 cores. I wonder why, but something is bothering me. 5 people? The hero summoning that caused me to drop into this world. As I recall, there were 5, including me. Well, I only got caught up in it. Assuming that one is mine, are the other for theirs? No, they shouldn't have lost their cores. That would be life-threatening. Did they die? I thought they had returned safely to their world back then, so they didn't? Zap zap, zap zap, zap zap. Zap! Ooh-wah! Instead of the small sparks I had been seeing earlier, a big spark suddenly burst out in front of me. I quickly backed up so I was safe, but to tell the truth, I was scared. Let's go back. Something's wrong. Kriak! What's that noise? I looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw a core flashing white. Something's certainly wrong. I moved away from the core and looked at it to see if it was going to explode. The flashes became more and more subtle and then stopped. RA? Is it over? I look at the core, which has been flashing earlier, but there's no sign of anything happening. Is everything okay now? I tried to get closer to the core, but it flashed a blinding light for a moment. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Let's get out. I turned my consciousness outward. Suddenly, I felt my body floating away and smelled something burning. Eh? I opened my eyes in panic and saw that the square was covered with something black with cracks in it. The sight was too much for me to take in, so I stood there stunned. What happened? Don't tell me that the outburst of magic power couldn't be handled by the magic I had applied to the magic stones. As my foot unconsciously moved, I hit something. I looked at what it was and found 5 magic stones lying there. When I picked them up, I could feel that magic power was about to overflow out of them. All 5 of them are full of magic power. And this charred black thing should be the barrier, right? I was worried, so I put 5 barriers on top of each other. I can only feel for barriers now. One of the barriers broke. I'm glad I put them on top of each other. But still, there was a burning smell. I didn't expect the barrier to burn. This should be the result of my magic power going out of control. My magic power was never this violent. And the magic power overflowing from the core, it felt somewhat strange. I feel something, but I don't know what it is. Speaking of which, the reason I can't feel magic power was because I was in there, right? I put my hand on my chest to feel my magic power. Good. I can feel it. RA? I look at my arm and notice that I have a 10 centimeters wound. Was I wounded by my own out-of-control magic power? Heal. Well, this is nothing to worry about. Ouch. I felt a pain in my healed arm for a moment. When I looked, there was a 10 centimeters wound on my arm. Eh? Did I fail? This wound. Looking at the wound closely, I noticed that it was a different wound from the previous one. In addition, it's bleeding. The previous wound had already stopped bleeding. It's as if the wound I have right now is fresh. Heal. The wound in front of me quickly disappears. And a new wound immediately etched on my arm along with pain. What is this? Chapter 75. More important than I thought. I see blood flowing from my arm. I don't understand what's happening. The wound was healed. But a new one popped out. What should I do? Your lordship. Your lordship. Eh? Isn't that Koa's voice? I look around, but the square is covered with blackened barriers, so I cannot see what's outside. Barrier, release. The barrier disappeared with a puff of smoke. Your lordship, are you okay? The moment the barrier disappeared, Koa rushed to my side. I was relieved to see her. Your lordship, your arm. Koa looks at my arm while tilting her head. I'm sure she's wondering why I haven't healed it yet. Right, can you heal it for me? I hold out my bleeding arm toward Koa. Koa looked at me with a confused expression, but immediately healed me. Unlike when I did it, there's no new wound that popped out. After confirming that, I let out a sigh. I seem to have unconsciously held my breath. Your lordship, are you okay? Koa looks at me anxiously. Perhaps she felt something. But what would it be? I rub my arm where the newly healed wound was. Koa, tell me what happened? If she knows. Right. It was very quiet at first. I'm relieved to see that, but suddenly, your lordship's magic power swelled up and it started to get out of control within the barrier. There's no problem because the magic stones that are floating around your lordship absorbed your out-of-control magic power within the barrier. The magic stone method worked. Thank goodness. However, the magic stones lost their power probably because they reached their absorption limit. They immediately fell to the ground, so your magic power started to get out of control again within the barrier. After a while, there was the sound of something exploding inside the barrier, and a little after that, the barrier turned black and I could no longer see what was going on inside. After that, I don't know what happened. Koa looked at me looking slightly troubled. I couldn't see it, but I felt a wave of magic power. That wave was different from your lordship's usual magic power. Different from my usual magic power? Unlike the usual, that magic power felt evil and frightening. Koa's words took my breath away. There is only one kind of power that comes to my mind. The darkness magic power that I recreated for the Cerberus and Hikari. However, since it was reproduced outside of me, it is strange that it will come from inside me. No, I made it by changing the magic power inside me. Perhaps it's not strange that it's affecting me. Your lordship, is it darkness magic power? I nodded to Koa's question. Maybe. I took a deep breath, placed my hand on my chest, and turned my attention to my magic power. I could immediately feel an enormous amount of magic power. Did you find anything out? I shook my head at Koa's question. The magic I felt was the same as usual. However, that magic power was released by the core when I went inside. Perhaps it was the reaction of the darkness magic power that made me feel uncomfortable. Your lordship, are you okay? Koa looks at me anxiously. I smiled bitterly at her gaze. I wish I could say I'm okay, but I'm a little confused myself. And I feel really tired. If the magic power inside me changes, won't it affect the forest? At this time, unlike the previous power that resembles divine power, it is darkness magic power. I can't imagine what kind of effect it would have. This is bad. I must seize control of my own magic power as soon as possible. However, looking at the situation of my core, it seems like it's not possible to do it immediately. Then, how can I prevent it from affecting others? I have to do something to not make my magic power affect the forest. So, how can I prevent magic power from overflowing? If I can do that, no matter how much my power changes, it won't affect others. However, I think I heard that my magic power flowing into the forest has improved the environment of the forest. Isn't it wrong to stop it? Koa, what role does my magic power play in the forest? Your lordship's magic power is necessary for the circulation of the forest. Circulation of the forest? What happens if the circulation stops? That is, the river will be the first to be affected. Rivers are responsible for distributing magic power to the forest. If there's no magic power to carry, rivers will no longer be necessary. Gradually, rivers will disappear from the forest. When I came to this world, there were hardly any rivers in the forest. As the magic power in the forest decreases rapidly, the number of monsters that lose their ego and run wild will increase rapidly. In addition, the number of trees will decrease and the next generation will not be born. If it continues for a long time, the whole forest will wither and die. Well, it will take a few years before it gets to that point. That means the circulation of magic power is very important, right? Right. The circulation of magic power is very important for the forest. If there's no supply of magic power, it will eventually die. I see. I can't stop it then. HNN? What about before I came here? Before the evil eye invaded, who was circulating magic power? Are you telling me there's no one now? Before I came, who was responsible for the circulation? Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil? Koa's words reminded me of the tree monster by the lake. As I recall, that tree monster was called that. Then, I named it Eiko. Come to think of it, Shuri once told me that it is the one that controls the core of the forest. Was she talking about the circulation of magic power? Eiko, I mean, since Yggdrasil is here, isn't it okay for me to not supply magic power for the circulation? It will return to the days when I haven't dropped in this world. No, it can't do that yet. Eh? What do you mean? Yggdrasil may have grown up, but it's still a child. A child? That's already a pretty big tree. Are you telling me that it will get bigger? Come to think of it, the tree monster where I got Eiko. That's certainly a lot bigger than the current Eiko. The circulation of magic power requires an enormous amount of magic power. The current Yggdrasil doesn't have that much power. Thus, if his lordship's power disappears, the world will be affected. I see. No matter how you think about it, it seems like it's impossible to stop. What should I do then? But we can stop it temporarily. Eh? Your lordship has been supplying excessive magic power every day. Well, it's overflowing on its own, and I was told it wasn't a problem, so I left it alone. I only just found out now that it was excessive. The forest is adjusting and storing the excess magic power throughout the forest, because there is more magic power circulating than necessary. For a little while, the stored magic power should be able to take over the supply needed for the circulation. I didn't realize that the excess would be useful. How long can I stop? If it could only be stopped for a few days, I would need to find a better solution. Maybe for around 3 months. HNN? 3 months? That long? Yes. The stored magic power along with the Yggdrasil's magic power will be enough to supply the forest for that long. Good, that means it's feasible. I'm not sure why your lordship is asking about that, but did you manage to touch your core? I wanted to ask her about my core too. I wasn't. That can't be. Could it be that you don't have a core? Or is it something else? She sounds very impatient. No, I found my core. Koa, how many cores do you have? Eh? 1. Koa knitted her eyebrows. Isn't that obvious? It is obvious? Koa, I have 5 cores inside me. Koa tilted her head in silence. We stared at each other in silence for a while. 5? I nodded to the anxious Koa. 5, are you sure you didn't find the wrong ones? There's no way I could have mistaken them in an empty space. The space where the cores were is completely white. There's no way I could have misjudged it. Right. There's no way you'll make a mistake in that space. Ah, it seems like Koa's core is located in a pure white space too. Same as mine. I'm glad we're the same. Chapter 76, Let's talk to everyone. Your lordship. Are you okay? I thought I heard a voice from above, and the moment I looked up, I saw a big, blue dragon's face looming right in front of me. Oh you, what did you expect? I was so startled that I gave a funny answer. And pushing your big face like that in front of me is scary, so at least make your body smaller. There was a disturbing magic power that flowed through the entire forest. When I examined the source, I found this place. What happened? Disturbing magic power? No way. Is that disturbing magic power disastrous? Fluffy nods, so I can only sigh. So, darkness magic power has escaped the barrier and flooded the forest? However, one shattered, one burnt, and the other 3 are intact. So, why? Ah, was it because the barriers were not compatible with darkness magic power? Come to think of it, Koa's outside the barrier, but she also felt the darkness magic power. I failed. Was there any damage? I'm relieved seeing Fluffy shakes his head. My bad. It was my fault. As I apologize, Fluffy tilts his head and looks at Koa beside me. The magic power that overflowed through the forest is his lordship's magic power. Fluffy's expression becomes more confused with Koa's explanation. That magic power is his lordship's magic power? It was just for a moment, but it almost felt like darkness magic power, don't you think so? The darkness magic power only overflowed for a moment. Maybe that's why there's no damage. However, at that moment, Fluffy realized that the magic power almost felt like darkness magic power. The others must have noticed too. Almost darkness magic power? HNN? I looked at Koa, who said that, and saw that she was seriously pondering over something. What's wrong? Ah, I thought it was darkness magic power, but it was something different. Eh? Is that so? You probably mistook it since it's only for a moment. Fluffy shook his head. We, who use light magic power, are sensitive to darkness magic power, so we could never mistook it for something else. Sensitive? Koa nods in agreement. I couldn't detect darkness magic power when I was inside, could I? No, because I couldn't even sense light magic power at that time. The magic power that flowed through the forest was something different from darkness magic power. The darkness magic power I knew is something more. Fluffy looks restless. Right. I didn't feel the crushing power that only darkness magic power has. That may be the reason why there's no damage and I didn't feel much fear. Crushing power? I never felt that kind of power. RA? Really? Yeah, I'm telling the truth. What's wrong, Koa? Confused with what Fluffy was saying, I looked at Koa, who was still thinking deeply. I felt the crushing power of the magic power that overflowed from the barrier. I also felt fear. Eh? Fluffy looks confused. Speaking of which, Koa said she felt the crushing power and it made her feel fear. What does that mean? Koa said it was darkness magic power that made her feel fear, while Fluffy said it was a magic power that is close to darkness magic power and it didn't make him feel fear. I don't get it. I can't. I don't know what's going on anymore. For the time being, Fluffy, Koa, tell me how to prevent magic power from coming out of the core. Let's think about something I don't even know later. What's important now is to keep the world from being affected by the darkness magic power that I apparently have. The cores must be involved in the magic power that overflowed from me. After all, there are 5 of them. For now, let's stop the magic power from 4 cores. Ah, right. Koa knows what I want to do, so she nods, but Fluffy looks puzzled. If you stop magic power from coming out of the core, you will die. Why did you even think of that? That was it. The magic power overflowing from the cores is what sustains life. I told him that I'm planning to stop it, so it was like I'm declaring to commit suicide. Calm down. I'm sorry I didn't explain the situation well enough. I have 5 cores. That's why I want to stop magic power from overflowing from my 4 cores. Ooh? Well, 1 core per person seems to be the norm, so that reaction is understandable. I wonder if this will be everyone's reaction every time I explain this. Your lordship, wait a minute. You have 5 cores? Yeah. When I tried to touch the cores, they attacked me. It also made a wound on my body which I tried to heal. However, when I healed it, it caused a phenomenon where a new wound will pop out. Wait a minute, I didn't hear anything about that. Are? Koa didn't hear it. I haven't explained it to her yet. My bad. Many things happened at the same time which makes the situation so confusing. Perhaps, even now, Koa and Fluffy look at me with concern. I smile and tell them I'm fine. I don't know how to stop magic power from coming out of the core. How about you, Koa? Koa shakes her head. No one would ever do that. That's right. I don't think anyone would. And the rest probably wouldn't know, right? I wish I had a clue. Koa and Fluffy looked mystified at my words. No, there's one. Alright, let's invoke Goddess Aeon. Right, she should know more about darkness magic power than we do. Fluffy immediately agreed with me, but Koa looked a little uncomfortable. Does Koa hate Goddess Aeon? I wouldn't say Goddess Aeon alone, more like the existence called gods. The reason why his lordship is in trouble originates from gods. That's true. It all started with the gods. Don't be annoyed. Yeah, we'll repay them someday, yeah? Your lordship, what happened? Eto. No, nothing. I just thought something not so me, didn't I? I'm trying not to worry about what's past. I mean, there's nothing we can do to change the past, so there's no point worrying about it. So, although I have many thoughts about being dropped into this world, I put them all behind. And now I'm suddenly getting upset about everything. Fluffy. Eh? When Koa and I looked toward the direction where the shout was coming, we saw a bright red dragon, Fluffball, coming toward us with an angry expression. I'm scared. You bastard. You're supposed to return immediately after confirming his lordship's safety and asking what had happened. Is that so? I guess it's been a while since Fluffy got here. What are you doing when everyone's waiting for you? Seeing the angry Fluffball, Fluffy smiled while looking at a distance. My bad. I completely forgot about it. That's not a good answer. Look, Fluffball's eyes burned more. Sorry, Fluffball. I was asking Fluffy quite a lot of questions. The offensive atmosphere that's coming from Fluffball disappeared. Great. What were you talking about? It's about the magic power that flowed through the forest. I'll consult it with everyone, so let's talk about it when we get back home. I see. Everyone's worried, so let's go back now if you're done. I nodded to Fluffball. We won't be able to solve anything by staying here. In any case, your lordship, what happened to this square? HNN? I look around the square. A hole in the ground, a crack running through the ground, and a blackened area. Looking at it again, it's really a mess. I'll explain it after we get back, including this. Let's go home first. This square is managed by the One Eyes, right? Looking at the hole in the ground, I can only sincerely apologize. I'm sure they'll forgive me. Let's go. I started running and Koa immediately followed me. I feel safe when Koa is with me. I'm home. When I returned home, I found Chai, Ari, and Boss-san gathered on the wood deck. They look worried too. I'm sorry everyone. Koa and I are fine. I call out to my friends and gather them on the wood deck. Each of them responds. I feel relieved seeing everyone's faces. I apologize for worrying you. I need to talk to you about something. My words draw everyone's attention. I'm not sure if I should tell them about the darkness magic power and the cause and the fact that I can't heal my own wound. I mean, how can I properly explain it? Chapter 77, Did they die? I explain to my companions gathered on the wood deck what is happening to me. That's something that's similar to darkness magic power that flowed through the forest happened because my magic power went out of control. This tells me that there might be darkness magic power inside me. I also learned that there are 5 cores inside me. As you can imagine, there was quite a commotion when I told this story. Once again, I understood that it was impossible, and that I wanted to stop the overflow of my magic power before it affects the forest. That's about it. What do you think? I feel like I've forgotten something, but I don't know what it was. Your lordship. I looked at Koa, and for some reason, she was staring at me. Moreover, she's growling a little. This means she's angry, right? But why? Are you not going to mention about the heal? Heal? Ah, right. It was just me, so I didn't give it much importance. Eto, I got injured and used heal to myself. The wound healed, but a new wound popped out. I don't know why. It might have something to do with darkness magic power. When I finish saying that, I look at everyone and see that their expressions are quite serious. I'm asking for their cooperation for things I couldn't handle, but was it really a good idea? Sorry if I'm relying too much on you. I could have tried a few more things before asking for help. However, I don't know anything about magic or core, so what I can do is limited. There is no need to apologize. We are happy to be relied upon by your lordship. The others agreed with Boss-san. Seeing this, a smile appears on my face. I'm glad to have found good friends. Thank you. I'll be sure to thank you when I get these things solved. Alcohol and food will do, right? Your lordship, I have a question. What is it? I look at Shuri. Were all of your 5 cores working? I nodded to Shuri. Yes, I've seen magic power overflowing from all 5 cores. Speaking of which, when overflowing magic power from each core collided with each other, it made a crackling sound and there were even sparks. I think I also heard a cracking sound, the sound you'll hear when a crack appears, cracking sound. Alright? Why did I come out of there without checking anything? Normally, I would try to check a little, right? No, I wouldn't. No, I would. Yes, I would. Normally, I would check to see if there were any clues. I didn't even try to find out what the last sound was. Was it because I was terrified? Scared enough to run away? Your lordship? It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Is something wrong? I looked at Light Blue and saw that he was looking at me with concern. I don't want to worry them any more than I already did. I'm fine. I said I'm fine, but I'm definitely thinking differently than usual. It's just small things, but it bothers me. I wonder. I just want to ask, does darkness magic power ever change the way you think? That's the only reason I can think of. It does. Darkness magic power influences negative factors. It fuels fear, amplifies anger, and increases aggression. It also can make you give up faster, influences negative factors. I thought of Light Blue's words. The unusual fear I felt inside. The unusual irritation with what has been happening. There may be others that I'm not aware of. I have to be careful. Your lordship, you want to stop the cause? I turned my head and looked at Flying Lizard. If there is a way to stop it, I want to put it into practice right away. I'm sure you can stop magic power from overflowing from the core if you cast magic to stop it. There shouldn't be any effect if you stop it for a moment, though I don't know what will be the effect if you stop it for a long time. Have you ever tried stopping the overflow of your magic power, Flying Lizard? Out of curiosity. Seriously? Heh, that's so not like you. I mean it. Can you use magic in the space? I could not feel magic power in that place. It's strange that I can't feel magic power in a place filled with magic power. You couldn't feel magic power? Flying Lizard tilted his head. Don't tell me this isn't normal too. It's probably because the magic power is clear. Ah, that might be the case. Flying Lizard nodded as if he was convinced by Fluffball's words. Do you know the reason? Good. Your lordship's magic power is very pure. I don't know the reason, but it's very clear. I'm unsure, but it is said that you won't be able to feel magic power in a place full of pure magic power. It's a bit unfortunate that you're unsure. Well, if it's not just me, that's fine. The only thing that bothers me is that there are 5 cores. The others around all nodded to Flying Lizard. Ah, so that's going to be the problem as expected. As far as his lordship is concerned, they must all be real cores. And there are a lot of magic power coming from all of them. The sparks could be the repulsion between magic powers. Repulsion? Certainly. I feel that the sparks scattered when overflowing magic powers get in touch with each other. It's just strange. Everything's strange. The magic that overflows from the core should be the magic that best suits you. According to this theory, even if there are several more cores, the same magic power should overflow and there shouldn't be any repulsion. Is that the reason why the space is calm? Because the magic power that suits me the best is overflowing? Speaking of which, the cores were subtly different colors. Different colors? Yeah. All 5 of them were slightly different colors. Flying Lizard growled at what I said. Being different colors might mean that they are different kinds of magic powers. By the way, your lordship, did you feel anything strange or different when sparks started to show up? I shook my head. I wasn't my usual self in that moment of fear, but I didn't feel anything strange when those sparks started showing up. None. I see. That means that even in a situation where magic powers collide with each other, that even sparks fly, it doesn't affect his lordship. Is that so? Maybe it's always been that way. Yeah, that's possible. I know I only saw it this time because I went inside to touch the core, but maybe they've been repulsing each other all along. 5 different cores. The cores that fit a person the most is the one you are born with. Does that mean you were born with 5, as expected? Ah, you're kind of disturbing. I feel sorry for myself. My apologies, your lordship. I still don't know what to think. After a while, Flying Lizard apologizes. I can only shake my head. No need to apologize. I'm the one who's bothering you. If anyone can't explain anything, there's still Goddess Aeon. I have to get in touch with Rope again. But then again, why does his lordship has 5 cores? Koa's words reminded me of the 4 others who were caught up in the hero summoning. There were 5 victims of the hero summoning, including me. Hero summoning? Ah, the reason why his lordship came to this world. The one you told us about before. I nodded. Yes. There were 5 victims. The other 4 disappeared at times, so I assumed they were sent back. So, your lordship is assuming that their cores are in you? I can only shrug my shoulders at Koa's question. I don't know. It could also be that they happen to be the same number. If that is the case, it's one heck of a coincidence. Is it safe to have someone's core inside you? At my question, Flying Lizard, Koa, and the others around tilted their heads. They don't know. If you can take the cores out, we can easily compare them and we might find something. I looked at Boss-san, who suggested that. Can you take your core outside your body? Your lordship, that's no different from taking out your heart. Ah, so it's impossible. Boss-san says sorry while smiling and shaking her head. However, if they were just cores that were added to you, maybe you can take them out. I agree with Koa. Remembering one of the cores I saw inside earlier, I imagined it in my palm. Core, in my hand. There's no way I could do that. I did. Does this mean that it's someone else's core? Then, did they die at that time? Chapter 78, let's calm down first. We all look at the core in my hand. No one speaks, so the strange silence prevails. Come to think of it, Flying Lizard compared this to a heart. My heart is in my hand? Scary. Go back. After I said that, the core disappeared. Great. It returned. I moved my empty hand around. It's working as usual. Of course it would. I seem to be more confused than I thought. Calm down, me. Your lordship really has no limit on what he can do. Flying Lizard's sincere words pierce my heart. I didn't even mean to do it. No, I did have a thought that maybe I could. However, I never thought it would really come out from the inside. Right. Ah, Koa agreed. Well, that has always been the case. You too, Boss-san? It's not like I'm doing something absurd every time. Maybe, but it's not my fault. Ma, that's because it's his lordship. Hey, Fluffy, don't say that. Also, everyone, don't just agree. Your lordship? Are you okay? Flying Lizard looks at me worriedly, so I tap him on his nose. I'm fine. I was just a little surprised myself. I know it's not something that I should just casually try. HNN? I look around. The heavy air around a moment ago is gone. Did the impact of the core change everyone's mood? Ha ha, that's good. The atmosphere became strange because no one could give an answer to my query. That was troubling. Your lordship, the fact that you can take the core out means it is someone else's core, right? I nodded to Koa. But is that what it really means? I guess the only way to know the answer is to try them all. I can remember all 5 cores that were there, so it's possible to bring them out. If I try each one in turn and one won't come out, that means that the other 4 are someone else's core. Right? Will they? Ma, let's try. Let's check if I can summon all cores out. Eto, remember the core that's different from the core that just came out. Second core, in my hand. Done. Yeah, the color looks a little different compared to the first core. Second core, success! I don't think you should try bringing them out so nonchalantly, since they are related to your life. Eh? I looked at Flying Lizard and he sighed. Right, why did I just try it like that? Even I was stunned. However, there are things we'll only know if we try. Since it is related to my life, I reminded myself to be careful, but I'm certain I'll be okay. Alright, let's try the third one. Let's see, the core I saw was like. Third core, in my hand. Ah, darn. I forgot to put the second core back. 2 cores in my hand. Return. I'll be careful next time. Think of the next one. Fourth core, in my hand. RA? I look at the core in my hand. The color is completely different from the core I remembered. I brought the core in my hand to eye level and stared at it. The first core was bright blue, the second was pale blue, the third one was dark blue-green, and the fourth one was a little whitish blue. Too different, I thought. What's wrong? Koa asked me suspiciously as I stared at it. Its color was different compared to when it was inside. That reminds me, the last core. Fifth core, in my hand. In my hand, a bright green core. Specifically, a clear blue-green colored core. The last core was the same color as it was inside. Why is the fourth core different from how it looks inside? Your lordship, what is it? I turned my gaze to Flying Lizard, who had a confused voice. That's the fifth core. Yes, it is. What about it? RA? The fifth one? Though one has a different color, I got them all out. Return. The atmosphere became strange again. However, I managed to get all 5 out. One of them changed color though. Does that mean that it's my own core and not someone else's? I don't know what to do. What does it mean anyway? Your lordship, why don't we break up for now? We need to re-examine the knowledge we have within us. Fluffy and the others agreed with Flying Lizard's suggestion. Please. And thanks. The dragons fly off from the wood deck to their respective sleeping quarters. Your lordship, I'll find something. Light Blue's words put a smile on my face. You don't have to overdo it. I mean, seriously, don't. Am I unexpected? Unplanned? I guess so. It can't be helped if even the dragon's embedded knowledge can't give an answer. By the way, what's the difference between unplanned and unexpected? I'm so tired. Unfortunately, we don't have embedded knowledge like the dragons. In Shuri's words, the antlings and spiderlings around showed an expression of regret. Sorry for troubling you. I pat Shuri's head and she presses her head against my hand. She wants me to use a little more force. However, Shuri's body is hard, so if I put too much force, it will hurt her. It's difficult to find the right amount of force. Thank you everyone for today. I don't want to put too much pressure on you, so let's stop here. At my words, I lifted my hand and sent off my companions. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time, even though you have to guard the forest and everything. Now, I'll go back to my room. Before that, I need to put the magic stone for Hikari and Cerberus on the shelf. I've recreated darkness magic power, so it should have come in handy. I put the magic stones with locked darkness magic power on the shelf. I gently pat the Cerberus egg. Hatch properly. I left the living room and headed for the bedroom. But still, I feel like I know a lot of things, but I don't understand them. Your lordship, I'll bring you some tea later. As soon as I entered the room, I heard a One-Eye's voice. I thanked him for that, entered the room, and dived into the bed. So many things are happening. There's the thing about the cause. That's something to be pleased about, right? However, there were just too many, and I was able to get them all out. Let's leave this problem alone for now. Well, I also found out that the reason I can't feel magic power in the space is because my magic is pure. That issue should be considered resolved. The darkness magic power seems to be mixed with my normal magic power. However, I couldn't feel darkness magic power in the space filled with magic power. I'm currently outside, so there's no way to confirm it right now. I put my hand on my chest and probe my magic power. I immediately feel my familiar magic power. If there's darkness magic power, I should feel some kind of discomfort somewhere, Nothing. Search a little more, There it is. It is true that there seems to be a faint hint of darkness magic power mixed in. It's really there. What should I do with it? That's the question. As long as it is a magic power that evokes negative emotions, I can't just leave it like that, can we? Wait a minute. Hikari has darkness magic power too, right? He absorbed the darkness magic power that I reproduced in his body and his power stabilized, right? Have we ever had any problem with Hikari's attitude so far? I've never seen him aggressive or angry. I think he's always taking good care of Taiyu and the other children. And if the spiderlings were in trouble, he would even lend him a hand. He's also helping the One-Eyes. It seems like there's nothing to be afraid of just because he has darkness magic power. However, as far as what Flying Lizard has said, the knowledge of the dragons came from gods. To be honest, I can't say it is reliable. It's very possible that they did it on purpose to spread something evil. That means there's no need to be anxious if there's some darkness magic power mixed in my usual magic power, right? Yeah, as far as I can see, Hikari, darkness magic power isn't that so bad. Maybe it's because I have more light magic power that I find it disgusting and disturbing. By the way, where's Hikari? I might as well ask him how he is receiving both kinds of magic. I get up from bed. Your lordship, I brought you some tea. Thanks. The One-Eye came at the right time. I'll ask him where Hikari is. Your lordship, do you have a moment? I do. What is it? I looked at the One-Eye staring at me as I tilted my head. This one is the One-Eye's leader, right? Why did it ask if I have time? Usually, it somehow knows what I want to do and is perfectly prepared to do it. How did I know that? Well, I just do. I guess I shouldn't think more about it. Hikari wants to speak with you. Hikari? Perfect timing. However, what's going on? Normally, Hikari himself would have asked me. Where is he? Outside the door. Hearing what the One-Eye said, I looked at the door of my room. Hikari, come in. After a short pause, the door quickly opens and Hikari enters the room. Hikari, Are you alright? Why do you look so pale? Chapter 79 Darkness Magic Power is such a power. I rushed to Hikari's side. Are you alright? You look pale. Do you feel bad? Hikari shook his head repeatedly in response to my question. Are you sure you're not in bad shape? You look terrible for someone fine. Let's sit down. Or should we lie down? I looked at Hikari and glanced at the chair and the bed. If he feels bad, he'd feel better if he's lying down, right? As I turn and walk toward the bed, Hikari grabs my arms. I was worried, but Hikari looks like he has made up his mind. Let's sit down first. One Eye, could you get some tea? I asked the One Eye, who had been watching us, and soon, tea was served to Hikari. Thanks. When I looked at Hikari, I noticed that he was deeply thinking about something. What's going on? Could it be that the darkness magic power is affecting him in some way? It didn't seem to have any negative impact, but was that really the case? Is it because of darkness magic power? Hikari's expression turns tragic. Eh? Why? Hikari? What should I do? How should I talk with him in this situation? I'm not familiar with the subtleties of one's mind. Eto, I have to ask why for now. Hikari, you can talk to me about anything. There's a better way to say that, idiot. I almost sighed out, but I managed to stop myself. After waiting for a while, Hikari started to write something on the object in his hand. It was a blackboard that the One Eyes had prepared for Hikari. Hikari was happy that he could use it over and over again. Eto, the blackboard was held out in front of me as if he had finished writing on it. Is the darkness magic power my fault? HNN? What do you mean? The Mai should be referring to Hikari, right? In other words, is the darkness magic power Hikari's fault, is the question. What does this mean? The darkness magic power is in the magic stone. Or is the darkness magic power on the magic stone Hikari's fault? Eh? Hikari, it's not Hikari's fault, so don't mind it. I don't even know what you are trying to say, but I feel like I should deny whatever it is as Hikari's fault. As I'm shaking my head at what I just said, Hikari started writing again. Then, he held it out to me. The reason why his lordship's power was mixed with darkness magic power is because your lordship made more darkness magic power than planned because I needed it. No. How did you even come up with that? Hikari, when I first recreated darkness magic power, my magic power was mixed with it. Hikari shakes his head. It seems like he thinks I'm lying. It's true. I felt darkness magic power back then. At that time, I felt a slight sense of discomfort. It was for a moment, so I dismissed it thinking that it was only my imagination, but that time should have been the time when darkness magic power was born inside me. Well, I don't have any proof and I can't prove it. However, from now on, I have decided that it was that moment that darkness magic power was born inside me. Hikari stares at me with a confused expression. Then, he wipes out the words he wrote on the blackboard with a cloth. It's true. When I reiterated my words strongly, Hikari's expression shows a bit of relief. I'm glad. On the clean blackboard, Hikari writes something and shows it to me. When did you notice? Eto. I noticed it shortly before Hikari came here. When I recreated darkness magic power for the first time, it got a little out of control and I didn't have time to pay attention to the uncomfortable magic power I felt inside me. And with everything that happened after that, I'd completely forgotten about it. When I looked at Hikari, he had a surprised expression on his face. Well, I guess anyone would be surprised if I told them I only discovered it a short while ago. I've been trying to get a grip on the darkness magic power inside me, and I was surprised when I was able to find it. I felt the same strange magic power I felt when I was recreating it. I looked at Hikari. There's something a little strange about. No, he seems to be okay now. But still, that means Hikari really does have darkness magic power, right? By the way, I have something to ask Hikari if you're okay with it. Hikari nodded. Hikari has both light and darkness magic power, right? Hikari's expression turned serious. Hikari has always looked gentle and honest. He doesn't appear to be affected at all by the negative effect of darkness magic power. Does darkness magic power really have negative effects? Hikari, how do you control darkness magic power? Hikari tilted his head. Are? Did you not get what I mean? It is said that darkness magic power affects negative emotions. However, I don't feel any negative emotions coming from Hikari. So, I wondered if you were doing something about it. Hikari nodded and wrote on the blackboard. Eto, you don't think that the two magic powers are different? I nodded to what Hikari had written. I'll nod for now. Does that mean that light magic power and a darkness magic power are not different powers in your point of view? I'm a little surprised when I saw Hikari nodding. In my mind, I think those two are quite different from each other. No matter how much I think, I always come to the conclusion that they're different. Why do you think they weren't different? Those two powers are completely opposed to each other, right? Hikari tilted his head in confusion before writing on the blackboard. They are similar powers, so you can't distinguish them? Are they? The feelings I get from the darkness magic power and light magic power are completely different. How can this be? Does Hikari has any negative image of the darkness magic power? Hikari nodded. He wrote on the blackboard and showed it to me after. We use power to help our companions. Your lordship has always done so, so I have decided to do that too. As long as you help your companions, it doesn't matter which power you use. Besides, I didn't notice until a while ago that I have darkness magic power in me. However, that doesn't mean that I need to change the way I use it. The one I said it's fine to just do what I've always been doing. Are? No matter how a person uses darkness magic power will only follow. If that is the case, why does darkness magic power amplify my negative emotions? I look at Hikari. Hikari has already decided on how to use darkness magic power even before he knew what it was. I asked my companions what darkness magic power is before using it. They told me what darkness magic power is based on their knowledge. Because of that, I assumed that darkness magic power has this kind of effect. I thought that darkness magic power is something that affects someone negatively. Seriously? Right, exactly, that kind of thinking is wrong. However, as far as Hikari is concerned, I look at Hikari. Hikari, can you channel your power to me? If I feel Hikari's magic power, I might be able to figure something out. I held my hand in front of Hikari, who was a little confused, took and squeezed it a little and let a small amount of magic power out. The magic power slowly flowed from his hand. The magic power is very pleasant and warm. What about the darkness magic power? Hikari? Which magic power just flowed out of your hand? Hikari took the blackboard and wrote on it. I used both magic powers, really? Hikari nodded. Sorry, but can you do it again? I stare at Hikari and deeply feel the magic power flowing from him. There are two different kinds of magic power. However, I can hardly tell the difference. You really can't distinguish them. Both of them are warm. I was so happy to see Hikari smiling. It's the best smile I've seen from him all day. Hikari, thank you. Because of you, I managed to solve one of my problems. Thank you very much. It is the user's perception that makes darkness magic power a magical power that affects negative emotions. If I change my perception of darkness magic power, it won't be a problem even if it flows into the forest. Maybe. Chapter 80, Sare? Done? After sending Hikari back to this room, I let out a small sigh after I came back to my room. It never occurred to me that Hikari would think like that. I should have paid more attention to my surroundings when we were talking. But that time, I couldn't afford to pay others any attention. I only think of myself. I cover my face with my hands. When you can't afford to spare any for others, you tend to miss a lot of things. My magic is becoming unstable. I have to calm down. Phew. Before, even if I scream with emotion, it wouldn't affect my magical power that much. There may have been some fluctuation, but it never bothered me. However, now, my emotions cause my magic power to go out of control. Why is this happening? Damn, whose fault is it? Calm down. I feel like the magic power inside me is raging, like a storm. This is bad. Inhale, exhale. But still, the way I think right now is influenced by darkness magic power. My emotional ups and downs are different from the usual me. It seems like just listening to Hikari won't change my perception of darkness magic power inside me. First of all, I have to change the way I think of darkness magic power. And I'd better do it right away. I sit on the couch, take a deep breath repeatedly, and close my eyes. I remember Hikari's power. It was very warm and gentle. There was no difference between light magic power and darkness magic power. They are both warm and gentle. The magic power inside me should be able to become warm and gentle too. I felt warmth inside my body. Concentrate on that warmth. Darkness magic power can have this warmth. There is nothing to fear. Darkness magic power will not attack me, my friends, or the forest. Darkness magic power and the magic power I originally have are the powers that have been protecting me. I noticed that the magic power inside my body has begun to tremble. Until now, I've always felt it was dangerous when my magic power is acting like that. Right, until now. Though I felt the magic power inside me was raging, I only felt a slight repulsion in it. It's my power. I decided that my power will be used to protect, so all my power must be powers to protect. The magic that has been trembling and raging inside me shook softly. I was a little perplexed by the sudden change in my magic power. Did I succeed? I was so stunned that I was at a loss as to what to do. I put my hand on my chest to feel my magic power once more. I could immediately feel soft magic power. RA? It's something different from what it was before. I don't know, but I feel like I'm touching it. Is it only my imagination? I imagined myself reaching out to the magic power inside me. Touch. Grip. I'm grasping magic power. Not feeling it, grasping it. What have I done this time? When I released the magic power I was grasping, it mingled with the other magic power. RA? I feel that the magic power is very close to me. It's as if it's snuggling up to me. Snuggling? Until now, I only felt it as a force. That's it. It seems to have worked. Let's check it out tomorrow. Right. Let's go inside me again tomorrow to check the cause. Since I took them out earlier, something should have changed. The power seems to have changed too. Knock knock. Your lordship, do you mind? HNN? Is that Koa? Come in. I look at Koa, who has come before my room, and for some reason, she is staring at me through the open door. What's wrong? Koa tilted her head. No, something feels a little different. A little different? Maybe she's talking about the change in power? I don't really feel it, but maybe my magic power has changed. It might be because of the change in darkness magic power. Eh? Koa knitted her eyebrows. She's a bit scarier than usual. However, I did not do anything wrong, right? What do you mean? Change in darkness magic power? Koa, your magic power pressure is too high. Koa's magic power floods the room and even hits me. It's amazing. It's so thick and heavy. Sorry. But, what do you mean? Hikari taught me. Hikari said that it's just an assumption that darkness magic power has negative influences. Koa made an extremely rare expression. Why Hikari? RA? Don't you know that Hikari has both magic powers? I haven't told anyone, but I looked up to the ceiling of my room and saw a grand spiderlings and grand antling waving their legs. They are always in the living room as well. They heard the conversation between me and Hikari, so I thought they would report it back to everyone. Your lordship? It looks like they didn't. Hikari has both darkness magic power and light magic power. It is probably because of the god's experiments. I have never felt any negative emotion from Hikari even though he has darkness magic power. I now know that the reason for this is because he doesn't know that darkness magic power was supposed to be like that. Looking at Koa, I can see that she's thinking hard. It can't be. Koa's murmur reaches my ears. I thought so too. I can't believe that the nature of power is just an assumption. Our knowledge of darkness magic power is given by gods. So, because of the knowledge from gods, we became afraid of the power we didn't need to be afraid of. That should be it, right? That would be. Our impressions of gods are getting worse and worse. Though they deserve it. Right, why are you here, Koa? Didn't the darkness magic power flow into the forest earlier? The darkness magic power from inside me, right? Koa nodded. I couldn't help but worry because my impression was different from Fluffy. I'd forgotten about that. Thanks for thinking about it. What I found out when I moved away from his lordship is that the power unique to darkness magic power disappeared. Is that what Fluffy was talking about? The thing about the crushing power that only darkness magic power has? You no longer feel it when you are away from me. Do you know why? I don't know if I'm right, but after hearing your lordship's story, I had an idea. Seriously? With what I told you? What have I said since Koa came in? Darkness magic power is determined by how we think about it and about Hikari, right? Only those two things. An idea? Yes. Your lordship was concerned about the effects of the darkness magic power when it flowed to the forest. Because I heard about darkness magic power's negative effects. Did your lordship think of various ways to prevent darkness magic power from affecting the forest? Of course. I didn't know what kind of impact it would have after all. And you thought that it shouldn't be affected by darkness magic power, right? Since it can be changed with how you think of it, what do you think will happen? You mean I already unconsciously nullified the effects of darkness magic power? That might be the case. However, that doesn't explain why the power disappeared when you're away from me. Koa nodded. Should we investigate about that issue more? Right, should we? If the darkness magic power inside me has changed, it's a problem that won't happen again. I'm going to check my cause again tomorrow. If the same thing happens, let's look into it. If it doesn't happen, that means I've succeeded in changing darkness magic power. Okay, thanks for informing me. I petted Koa's head. Speaking of which, Chai is not here today. They were always together, but there was one time before when they became like this. That time. Koa, it's about time for you to forgive Chai. Fun, I knew it. They're having a lover's quarrel. Just don't do it too much. Chai looks miserable when he's being ignored by Koa. Chapter 81, rapid growth. HNN? What's this? What's going on? Why is it noisy? I get up from my bed with a sigh. The normally quiet residence of mine is kind of noisy. I searched for the sound of the noise and found that it should be coming from people moving around fast on the first floor. What's happening? I get out of the bed and put on the clothes I was provided with. I finished stretching to loosen up and headed for the door to go downstairs. Your lordship. Wake up. Bang. RA? The moment I tried to open the door, a one-eye jumped into my stomach. The one-eyes are rocks. What would happen if one of them sprinted to my stomach? I felt like my consciousness faded away for a moment. I mean, it's a clean hit. What are you doing? Ehu, what should I do? No. As I'm crouching while holding my stomach, enduring the shock, I was poked in my shoulder. I lifted my head and looked at the one-eye who looked troubled and was looking alternately at the hallway and me. Heal. I sigh as I heal myself with magic. I looked at the one-eye and saw that it was looking at me anxiously. What's wrong? The egg is different from usual, so I thought of waking his lordship. I'm sorry. That hurt, didn't it? The one-eye was looking at my stomach. I healed myself with magic so it no longer hurts. I'm fine now. I see. I'm glad. Your lordship's magic is truly amazing. I smiled at the relieved one-eye. I almost got angry again. Again? The one-eye tilted his head and crossed his arms while thinking. I smiled at his human-like gesture. Please don't joke around. The leader is scary when angry. The leader of the one-eyes is scary? He's the one who often visits me in my room, right? He's like a stall. No, he's just a kid who wants to verify everything around him. So, he's scary when he's angry? Let's be careful then. By the way, you mentioned something about the egg. Are you talking about the Cerberus? Did something happen to the Cerberus? Yeah. It's glowing and even making sounds from time to time. You can hear it, right? Sound. Unfortunately, I can't. I can't hear any sound. Maybe because I'm far from it. It's faint, but I can still hear it from here. Is your lordship sure that you can't hear it? I nodded to the one-eye and then listened carefully for anything. I still can't hear anything. Let's go to the first floor. The sound it makes, as I recall, is unpleasant to everyone. If it keeps getting worse, I may need to find a way to stop it. Also, I heard it's glowing. What's going on? Good morning. What is A? I went to the living room and greeted everyone. Then, I turned my gaze to the crib where the Cerberus is sleeping. What I saw was a Cerberus egg that is 3 times bigger compared to yesterday. The one-eye said it was glowing, but it's growing. Your lordship, do you know what's going on? No, I have no idea. Flying Lizard's puzzled voice made me turn my head to him. The noise has stopped. I looked at the source of the voice and saw Koa and Chai by the bigger egg. They must have made up. Chai sticks more than usual to Koa today. There should be a meaning to why the sound stops as soon as his lordship comes here. This has happened before. That's right. Chai, you're not listening. Perhaps that sound is to call his lordship. To call me? However, I can't hear it. I heard voices from above, and when I looked at it, I saw spiderlings looking down at the egg from the ceiling. Do you think it's similar to a cub calling the parent? I don't think so. I'm not their parent. I shook my head at the conversation of the spiderlings. Or maybe they're right. No. Your lordship, how about touching it? Okay? I put my hand on the egg as requested by Flying Lizard. The warmth gradually transmitted to me. Until yesterday, it was cool. It's warm. Yeah, it became warm when it grew. I see. I look into the egg and see the grown Cerberus. All 3 were away and were looking up at us. Good morning. Can they hear me? As I stared at them, their forefoot went up. It seems like as they grew, our voice can now reach them. You've grown up. You are bigger than yesterday. The egg was around 3 times bigger, but the Cerberus inside is only around 1.5 times bigger. Will it grow more until the egg breaks? RA? I looked at the magic stone beside the Cerberus egg and noticed that the black light that was overflowing from it had intensified. Is it absorbing faster? I brought a new magic stone from the shelf. Should I put 2 magic stones from now on? Crack. HNN? I heard a cracking sound and looked at the egg. Your lordship, the magic stone. Is Flying Lizard talking about the last magic stone? CRA crack. When I look at the magic stone, I notice that it's being enveloped in white light. This is the last magic stone. I mean, why does it look like it's going to explode? I brought my arm in front of my face in a hurry. Bash. RA? It didn't explode? Your lordship, are you hurt? Flying Lizard looks into the crib. I look at the crib with him, but there is no trace of the magic stone. It disappeared. I'm alright, but I think I heard a popping sound. I did too. However, what happened? Yeah, what happened? In any case, we didn't get hurt. I placed the magic stone in my hand beside the Cerberus. Its black light is absorbed by the egg. I knew it would absorb more. I looked at the shelf. 3 magic stones. There is a possibility that they are not enough. Let's go make some more. Alright? I changed my darkness magic power last night, didn't I? Maybe I can no longer reproduce the power needed by the Cerberus. I'll just change it back. That's right. Just change it back. HNN? Wait a minute. Hikari is being supplemented by the darkness magic power of the stones previously and he's unaffected. Does this mean that it's the recipient's intent that counts? Let's ask Hikari. Maybe he knows something. I looked around the living room and looked at the Cerberus egg from a distance anxiously. I shouldn't mention here that Hikari needs darkness magic power. I told Koa yesterday without permission and I regret it now. I should have asked him first. Hikaru, good morning. I need to ask you a few questions, is that all right? After Hikari nods, we both leave the living room together. Where should we talk? This house is not the best place to talk about secrets. I look at the ceiling. There are beams all over the house that the spiderlings and antlings are using. Well, they are good kids who don't talk about important things to others without permission. When we reach the stairs, I stop and turn to Hikari. Hikari tilted his head curiously. Let me apologize first. I told Koa about you, Hikari. Sorry. Hikari looked surprised at what I said. I know I shouldn't have told others without his permission. Then, Hikari shook his head and tugged my clothes. Do you forgive me? Hikari nodded vigorously non-stop. You're nodding too much. Hikari, stop. Stop. Shaking your head too much is a bad thing. Maybe. I don't know, but it shouldn't do any good. Thank you for your forgiveness. I have a question. You received darkness magic power in your body from the magic stone, right? Hikari nodded. When the power came out of the magic stone and poured into you, did you remember something like a sense of discomfort? Hikari shook his head. It didn't feel strange? Hikari tilted his head. I wanted to ask if there was a problem because I locked the kind of darkness magic power that Hikari is not familiar with. After thinking for a moment, Hikari made a circle with his thumb and forefinger. Perhaps he's telling me he's okay. I pat Hikari's head and he giggles happily. Come to think of it, he started laughing gently some time ago. I wonder how close he is to being able to speak. Chapter 82, Cerberus Egg. Your Lordship. The egg. Something's happening. What now? I rushed back to the living room with Koa, who had come to call me. Eh? What? When I entered the living room, I saw the Cerberus egg flashing. Stunned, I looked at the flashing light and it was flashing in various colors, red, white, and blue. It looks kind of lively. Your Lordship, there are only 2 magic stones left. No, it's the last one. Eh? I just replaced it with a new one a little while ago. I hurriedly checked the magic stone beside the Cerberus egg. When I thought I heard a sound coming from the Cerberus egg, I found that the amount of darkness magic power overflowing from the magic stone had increased. Just as Flying Lizard said, darkness magic power is leaving the magic stone at a high rate. This is the last one too. And it looks like it's going to be empty soon. This is bad. How did this happen all of a sudden? Could it be that it's going to hatch? I look at the egg carefully, but there's no crack at all. I guess no. Now is not the time for leisure thinking. I look at the magic stone that's vigorously giving out darkness magic power. It will probably be empty in a few more minutes. Speaking of which, what will happen if the supply of darkness magic power stops? Something will go wrong with the Cerberus. Or worse, they will die. It should also be equally dangerous to stop it. However, I don't have time to recreate darkness magic power. Shall we try to give it directly to the egg while recreating it here? If darkness magic power gets out of control, the damage would be too great. We have to find another way. How to safely pass darkness magic power? If I put up several layers of barriers? No, we're indoors, so even if I set up barriers, it will still cause damage. Should we bring the Cerberus egg out then? I look at the blinking egg. Should we not do anything since we don't know what's happening? What else can I do? I have darkness magic power inside me. Right, I don't need to recreate it. I already have darkness magic power inside me, so I can just give it to the Cerberus egg. However, the amount of darkness magic power inside me is quite low. Can I increase it? It's the core that creates magic power, right? If I could make a core create only darkness magic power, wouldn't that fix this issue? However, is that even possible? Your Lordship, I think it's reaching its limit. The voice of Flying Lizard made me look at the magic stone. I could see that the darkness magic power flowing out of it is decreasing. There's no time. I have to do something. Core. I remember the devastated square yesterday. Let's find another way. I look at the Cerberus egg. Perhaps because of the multicolor light flashing, I can't see anything inside. They're still alive, right? When I gently put my hand on the egg, I feel warmth. I'm relieved by its warmth. Alive. Now, all I have to do is core directly? Right? Yesterday, I tried to see if I could take my cores out. If I let the core out and put it by the Cerberus egg, will it absorb darkness magic power? Will that even work? No, I have to do it. Core, in my hand. A bright blue core appeared in my hand. Is it good that I easily brought it out? Or is it bad? I feel the latter, but let's not mind it for now. The power pouring out of the core is the original magic power I have, right? This should be light magic power. I have to stop this magic power from pouring out and let darkness magic power instead. I grasp the core with both hands. Make darkness magic power, make darkness magic power. I look at the core in my hands. There's no change. Is it because it's not my core? No, this is my core. It may have belonged to someone else, but now that it's inside me, it's mine. So respond to my thoughts. I squeezed the core using both hands and closed my eyes. Darkness magic power. I open my eyes and look at the core in my hands. Not good. I feel down since I couldn't make a change. It would be best if it worked. I'm at a loss. I can't think of anything else. The only thing I can do now is to set up multiple layers of barriers and recreate darkness magic power. Your lordship. From your core. I raise my gaze after hearing flying lizard. RA? Power is pouring out of the core in my hand and it is being absorbed by the Cerberus egg. Did I succeed? I examine the magic power pouring out of the core. What I feel is a gentle and warm darkness magic power. It looks like it went well. I look at the Cerberus egg. The magic stone that should have been beside it is gone. Did I just make it in time? I exhaled and took the core in my hand by the Cerberus egg. Is it safe to take the core out of my hand? However, I don't know how long it would take for it to absorb. Does that mean I have to hold it here all the time? I felt a little uneasy, but I gently placed the core by the Cerberus egg. I watched the core for a little while and it is still pouring darkness magic power into the Cerberus egg without any issue. I was worried about what would happen if I removed it from my hand, but I guess I got scared for nothing. Now, I can rest easy. But still, what's happening with the Cerberus? I put my face close to the egg to see if I could see what was inside. However, because of the flashing lights, I still couldn't see anything. Your lordship? I look at Flying Lizard and Koa, who both have complicated expressions. I tilted my head. What's wrong? What's wrong? Isn't that your core? Koa pointed at the core, which is lying beside the Cerberus egg, with her paw. Ah, right. It's one of the cores I showed you yesterday. What about it? I guess only your lordship can handle his own core that freely. Freely? I guess so. Since I can take it out from the inside, I should be able to release it from my hand. I also used it to create darkness magic power. Well, we're talking about your lordship after all. I chuckled as my companions, who were listening to my and Koa's conversation, nodded in agreement. Your lordship. I turn my head to look at the source of the voice and see USA, who's looking at me with a worried expression on her face. What's wrong? Are you alright? USA's gaze turns to the Cerberus egg. I am. I only did what I think I should. I hope it comes out okay. Me too. Once it hatches, we'll play with it. With a Cerberus? Well, given the impression I got from talking to it, it should be fine. Are you looking forward to it? Yeah. I want to be friends with everyone. By everyone do you mean, the 3 heads? 3 heads in one body. I wonder if it's 1 or 3 animals. And what if the 3 of them disagree with each other? I can't wait for it to hatch. I'm looking forward to it too. Chapter 83, before I knew it, it was already the 2nd stage. Cerberus POV. It feels great. Since 2 kinds of magic power started pouring into the egg, it has become more comfortable. How do I say it? I don't mind staying here forever. It's fluffy and warm and. Speaking of which, how are Toto and Kaka? I wonder if they were worried about me when I suddenly fell asleep. Yeah, I'm sure they're worried. However, I don't want to give up this pleasant world. I'll stay like this a little longer. Oi! Wake up! Wake up! Shut up! I'm feeling good right now, so don't bother me unless it's something important. Something's wrong with the egg. What? I won't allow anyone to take this cozy spot away from me. You don't just wake up suddenly. When I look at the source of the voice, I see my companion who looks angry. I don't really care. So, something is happening with the egg? What's going on? It's flashing. Flashing? I looked around and sure enough, it was blinking and changing colors. I'm pretty sure this is the second stage, the stage before it hatch. The first stage is the egg and our rapid growth of HNN. We've grown. When did this happen? Hey, do you want to get born already? I looked at them and both of them shook their heads. Me too. And yet, for some reason, the egg is about to hatch. Unless we wish to be born, the egg shouldn't hatch, right? I nodded to my buddy. In fact, the egg was already in a state where it could hatch at any time. However, the three of us were worried about the effect of being born in this world, so we decided to keep the status quo for a while. After all, Cerberus eggs have never hatched outside the demon world. It's certainly not because it feels great, so we chose to stay in the egg. Will this cozy place disappear? What the heck? And that's what's on your mind. I sighed. It looks like I'm the only one who thought of that. No. It's not about comfort, it's about how it affects those around us. Right, it's not the former. Anyway, I need to tell Toto and Kaka what happened before something happens. If they find out that the three of us intentionally delayed our birth, they will. Have you two thought about the repercussions? Yeah, that's right. Really? I'm worried. In any case, why is the egg about to hatch even if we don't want it to? Once the second stage of flashing occurs, it is impossible to stop. The next stage is to just wait for it while consuming a large amount of darkness magic power. What exactly happened? Speaking of which, could it be that his lordship wished for it? Did he want us to hatch safe and sound or be born as soon as possible? No way, right? Really, no way. How can the egg respond to his lordship's feelings? How could it ignore our will? But, will we be okay? I look at my buddy whose voice sounds anxious. I tilted my head. What are you worried about? The third stage requires a significant amount of darkness magic power. It doesn't look like they have prepared for that. I look at the nearby shells in panic. His lordship has been locking darkness magic power in magic stones. So, a large amount of magic stones must be prepared, but there are none. Hey, what will happen if the second stage stopped? No one knows. If we are in the demon world, darkness magic power will be absorbed by the egg from the surrounding. Thus, there's no need to worry about that. However, now, what's around us is light magic power. Maybe, I think the egg will not hatch with light magic power alone. If it stops in the middle, the egg needs a lot of energy built up in it to hatch. What happens if it's not enough? Magic power will run wild inside the egg. At my words, the other two shuddered. Since we share the same body, I can directly feel the anxiety they are feeling. I'm sure they can feel my anxiety too. I look at his lordship. HNN? He looks panicking. Is something wrong? Somehow, the situation is strange. I nodded to what my buddy said while looking at his lordship. HNN? What is he trying to do? Something came out. Something bright blue appeared in his lordship's hand. It looks like a stone, but what is it? It's beautiful. What is it? One of us gets interested and approaches his lordship, so the two of us are pulled along. I'm interested too, so I let myself get pulled, but it won't be easy when we disagree. What do you think it is? Right? It's beautiful. The three of us approach his lordship's hand and stare at it. The eggshell is in the way, but it can't be helped. HNN? He's grasping them in his hand. Is he praying? The three of us were confused with what his lordship is doing. What is he doing? Darkness magic power. His lordship's voice echoes through the egg. Come to think of it, once we enter the first stage, the sound outside would be blocked out. In that case, why could we hear his lordship's voice? Well, that's what happens if you're someone abnormal like his lordship. HNN? Darkness magic power? I look at his lordship's hand. The next moment, for some reason, his lordship's face fell forward. I'm worried, but that's all he did. The three of us saw the darkness magic power flowing out of that bright blue thing in his lordship's hand. I rubbed my eyes with my paw. When I looked at it again, darkness magic power was still flowing out of it non-stop. There's only one thing that can create darkness magic power, a core. Core? The other two heads shook their heads. It's in his hand, you know. There's no way a core can be outside. That's true. Then, what is that thing? It's not a magic stone. If it's not a core. I stared at the darkness magic power that was flowing out of it that was being absorbed by the egg. I felt a little uneasy, but soon realized that it was a groundless fear. What's happening? Amazing, the darkness magic power is far stronger than before. My two buddies shouted in surprise at the power of the darkness magic power that reached them. I was surprised myself and I wasn't even able to speak. I never thought I would be able to obtain such powerful darkness magic power outside of the demon world. My body is warm. I could feel darkness magic power spreading to every corner of my body. The warmth is spreading from the tips of my toes to the tips of my tails. HNN? Isn't there another magic power that feels good? Another? Ah, his lordship's magic power. It's also being transmitted to us along with a massive amount of darkness magic power. Strange. They should be opposing forces, but they feel very similar. This darkness magic power is so gentle, isn't it? Right. By the way, I think I'm forgetting something. What was it? It looks like the egg will hatch without any problem. Ah, goodbye to this pleasant world. As I listen to the two heads beside me, I look at the egg. This is currently the third stage, so the blinking has already stopped. I touch the shell with my paw. I can see a fair amount of two magical powers swirling around. We're really going to be born. We're going to be the first Cerberus to be born outside the demon world. Right. This is not the demon world. When born in the demon world, the egg's accumulated magic power will become a storm and will rage. Everyone knows that, so everyone's supposed to leave the egg alone when the second stage begins. Ah, don't hatch. Don't hatch. The two were surprised by my fear and panic. What's wrong? You know that the magic power inside the egg will rage later, right? Hearing what I said, the two's expressions turned to panic. They seem to have remembered. What should we do? If this continues, everyone will be hurt. I look at those who were around the egg. The golems? Or are they human children? They wiped the egg clean. The holy beasts who always check us out and pat us even though we were supposed to be enemies. The others who even blew air at us after saying it must be hot inside. It really doesn't matter though, since the temperature inside the egg was constant. They could be injured by the magic power that will come from the egg. It cracked. Hearing me, my buddies hurriedly touched the eggshell with paws. I don't know what to do. Neither Toto nor Kaka said anything about this. However, I won't give up. We don't want anyone to get hurt. Chapter 84, Birth. Darkness magic power was supplied directly by the core, and after a while, the flashing stopped. I observed the egg by its side to check if there's anything else happening. A few minutes have passed since the flashing stopped, but nothing else is happening. Why isn't anything happening? Isn't this supposed to hatch? Could it be that there's a problem? Inside I can barely see anything even though the flashing has ended. From the looks of it, they should be moving inside, which means they are alive. Is something wrong then? Flying Lizard tilted his head to my question. Koa and Chai tilted their heads as well. Cerberus egg grows in the demon world. Compared to this place, the environment of the demon world is very different, so it won't be surprising if something wrong happens. Right. Koa is right. If they were in the demon world, they would be born safely. However, because of the gods, they were taken from the demon world and sent to a place like this. Ah, there's a crack. A grand spiderling above cries out at the change in the egg. I looked at the egg in panic and saw a small crack slowly spreading on the egg. Looks like it's going to be born. I can hear Flying Lizard's voice, which sounds a little excited. I guess he's glad it's going to be born because he was wary of it first. However, before I knew it, he was already watching over them. Hatch safely. I hold my hand together and pray as I look at the egg. I can't help but be worried given the difference in environment. Crack, crack, crack. Small cracks were appearing on the egg here and there. Then a slightly bigger crack appears, a piece of the eggshell falls into the crib. When I looked at the part where the piece had fallen, a black haze began to flow out of the egg. HNN? What is it? Why do I feel something disturbing? I look at the chip part of the shell. Black haze is still being emitted. I gently reach out and touch the black haze. I felt something indescribably unpleasant in the black haze. However, for some reason, I also felt something different aside from unpleasantness in the black haze. I tilted my head. What is it? It's something familiar, that even the darkness magic power inside me is reacting. Crack! I stop thinking and look at the egg. The egg had a big crack and the amount of eggshell falling out had increased. At the same time, the amount of black haze that was flowing out of the shelled part was also increasing. I have a very bad feeling about this. One Eyes, evacuate the children, now. Everyone, go too. At my words, not only the One Eyes but Boss-san, Shuri, and Fluffy all start moving at the same time. I could hear a faint sound above my head, so I guess the spiderlings are evacuating too. However, I'm not sure if they'll make it in time. Crack, crack. Suddenly, an image of explosion comes to my mind. At that time, I did not care why I suddenly thought of it. I just pointed my palm at the egg and set up a barrier using darkness magic power. Boom! The egg exploded inside the barrier. Explosion! I could feel my heart beating very fast. The inside of the barrier was covered with black haze, so I couldn't see it. However, it doesn't stop me from imagining something bad. I can still remember how I greeted the Cerberus back then. It greeted me back with a paw. My impression of it has changed considerably since that time. I thought it was cute. I can't help but look at it. They are okay, right? Cough cough. Ah, voice. Ooh-wah, it's pitch black. What's going on? Ooh-wah, the shell. Suddenly, I heard unfamiliar voices. My heart pounded as my unpleasant imagination vanished. I gently touched the barrier and it cracked. Oh, 3 voices. Did they hatch? I heard someone's voice behind me. When I turned around, I saw the big form of a one-eye who was holding Sakura and Taiyu. Sakura and Taiyu were looking at me with eyes full of expectations. When I returned my gaze to the Cerberus, I saw them flailing for some reason. Upon checking, they seemed to be struggling to remove the eggshells that have become entangled in their fur. I chuckle at the scene. It looks like they heard me because the 3 of them immediately looked at me. They hatched. They were born. Sakura's voice echoed through the living room. That voice made the Cerberus shudder. No matter how you look at them, they don't look like babies. They grew inside an egg, so maybe they are? Flutter flutter. I heard sounds everywhere. It looks like everyone has heard Sakura. A little later, my companions came running into the living room. The Cerberus seemed quite surprised seeing the vigor of my companions. Congratulations. They really hatched. They're safe. My companions came and called out to the Cerberus as soon as they entered the living room. I could see that they were surprised and a little embarrassed. After all, their expressions have become much gentler. Cute, eh? In human terms, they should be triplets, right? Their voices and gestures are synchronized. I think they're cute and reach out to the 3 of them. I pat their heads in turn while the 3 of them stare at my hand. Their reactions are the same, which made me laugh out loud. Ah, they're really cute. Eh no. What's wrong? I tilted my head at the Cerberus who called out to me. Speaking of which, it would have been nourished by the egg until now. That means from now on, it doesn't look like it needs milk from its parents no matter how you look at them. But maybe they are. Do you want milk? Honestly speaking, we have no milk. What should I do then? I looked at the Cerberus and the 3 of them all had puzzled looks on their faces. Since you were just born, I thought you should only drink milk. The 3 of them shook their heads. Then, what kind of food should we prepare for you? A one-eye appeared between me and the Cerberus. The way he spoke, he should be the leader. No, it might be the one who's a little weird. If he was the leader, he shouldn't have suddenly interrupted us. Meat? Meat? Meat, eh? That's different from expected. My bad. Or rather, aren't they kind of scared of the one-eye? The Cerberus is a creature from the demon world, right? What's wrong? The one-eyes are reliable and I trusted them with everything related to my house. Don't be afraid of them. Right. I smiled at the one-eye who put his hands on his hips and pushed his chest out. When I look at the Cerberus, the 3 of them look a little troubled. I guess I'll have them get used to them slowly from now on. Eto, is meat your staple food? Can you eat it right away? The 3 of them nodded happily to my question. They can eat right after being born. That's amazing. Even so, meat. Well, they're the same as Koa and the others, so there shouldn't be any problem. We have a good stock of meat. The Cerberus has 3 heads and 1 body. So, will it be food for 3 animals? Or for 1? I just want to verify this. Do you eat food for 3? Or food for 1? The Cerberus tilted their heads. All 3 of them. For 1? For 3? Eto, do you even get it? Understood. The one-eye nodded to the Cerberus reply and headed for the kitchen. No, what did you understand? Well, it's a one-eye. I'm sure it will be fine. Chapter 85, Celebration. We're celebrating, but... I sighed over a glass of sake. I sighed at the scene before me. Born. It was good until then. Yeah, I think we all shared the joy of being born. However, someone started talking about celebrating, which gave me a bad feeling. And then, as I expected, a barrel of sake was brought in. Disaster started right in front of me. Well, it's okay. Everyone seems to be having a good time after all. Your lordship, here. I look at the one-eye who brought me the plate. He is the leader of the one-eyes. Today, he has an armband on his arm with the word leader embroidered on it. As for why an armband, he says it looks cool. That embroidery looks amazing. The embroidery on the armband is so amazing that even an amateur like me knows it can't be done without great skill. Tree, flower, and for some reason, Boss-san is also sewn in it in great detail. The 3 Eyes guys should be thanked for this. Right. Perhaps they just got tired of making clothes, so a while ago, the 3 Eyes started getting into embroidery. At first, there were only simple designs and just a little bit on collars and sleeves. Then, it got bigger and more complicated. I'm sure that embroidery these days is on an artistic level. Amazing. I look at the angels, Momo and Samaya, flapping their wings in the air. They're wearing pure white one-piece. Well, I guess they can be called dress. I don't really know since I'm not that familiar with women's fashion, but there is a layer of lace at the bottom of the skirt. It looks like it added volume to the skirt. The skirt looks pretty and fluffy as they move. Momo and Samaya also seem to like it and always try to make their skirt sway. The dress is also full of embroidery. I don't know what kind of thread they used, but the embroidered parts are shining under the sunlight. I guess they'll even make a wedding dress someday, if they haven't created one yet. Wedding dress? No, they said they would make his lordship's formal suit before that. Eh? Before making a wedding dress, they're going to make my formal suit? Yes, a formal suit for me. Why? You say that as if it was necessary, so I won't let it pass. Where would I even wear a formal suit? Isn't it necessary when you meet the kings of each race? What are you saying? Kings of each race? No, I shouldn't escape from reality. I have no plan on meeting the kings. Why are you looking at me so disapprovingly? No, I'm not going to meet them. I mean, I'm just the god of the forest or something. Yeah, maybe I need to meet them. It can't be. Do you think I need to meet them? Of course. The world must know his lordship's splendor. Stop. That's unnecessary. It doesn't need to be known. Trying to preach about me, making me be known, these one eyes, what are they trying to make me look like? No, I don't want to know. Yes, I don't want to know. I didn't pay attention before, but I'm called the god of the forest here, right? Am I an amazing being now? I thought everyone thought so because I saved the forest. Is it possible that the humans and beastkins around think so too? If they felt that way, it would be useless to convince them, right? Your lordship, what's wrong? HNN? I'm just rethinking my role. Your lordship is the god of the forest and the savior of this world, the king of this world. Normally, I would think he's exaggerating. However, today, it doesn't seem so. Your lordship? I have to think about it properly. Maybe I'm drunk. HNN? Hey! You can't make the Cerberus drink. It was just born today. It may not be a baby, but it's still a kid. Not really, since Koa's children started drinking when they were around 8 months. No. Hey, Koa! Boss-san! Light blue! Karen! And even Kuhi? In any case, don't you dare complain. Are? Kuhi is holding a juice desu. Please rest assured. Good. Are? Did the one-eye leader just read my mind? Ma, so what? Can't? Cerberus. You were just born today, so no. Why are you even eager to try it? I'm worried about you because this isn't the demon world. I look at Cerberus. The two of them are staring at the bowl of wine. Don't drink it. TSK, sorry. You two idiots, stop that. It seems like the relationship we saw inside the egg hasn't changed outside. The two of them are a little out of control, or it might be better to say they have a little disappointing character while the last one rebukes them. You're having a hard time. I pat the head of the one who's so done with the other two's attitudes. I can't help but feel sorry for it. Am I the only one who feels this way? Ah, me too. You're not fair. When I patted one of the heads of the Cerberus, the other two started making a fuss, so I laughed and tried to pet them too. Ah, bastards, you two really need to get beaten. I was about to reach out to them when I heard the dusky voice from the one I'm currently petting. My body shook. Hi. The two heads got frightened by the disturbing intimidation with overflowing darkness magic power. Yeah, as expected of a Cerberus from the demon world. Even though it's still a child, the intimidation is amazing. Ooh, amazing. This intimidating feeling. Flying Lizard looks happily at the Cerberus who is intimidating the other two. Fluffball also comes close to see what's going on. Intimidation, is it not working on them? Don't you feel intimidated, Flying Lizard and Fluffball? I feel intimidation, but it's not directed at us. Yeah, Fluffball agreed with Flying Lizard. Is that why you're okay with it even though you're this close? Ma, calm down. By the way, what is your name? Name is? The Cerberus look at each other with subtle expressions. Can't you say your names? Flying Lizard looks at the Cerberus with an annoyed expression on his face. The day Toto and Kaka were about to give us names, the egg was stolen. Ah, that. Sorry for reminding you of something bad. Since that is the case, I guess we'll postpone it until you meet Toto and Kaka again. For some reason, the three seemed displeased with what Flying Lizard had said. As I was thinking why, they stared at me. HNN? Give me a name. I want a name. Name. Hey, I'm the one who's going to name you? No, I want to refuse so bad since there might be a problem later on. However, when I look at the three, they're staring straight at me. I don't know why, but I feel a lot of pressure from their gazes. I think your names should be the ones your parents thought of with all their hearts. As expected, it's impossible for me to give you. The best names for the Cerberus are surely the names chosen by Toto and Kaka. Even if they look disappointed, what is impossible is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wouldn't it be better if you give us a temporary name until we were given real names? I nodded in agreement with what the Cerberus had said. If it was temporary, it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be, right? Your lordship, thanks, eh? I just nodded and they thought I'd already decided? Well, it's just temporary. I wonder if Toto and Kaka are okay with this. Somewhere. Found it. Chapter 86, What to Say. Gwoo. I felt a shock in my stomach and woke up. What was that? I looked down and see something on my stomach. What is that? Is that a hind leg? Come to think of it, we slept together. I looked at the leg on the bed and saw the 3 heads of the Cerberus. All of them are sleeping comfortably. So sleepy. Yesterday, they were all drunk and rowdy while having fun, but the One-Eyes got angry, in short, like what's usually happening. Not only that, the One-Eyes also got angry with the spiders and ants as well as Koa and the others. Every time they get angry, the cause is, it's a food fight. The One-Eyes makes more and more food, but the others just eat more than they could cook. Good morning. Good morning. The leader of the One-Eyes always comes to me after I wake up. He's very loyal to this job. Maybe he's waiting at the door. No, that can't be. Have the One-Eyes rested? Of course. Why do you look so happy? Well, they seem to be resting, so maybe I'm overthinking its reaction. He's worried about me. HNN? I think I heard something. I stop dressing up and look at the One-Eye. The same as usual. I must have misheard. Have you thought of names for the Cerberus? I decided to think about it today. As expected, I decided to think about it today because I don't think I would be able to come up with a good name while I'm drunk. Come to think of it, Hikari had a good expression on his face when we talked about names. Somehow, I feel like it's a mix of worry and sympathy. What was that? I hope you come up with a good name. Me too. I look at the Cerberus who are sleeping on the bed. They are still sound asleep. Right. They were just born, but they played until midnight. Can you tell me when they wake up? I look above and call out to the Grand Antlings on the beam. Grand Antlings today here. The beam in my room seems to be very popular, and there are even battles to get a place on it. I was happy to hear that it was so popular, but when I heard the details of the battle, I wondered whether I should stop them. I didn't stop because Boss-san and Shuri both said there's no problem. However, can you really say that a battle where 1 or 2 legs will be blown off is a no-problem battle? I heard that there is someone from the farming corps that's good at healing, and it can heal amputated legs like brand new immediately. I feel complicated. Understood. I left my room and went downstairs. It's the day after a night of drinking, but I'm already hearing voices from the yard. Those must be the voices of the children. They were up late yesterday, but they're already up this early. They're in good spirits. I went to the living room and looked out into the yard and saw the children running around. It's getting a little colder, so you'd better take care of yourself. Your lordship, good morning. USA smiles more as I smile back at her cheerful voice. RA? USA, come here for a minute. My eyes met with USA, who walked near me. She grew up. Wrong. I looked at USA's eyes. Did your eye color change? The color of her eyes is supposed to be brown, but now it looks like green. Or yellow? For some reason, it seems like the color of her eyes is only mixed with brown. Yes. When I was training a certain power, the color started to change. HNN? When you were training a certain power, what power are you training? Heal Desu. Like your lordship, I want to be able to heal any injury. I'm doing my best to improve my heal. I look at USA and her slightly different color, glittering eyes are staring straight at me, and her tail is wagging in a circle too. I see. Amazing. Improve heal's power? You mean USA's best magic now is heal? USA had quite a lot of offensive power, right? I saw her in training and she was able to blow away antlings. If your lordship gets hurt, I'll heal you right away. Thanks. Well, okay. If you're good at healing, you'll be able to heal everyone's injury. Even if everyone's injured, I'll do my best. If I'm around, I'll do it, so do it if I'm not around. Of course. Because everyone's my test subject. As long as the injury is healed, it's okay. No, of course, not. Refrain from calling them test subjects. USA looked obviously confused when I said that. However, she immediately nodded. Right, it should be guinea pig. That's even worse. No, don't use either. Your lordship, is it okay? I'm all ready. I chuckled at Kuhi and sat down at my usual seat for breakfast. USA, treat him normally for now. USA nodded. Test subject and guinea pig are just figures of speech. I'm sure of it. I slowly eat the breakfast prepared for me. Nothing special planned for today. No, there is. I have to report to Goddess Aeon that the Cerberus has hatched. I need to get in touch with Toto and Kaka who are in the demon world. Then, I'll talk to Rope about how to check the state of this world and purify the curse around the core. There might be something we can do instead of just waiting for an earthquake. Are? Aren't I more motivated than usual? Is it because the Cerberus was born and one problem was solved? Thanks for the food. Speaking of which, Hikari's not here. Ah. I look at the shelf where I usually place the magic stones that are filled with darkness magic power. I used them all up yesterday, so there's no way anything's there. I forgot to prepare one for Hikari. I wonder if he's getting sick or something. Do you know where Hikari is? Kuhi looks confused seeing my impatience. Eto, he went out into the forest. I think he'll be back soon. I see. Thanks. The forest. If he's out there, that means he's probably not in trouble yet. While we're at it, let's recreate darkness magic power. We should have about 10 of them, including the spare ones. Your lordship, he's back. Eh? I looked in the direction USA was pointing and saw Hikari. Thanks. I immediately headed to Hikari. Hikari, good morning. I probe Hikari's magic, but it doesn't seem to be unstable. Are? It's even more stable compared to the last few days. Good morning. Hikari shows me his blackboard as usual. I nod and look at Hikari. Aren't you in a better mood today? Sorry, I forgot to prepare some for you after it was all used up yesterday. I'll go recreate one for you right now. Hikari grabs my sleeve and shakes his head. Why are you shaking your head? Don't you need one? I'm a little puzzled when I saw Hikari nodding. Does he no longer need darkness magic power? Eto, HNN? Hikari showed me the letters on his blackboard after he wrote them. I can feel darkness magic power in the wind, so I can take it from there. Ah, I see. Wind? Now I've done it. In other words, darkness magic power was added to my overflowed magic power. I'll check the status of my companions around. It looks like no one's sick or anything. I used the core to pass darkness magic power to the Cerberus, but what happened to the core? I forgot about its existence given the joy of birth. The crib has already been dismantled, so it's not in the living room. I wonder if the one-eyes know about it. Ah, just in time. The one-eye tilted its head as it looked at me. My bad. Do you know what happened to the core that I put on the crib? We tried to retrieve it, but it disappeared. It has never been found since then. Disappeared? I see. Thanks. So, it was all used up and disappeared? Given the one-eyes, I don't think it would be stolen. Maybe it went back inside me on its own. I think of the bright blue core, into my hand. The feeling in my hand. It really went back. Chapter 87, Temporary Names. The core's back in my hand. I'm glad I didn't lose it. Step, 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 step. HNN? That's the sound of someone going down the stairs, right? That's unusual. Who could it be? Boom. Your lordship. Name. Your lordship, have you thought of our names yet? Fuwa. Hey, one of them is still sleeping. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It looks like they care more about their names than greeting. Even so, they look cute. Sorry, I haven't thought about it yet. I have no idea what to name you in the first place. Cerberus, Biro-chan, Beisu-chan, and Beak-chan? I felt my side being pulled, so I looked to see why and found Hikari, who has a serious expression and is shaking his head. Eh? I have no idea why Hikari is shaking his head. Ah, could it be that I'm actually saying it and not just thinking about it? Was I talking right now? Hikari nodded and pulled his face back. No, I'm just thinking a little. I didn't really mean to voice it out. I was having second thoughts, so I guess it should sound like anything's okay, right? No, I didn't mean it. He's looking at me suspiciously. I can only chuckle at that and seriously think about names. It's hard to think of names. What is the name that sounds demonic? Is there even a name that sounds like it came from the demon world? Ah, Lucifer and Satan are good examples. No, it would be a bad idea to give them names like those. They might really exist. Then, Pochi, Taro, and Kotaro? I'm sure Hikari will give me white eyes. TN, white eye example below. Let's not. Ah, what would be good, right? Kit, art, cart, TN, Kiruto, quilt, kilt, Aruto, Yati alto, Karuto, cart, cult. I chose those names since they sound similar. Oh, don't those names sound good? I look at the Cerberus and see that their eyes are glittering. Do you like it? The three heads nod. When I peeked gently at Hikari, he looked relieved. It looks like I'm safe. Thank goodness. Pon, HNN? What's wrong? The Cerberus paw is placed against my thigh. I look at them and see that they are all tilting their heads. Ah, right, it's not enough to just tell them names. I have to tell which one's name is. Eto. I look at the 3 Cerberus. Come to think of it, only the one that's spacing out has drooping ears. The energetic one was often angry at the middle one. And it looks like it hasn't changed even though they have already hatched. The middle one is definitely a hard worker. It already has wrinkles between its eyebrows compared to the other 2, but that is not relevant now. Eto, the middle one is Art, the one on the left is Coat, and the one with droopy ears is Cart. I'm Art? I'm Cut. Cart. I'm Cart. I guess names make people happy. Even Cart, who's always in a daze, is excited. By the way, seeing the 3 of them saying their names is kind of healing. They're really cute. Do you like them? However, they are only temporary names. Wait, why are the 3 of them looked surprised? The names I gave you are just temporary names. Toto and Kaka will be the ones who'll give you your real names. They seem to be displeased. Is this okay? Understood. It's only temporary. You seem really displeased. However, I don't want to offend Toto and Kaka, so it can't be helped. Kit, Art, and Cart, let's go train. Hey, who the heck invited them? Eto, Garm puppies. Ah, the Fenrir puppies are here too. Train? The Cerberus tilted their heads. I can't help but laugh seeing the 3 of them do that in unison. I endured it though. Everyone here is doing special training to be strong. Thus, they are inviting you to get stronger together. What do you say? Do you want to join them? Well, I guess you have to eat first. The Cerberus and the others stared at me after I said that. What's wrong? Are you sure? We are Cerberus from the demon world. I know that. What about it? I tilt my head to Art's worried voice. Could it be that it is worried about their darkness magic power? However, the darkness magic power I feel from their body is very gentle. It's not as warm as Hikari's darkness magic power, but it still feels warm. I'm sure they'll be fine. The only thing left is to make them conscious of it. Do you want to hurt everyone? I don't think the 3 of them would do something like that. No way. See? Then, it's all right. Everyone knows that you Cerberus can use darkness magic power. Even so, they still invited you to join them. The pups who came to invite them nodded repeatedly. Understood. Please take care of us. Please take care of us. I hope this training will help them build a good relationship with everyone. Ah, right, just be careful not to get hurt. I will put a stronger barrier since recently they came up with attacks that can pass through the barrier. I wonder how that works. I remember them saying something like distorting magic power. Understood. I'll do my best not to die. Wait a minute. There seems to be a big misunderstanding. I'm not talking about dying. I'm talking about injuries. Dying means you'll be dead, okay? Or are you just exaggerating? What do you exactly mean by not dying? Stop when there's a big hole in our stomach. Denied. This is dangerous. Cuts and abrasions are one thing, but you can't break or put a hole in someone. Even if you have a barrier, you will suffer cuts and abrasions for some reason. I was told that it was not a problem because it's special training, but the problem is that the barrier is not protecting them as expected. The barrier you make will be weak if it's tampered with. Besides, barriers don't prevent you from getting blown away upon impact. The only way to prevent yourself from being blown away is to endure it. Eh? The 3 of them looked at me with faces saying they didn't understand. I mean, is it normal to have a hole in your stomach in the demon world? That's terrifying. You can't seriously injure someone when in training. Is that so? I chuckled at Art's troubled expression. Fluffy and flying lizards were trouble in the beginning too. Their power is too strong and they find it difficult to adjust. Come to think of it, I've gotten better at fine-tuning magic power lately. Are Art, Kit, and Cart not good at controlling your darkness magic power to attack? Ah, how would they know? They were just born yesterday. What do you think? I think we are good at it. Cot is very confident. Art is just stunned. Cart doesn't think so. Eat breakfast first. After that, let's go to the garden to check what you're capable of. Yeah, that's a straightforward answer, isn't it? I heard that the Cerberus from the demon world is terrifying, so I wonder what would happen. They're very straightforward. Your lordship, it's nothing. Eat slowly. Understood. Now, while the Cerberus are eating, let's go to make our usual rounds. It seems like the magic power flowing into the forest was mixed with darkness magic power. I have to check eco then. Chapter 88, Cherry Blossoms? Seriously? Flower buds? I came here to check eco and there are flower buds on it that weren't there yesterday. That's surprising, but there are 4 kinds of flower buds as far as I can see. Pink, white, yellow, and blue. Each bud has a different shape and size. I'm not familiar with the flowers, so I don't know what kind of flowers will bloom from them. No, given that I'm not even familiar with the flowers of my previous world, there's no way I know the flowers of this world. And no, the names of the flowers don't matter. What matters now is not the name but why one tree has different kinds of flowers. No, the more important question is why buds suddenly appeared on a tree since it didn't have any yesterday. Seems to be a bigger mess than I thought. Let's calm down first. Those flowers. No. I can't calm down at all. Flowers, HNN? I immediately looked at the one who said that and found that Boss-san is also looking at the flowers like me. Just in time. Let's ask her. Is it normal for Iko to have different kinds of flowers? Is it strange that flowers suddenly show up in one day? Iko is the Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is a non-flowering tree. So, Iko is a non-flowering tree. I see. Then, what are these things I'm currently seeing? I rubbed my eyes. They're still there, aren't they? I've acted like a dumbass. The most common buds I see on Iko are pink buds. They look like buds I saw every year in my previous world. They are in full bloom in spring and are famous for flower viewing. Yeah, cherry blossoms. That's the only reason I can tell what kind of flower that bud is. Every year, those buds will show up as if saying will bloom in a little while. Even I, who's not familiar with the names of flowers, know what they are. Cherry blossoms? Seriously? However, it's not even spring. It will be winter soon. And yet, cherry blossoms. No, the difference in the time of blooming may be trivial, since it is strange for Iko to have flowers in the first place. I'm a little happy seeing cherry blossoms in this world. Because every year, I had a cherry blossom viewing with my family. I also enjoyed the cherry blossoms at night after work with my senpais and kuhais. Even if it's a little different, as long as it's similar to cherry blossoms, perhaps I should go cherry blossom viewing with everyone. Would it be hard at this time of the year? It should be fine because we have magic. I look at the buds of other flowers. Big white buds. Small yellow buds. Bigger than white but blue buds. I think I've seen those blue buds somewhere. Where have I seen those big blue buds? Your lordship, does Iko has any problem? Boss-san's voice full of concern made me check the flow of magic power again, though I already did it when I arrived here. Still, no abnormalities were found. There is no problem with the flow of magic power, so it should be fine. Only the flower buds are the abnormality I found, but everything else is the same. That means there's nothing we can do. Anything else different compared to yesterday, the mysterious creatures swimming in the lake? Some of them are waving at me as if they noticed I was watching them. I'll wave back. The other kids have noticed. Sorry, let's end it here. That's it. Hikari said that my darkness magic power is flowing into the forest. I need to see if something is wrong with the forest. Boss-san, when are you going to patrol the forest? I do it every morning. Shuri's children and my children, along with the spirits and treants, are usually working together. They are all cooperating with each other. I didn't know. Your lordship, what is the similar but different magic power that's currently flowing in the forest? I knew you'd noticed. That's the darkness magic power inside me. Is there anything wrong with the forest? The feeling I get after the darkness magic power changes is almost the same as light magic power. So I don't think it will cause much problem in the forest. Even so, it's still darkness magic power. Darkness magic power? Yes. You can rest assured. We found no problem in the forest. Good. Since Boss-san says so, I guess everything's fine. To think it's actually darkness magic power. Is it really? Yeah, it should be. I looked at Boss-san who was murmuring and saw her tilting her head back and forth in confusion. As expected of your lordship. And that's your conclusion? You know, there have been times lately when they'll use that line to clear things up. They use it when no one can explain anything or when no one knows what's going on. I guess it can't be helped. It's not good to complicate things. Let's go back. The Cerberus must have finished their meal by now. Is it because of your lordship's magic power that the Cerberus magic power has become gentler compared to when they were still in the egg? The Cerberus magic power? Rather than saying it's because of me, it would be better to say that the perception of darkness magic power has changed. Perception? Yes, perception. I'm talking about the darkness magic power inside me. I had assumed from the information from everyone around that darkness magic power was a dangerous kind of power. Thus, the darkness magic power inside me changed in response. However, when I saw Hikari's darkness magic power, I changed the way I see it. I realized that darkness magic power could also be used to protect everyone. Soon, the darkness magic power inside me responded to my thoughts and the darkness magic power changed. I can't say for sure, but I believe that darkness magic power is a power that changes with the thoughts of those who possess it. Thoughts, did the gods make us believe that darkness magic power is dangerous? That's what I think. It is as Goddess Aeon has said before. There is no god that has survived since the beginning of time. She said that they gradually became so sick at heart that no one chose to remain. Looking at what happened to the gods, you'll know that living such a long life isn't a good thing. However, I'm now on that side of the world, am I? I can't help but think about it now. I thought gods were greater existence. That's what I thought too. No, I'm an atheist, so I never thought of God. Are? Can I still be considered an atheist? Well, I guess. Now, I think gods are no different from people. No, they're not. God made man, so man is like God? Are? There is an information about man being in the fruit of the world, right? Is it the fruit of the world that made man? No, it was the gods who created the fruit of the world, so God made man after all. Complicated, your lordship? It's nothing. Are? The square is very noisy. What's going on? As I approach the square, I see not only the dragons, but also Shuri and Karen. What's going on? Why is the Koa and Chai family all here? The Cerberus. I followed Boss-san's gaze and saw Cerberus fighting against Chai in the middle of the square. Chai's magic is fire and water. Cerberus is black light? Is the Cerberus winning? No, Chai is not being serious. Is that so? He looks serious to me. Are you sure? Chai has been trained by Koa, so he's pretty strong. By Koa. Come to think of it, Koa is pretty strong. Fire pillar. Cerberus also uses a black fire pillar. It looks like the black fire pillar that the Cerberus made has caused a bit of damage to the field. The harvest is over, but the farming corps won't just let you get away just because of that. Great. Everyone was shocked that the place went silent in an instant. Cart, coat, escape, eh? Why? The Cerberus don't know about the farming corps yet. A farming corps has come running with a hoe. And it's really fast. The Cerberus seem to have noticed the abnormality of the farming corps running toward them, but they can no longer run away. Bonk! The barrier that the Cerberus put up shattered in an instant. No, the barrier shattered. I look at Boss-san who's next to me. What are you talking about? The barrier that the Cerberus had put up. Is it some kind of special barrier? Sit down. At the sound of the farming corp's voice full of pressure, Chai and the Cerberus immediately sit down on the spot. It was stunning to see how fast they followed. Ra? I look around the square. Before I knew it, only Chai, the Cerberus, the farming corp member, and me were left there. How can they escape that fast? Chapter 89, God of Time. Isn't it about time for you to forgive them? The Cerberus didn't know how important the field was. I looked at Chai and the Cerberus whose heads are drooping. They looked up at me with extremely pitiful expressions. They were cute, but a little pitiful. Since his lordship has spoken, it can't be helped. That's all for today. Please be careful from now on. Yes. It wasn't a great training and it's not a sermon either, but it can be considered as a lesson. For almost 2 hours, he talked about the history of the field and its importance. No, I didn't know some of it either and I thought some of it was great, but there is too much information. How did he do it? The farming corps member was amazing and managed to keep talking with such vigor. I was so tired even though I was just listening to the side. I should have run away immediately like the others. I tried to leave several times in the middle of the lesson, but every time I tried to leave, I was stared at by the farming corps member, so I had no choice but to stay. I'm tired. Right. I just moved a little and I thought I would be cut off in half if I moved an inch more. The Cerberus were lying face down on the ground. It looks like they no longer have any energy to talk. Chai, are you okay? Koa is looking at Chai, who is sitting on the ground but his forehead is still on the ground. Not okay. While talking, he sent me an amazing amount of bloodlust. Really? Bloodlust? The 3 heads of the Cerberus nodded with a tragic expression. So, they felt the bloodlust of the farming corps. I didn't feel anything though. Thank goodness. I'm sure I'd faint if the farming corps member sent me bloodlust too. Ra, that's HNN? When I looked at Koa, I saw her staring at a corner of the square. When I checked to see what's going on, I noticed that light was gathering at 2 points. Is it Goddess Aeon and someone? I'm currently very tired so I'd rather not face any new trouble. Are you alright? Ooh? The moment she showed up, I was dumbfounded when Goddess Aeon suddenly said that. After arriving, I suddenly felt that the magic power of this whole world has changed tremendously. The magic power of this world, it should be because of that. It's probably because darkness magic power flooded into this world. What? What do you mean? I looked at the person who said that who came with Goddess Aeon. My eyes met with a man I've never seen before. It was the first time in my life that I saw such a well-proportioned face that I had to look at him twice. I looked at the man's entire body and saw that he was wearing similar clothes to what Goddess Aeon wears, but the band around his waist is silver. His hair is around shoulder length which is red at the tips, but the rest is blackish silver. The color was a little strange. And above all, he looks like an Ikemen. Or not. Who are you? Can you at least tell me who you are? My apologies for my sudden intrusion. I am the god that controls time, Theo. Pleased to meet you. Ah, the god of time that's mentioned by Goddess Aeon numerous times. Nice meeting you, I'm Yo, Akira. Darn. I almost said your lordship. May I ask you something? As long as I know the answer. I don't think the god of time would just ask me anything. Speaking of which, where is Goddess Aeon? She brought him here and left? I look around the square. Ah, she was being preached by Koa. The Cerberus are staring dumbfounded at Goddess Aeon who's being preached. It happens all the time, so you'll get used to it. They have a very good relationship. Are you really saying that while looking at Goddess Aeon and Koa? Looking at God Theo, it looks like he really meant it. I mean, God Theo is tall. I'm sure he's over 190. I don't really care. When I turned my gaze away from God Theo, I saw Goddess Aeon sitting in Caesar in front of Koa. What in the world is she doing? Are? Did she look at me just now? Ah, is she looking at God Theo? Is it an explanation about God Theo? Ah, Koa head-butted Goddess Aeon. Is she okay? Well, Goddess Aeon is powerful despite how she looks. Ha ha, I knew it. It was Koa who got hurt. Is it always like that? HNN? I looked at God Theo and saw him looking at Goddess Aeon and the others with a complicated expression. I think so. Do you want to join? No thanks. That was a quick reply. I looked back at Goddess Aeon and saw that Koa tapped Goddess Aeon's forehead with her paw. I see. So, about my question. I forgot. Go ahead. The magic power in this world is stronger than before. Moreover, the quality of magic power seems to have changed. What have you done to it? The magic power is stronger? What does that mean? The magic power that flows in this world comes from me. So, the cause of the stronger. The quality of magic power changed probably because there are two kinds of power overflowing from me. I look at God Theo and he's staring at me. No, rather than saying it comes from me, I guess it's better to say it's overflowing around me. I can feel the quality of light magic power in one of them. The other seems to be something that resembles light magic power, but a little different. Is this the magic power that Akira created? Magic power I made? Ah, you mean the new power. It's not. It's magic power created by changing the perception of darkness magic power. It is basically darkness magic power. This is darkness magic power? God Theo gently reaches out his hand to me. Perhaps he can touch magic power as well as see it. I can't believe how similar they are. I don't know how to feel that I am now seeing someone flapping his hand in front of me. Somehow, it makes me want to knock him off. No, I shouldn't. Ah, sorry. God Theo pulled his hand away, perhaps noticing my expression. It's okay. What is it? I feel God Theo is different from the two other gods I've met. Is it because of his calmness? Finally, Goddess Aeon, who had been released by Koa, came to us with a tired look on her face. You made a noisy appearance today. Ah, sorry. When I got close, I felt a magic power I'm not familiar with, so I panicked. Goddess Aeon looked at me and looked relieved. It seems like I worried her. However, I don't think she's going to start a commotion. Even so, I was surprised. Did you control darkness magic power? Control? I tilted my head and Goddess Aeon looked at me curiously. I was surprised when I felt that darkness magic power is mixed with a magic power flowing in the world. However, it is different from the darkness magic power I know. I thought, maybe Akira did something to it. I shook my head at Goddess Aeon. I think anyone can do the same as long as you change how you perceive darkness magic power. I told Goddess Aeon what I did in detail. Seriously? Seriously? When Goddess Aeon looked at God Theo, he shrugged his shoulders. It was God's doing. Hearing God Theo, Goddess Aeon let out a big sigh. Darkness magic power. Theo, what do you think? What does he think? Is it related to him or something? Right. It feels similar to light magic power. It's like, what? I'm so curious, so stop with the cliffhanger. I stare at God Theo, but he's so lost in thought that he wasn't able to say the rest. What? Here? A voice sounded from above, so I looked up at the sky and saw a part of the sky distorting. I was surprised as this is the first time I've seen this phenomenon. However, I still managed to set up 3 barriers around my residence. No way, Demon World? Eh? Demon World? When I looked at Godfio, he was staring at the distortion in the sky with an astonished expression on his face. Ah! I heard a voice from behind me, and when I turned my gaze, I found the Cerberus looking at the sky, wagging their tail. It seems like someone from the Demon World really came. Eto, is this all right? Found it! A huge body slowly appeared from the distortion. Ah, it is definitely from the Demon World. There's no doubt about it. After all, where would a Cerberus come from? By the way, this one that appeared in the sky, is it Toto? Or maybe Kaka? Chapter 90, Fare? Gentle, bang, eh? And Toto or Kaka came down with great momentum but hit something in midair. The speed was high, so the impact should be considerable. It is writhing in agony because of something that can't be seen. Kaka? The Cerberus stared at the figure with stunned expressions. Cute. It seems like the one writhing in agony in the sky is the Kaka of the Cerberus. Since they are calling her Kaka, she should be their mother. Toto should be from Otuzan, father, and Kaka should be from Okasan, mother. I know I shouldn't judge anyone's appearance, but is she really the mother? When I saw the Cerberus the first time in the egg, I thought they were frightening, but how frightening they were seemed to be only around 30 to 50% of how frightening Kaka is. What's this? Is something here? The ferocious expression on her face became even more terrifying as her eyebrows knit. If I met her at night, I would go crazy. Kaka, with a scary face, thumps with her paw. No, she's trying to do something on the invisible thing before her. The way she's hitting something hard with her paw is kind of cute. However, the expression on her face is so contrast to that, so I don't dare call out to her. What's there? There? Godfio and Goddess Aeon seem to have recovered from the shock of Kaka's appearance. The two of them are staring at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. Right, what's there? An invisible wall in the sky? I don't remember something like that existing though. I thought the gods had done something, but it doesn't look like it. This is kind of creepy. I look at Kaka. She seems to be hitting it with a lot of force, but it doesn't seem to break. It looks like a barrier. Are? Barrier? Why would there be a It was before Kaka showed herself to us. I put up 3 layers of barriers around my residence because there was a distortion in the sky above and I felt it was dangerous. After I set up the barriers, we found out that it was from the Demon World, and what happened to the barriers at that time? I didn't even check to see if I really put up some barrier or failed. I guess this means I've succeeded. I looked at Kaka, who was blocked by something in the sky and could not come down. I don't know why I can't feel the magic power of the barrier, but it must be there. Kaka, please stop for a moment. Huh? Who are you? Uwa. I'm not supposed to call her Kaka, right? Well, of course. I haven't even introduced myself yet. Eto, I am. What am I supposed to say? I raised the Cerberus egg? No, I picked it up. Picked it up? I'm the one who found the Cerberus egg. Right. I certainly found it. You found it? That's right. The god apprentices hid it, but I found it. God. Uwa, the curious look on her face turned vicious in an instant. However, that is something expected. Her own children were stolen by the god apprentices after all. Are? Did you know that the god apprentices stole the egg? That's the reason why you have an intense dislike for them, right? No, it could be said that hating each other is a normal reflex since they seem to be not in a friendly terms to begin with. So, which is it? In the place where I had placed my child, I felt divine power and light magic power. Thus, I was able to predict that it should be them, but the gods said they didn't know when I asked them. I thought they had killed them because I couldn't find any magic power similar to mine, but I couldn't just give up searching for them. So, it was the apprentices who stole it. You've been searching for them for a long time? HNN? You asked the gods? Goddess Aeon, it seems like the demon world has inquired. I looked at Goddess Aeon, but she looked at me awkwardly and shook her head. Godfio also shook his head, so it seems like the two of them are unaware of the situation. If they had responded properly, the damage could have been minimized. However, listening to the gods, it looks like they're not communicating with each other that much, do they? Let's leave the god problem later. For now, removing the barrier is the priority. I want to lift the barrier and let the Cerberus and Kaka be with each other. The conversation I just had with Kaka is calm, which means she's willing to listen. My apologies, but I need to remove the barriers, so can you please move away from where you are? Ooh? Barrier? There's a barrier here? For some reason, Kaka sounded puzzled as she moved her paws in the air. She seems to be touching and checking the barrier. Is there really a barrier here? I don't feel anything though. I nodded to Kaka. I guess there is. I don't know if there are really barriers there either. I don't know what's happening today. Touching a barrier made of light magic power should be painful, but Kaka looks puzzled as she looks at the sole of her paw. Someone from the demon world would actually be damaged by light magic power just by touching it. Come to think of it, the dragon said that darkness magic power is poisonous. Right. Starting today, my magic power had both light and darkness magic power. That's what it means now that the world is flooded with darkness magic power. Kaka doesn't feel anything because there is a mix of darkness magic power in it. The reason we can't sense it is because we are unconsciously looking for a barrier that is only made with light magic power. Or that's what I think. Or maybe no. I'm surrounded by a mixture of the two magic powers. I don't know why. I never felt this way when I only had light magic power. Is something wrong because of the mixture of the two magic powers? Are you okay? Eh? When I turned my gaze from the source of the voice, I saw Kaka staring right above me. She was a little far away from me just a moment ago, but she had moved. You seem to be thinking about something the whole time. Are you okay? I am fine. The unexpected close distance and the worried look on her face made me upset. Kaka seemed to be kind, didn't she? Eto, I'll go lift the barrier. Will there be no problem to do that? I was confused and Kaka let out a sigh. Are? Why did she sigh? This world is a world protected by gods, right? That means there will be a problem if someone from the demon world goes here. I'm not saying I came here without permission, but a world protected by gods? This world is being protected by the magic stone of fortune called rope, and the gods have nothing to do with it. Rope is in control. Ooh? When you get used to it, she kinda looks cute, and she doesn't look scary anymore. I think Kaka also has a pretty gentle nature. However, they're here. Kaka looked at the two gods, Goddess Aeon and God Theo, with obvious disgust. It seems like Kaka won't direct her gentleness to gods, but that's okay. It's probably mutual. There's no need to worry. Goddess Aeon often comes here to complain, so she's a friend. Hey, Akira, what's with that pause? And why does it sound like a question? Goddess Aeon disapproves my words. However, what is our relationship? I hadn't really thought about it. I and Akira are friends. Goddess Aeon says that to Kaka, and God Theo, who's next to her, is looking at her with dismay. What about the other one? I just met God Theo today. You can call him my acquaintance. Kaka looks at me with an indescribable expression. Why? I tilted my head and looked at her. You're also a god, aren't you? No, I'm not. Kaka's eyes widened with my quick rejection. You're not? But you have a divine power? Is it because of the new power inside me? It's only similar to divine power, but it's not. It's a new power. New power. Yeah. Kaka looks at me with doubt. Well, if you really want to know, you can say that like the egg. I'm also a victim of those apprentices. What did they do to you? I was caught up in a hero summoning. What? The gods are still doing such a childish thing? When Kaka looked at Goddess Aeon and God Theo, the two of them nodded. Are you idiots? They are idiots. They are certainly idiots. Goddess Aeon and God Theo tiredly respond to Kaka's question. I think it's an amazing scene. Given the topic, that is. Chapter 91, A. Can see it? Watching the gods and a Cerberus from the demon world agreeing with each other isn't going to solve anything, right? Sorry for disturbing your little get to know each other, but can I lift the barrier? We're not really getting along. Kaka looks at the gods with a complicated expression. The gods are looking at Kaka with similar expressions. I think it's good that they're close enough to have the same expressions. That doesn't matter now. Lifting the barrier is the top priority. To do that, I need to be able to sense the magic power of the barrier first. Why is it that I suddenly can't sense magic power? Is it because it is mixed with darkness magic power? That's possible. However, why can't I feel it? So troublesome. I can use both light magic power and darkness magic power, so I should be able to feel and see it. Well, there's no point in thinking about it. I have to find a way. Right, who? When I looked up at the sky with enthusiasm, I somewhat saw something. Looking at it closely, I found that it is a gigantic membrane-like thing that was covering my residence and the surroundings. Is that the barrier? I can see it now? Eto, seriously? Why? It can't be because I wanted to see it, right? Is that how you'll be able to see it? Can it be invisible? The membrane quickly disappeared from my sight. See the barrier. Don't think of it too much. For now, let's just release the barrier and have a mother and child reunion. Yeah, that's the most important thing to do now. Everything else can wait. Eto, let me try to release the barrier. I watched as the membrane that appeared in the sky got enveloped by the new magic power and disappeared. That took around 10 seconds. It's great to be able to see it. I can judge whether I succeeded or not at a glance. Shoot. I did it without informing others that I'm going to lift it. When I looked at Kaka, I found that she stumbled from where she was. My bad. Are you okay? I was just startled that the thing I was standing at suddenly disappeared. Glad to hear that. Looking at Kaka, it looks like she's already descending to the ground. After landing, she and the Cerberus huddled together. Finally, God Theo said that in a relieved voice while Goddess Aeon followed up in agreement. Right. Even I feel bad for her. Goddess Aeon lets out a small sigh. Finally, one problem has been resolved. But still, even someone like Kaka relaxed her face in front of her child. This is kind of comforting. Your lordship. Eh? Suddenly, Art called out to me. Is the emotional reunion already over? That's only around 2 minutes. Your lordship? Sorry. What's wrong? My apologies, but what kind of magic power do these little guys have? Magic power? I look at the little Cerberus. Since they are still visible, I can see light magic power and darkness magic power covering their bodies as if protecting them. Right. I completely forgot that because of me, the little Cerberus also have light magic power. Is that bad? Your lordship? Kaka tilted her head curiously. I'm scared. How do I explain it properly? Sorry, Kaka. The Cerberus not only have darkness magic power but light magic power too. What if that becomes the reason they can no longer return to the demon world? They can stay here of course, but if they want to go back, they'll return with light magic power within them. Does that mean that in order to go back, we have to completely remove light magic power from them? Perhaps we can only do that. However, that would burden the Cerberus. As for me, I don't want to do it. Light magic power? Kaka brought her face closer to the Cerberus. Looking at them, it looks like she's looking in the depths of their eyes. Your lordship is a mysterious being. Eh? Not only the darkness magic power within my child is different from usual, but even the light magic power is different. They tolerate each other. I tilted my head to what Kaka had said. I mean, what are you talking about? What's with the light magic power? No, you also said that the darkness magic power is different. Also, what do you mean by they tolerate each other? My child belongs to darkness and yet, they are not being attacked by light magic power. It's even covering them to protect them. So that's how it is. Thank you. Eh? Kaka looks at me and smiles. Maybe it's a normal smile, but to me, it looks like the smile of someone that's planning something. Well, I guess I'll only need to get used to it. You are welcome, your lordship. That's Cart. What is it? Do we have to go back to the demon world? Can't we just stay here? Eh? You can stay here as long as you like. Eh? I only said they can stay here as long as they want. I mean, why does everyone look surprised? Wait a minute, Akira. Is it because of the gods? However, if they want to stay, I hope they'll make an exception. I'm envious, no. I mean, having someone from the demon world stay here will be challenging. I think I heard something else. I looked at Goddess Aeon with a dumbfounded expression and she averted her gaze. God Theo looked at her with dismay. Is it really okay? Is it fine? Cart and Art asked with happy expressions. I smiled and nodded. Of course. Stay as long as you want. As long as light magic power doesn't attack them, there's no problem. But that would make me a bit unfaithful to Goddess Aeon. But that's not really it. Goddess Aeon can come as much as you want to. It's not like it's any different from the current situation. How about me, God Theo? I don't really mind. As long as you don't cause any trouble to the One Eyes and my other companions, please feel free to do so. Thanks. I shrugged my shoulders to God Theo's thanks. This is kind of strange, right? Your lordship. When I looked at who called me, I found 4 One Eyes. What's up? Banquet Desu. Eh? Banquet? Mother and child finally meet. We need to have a banquet. Eh? The One Eyes dashed away before I even said anything. Just do it. Kaka, do you mind? This is a good chance to know each other. Chapter 92, Demon World's Sake. Kaka asked me to call her Teforte. And it seems like the 3 of them have the same name. Or rather, it is said that the 3 heads of a Cerberus are more likely to be named as one. I was told that it was unusual for each head to be given with individual names. I told her about their temporary names, but since Teforte approved, the 3 were named as they were. I asked her, are you sure, but they said it was okay because they liked their names. I'm glad that Teforte is understanding. Teforte, how about this one? Do you like it better than the previous one? Not really. I like the one from before better since it has a richer aroma. I'm drinking with everyone. The two heads seem to prefer that one, so they're drinking it. But what do you mean by richer aroma? I took a sip of the wine that Teforte said had a richer aroma. This is no different from the wine I always drink, whether it is the taste or the aroma. I took a sip at another wine that is placed nearby. Aroma? Was there any difference? Which does your lordship prefer? At Boss San's words, all eyes turned to me. I like them all. I don't have any preference. No matter which one you drink, it tastes good. Right, I think the most important thing is how you taste it. Speaking of which, no matter which wine your lordship drinks, you always enjoy them. Because it tastes good. I smile at Fluffy and drink the remaining wine. Indeed, they all taste good. Teforte nodded in satisfaction as they drank the first wine of the year. That wine is brewed using the combination of 3 different kinds of grapes. It is said to have a nice thirst-quenching taste. In short, it's very close to flavored water. I think as long as it doesn't taste bad, they would happily drink it, but of course, I didn't tell them that. It's as they say, silence is golden. But still, the number of barrels has increased, hasn't it? There are 10 barrels in the square. Today, they brought out 2 barrels of each type of wine, so there are 5 types of wine available. There seem to be more kinds than what's brought out in the square. Before I knew it, we already have 18 different kinds of wine. And today, fruit wine was introduced. I don't know about this, but it seems like wine can be made from something other than grapes. The method seems to be squeezing them to juice, boiling, adding honey, and fermenting. It tastes sweet. It was a big hit with the Grand Antlings and the Ratatosks. This is good. How about trying it, Aeon? That? Okay. I look at Goddess Aeon and God Fio, who are drinking by my side. What they are drinking is the sake from the demon world brought by Teforte. The alcohol content is extremely high. I was asked to sip it and my throat burned the moment I drank it. It is not something I should be touching. I like this one better. I prefer its sharp taste. I look at the bottle of sake Goddess Aeon is holding. The label is God's Fall. Holding it in her hand, Goddess Aeon seems to be in a good mood. I won't think about work today. Let's drink. Flying Lizard, let's compare drinks. God's Fall. I guess that's how it is. Is that so? I like this one better. I like how the taste of sake stays in my mouth. God Fio pours the sake into the cup he has and drinks it all at once. Really? I don't like sake that leaves an aftertaste in my mouth for a long time. It stings. Goddess Aeon shakes her head as she looks at the sake in God Fio's hand. I wonder if this is okay. Bang, and he puts the bottle of sake on the table. Its label is from Evil God with Love. It has the love of the evil gods? What kind of sake is that? You two don't get it. If it's sake, it should be this. Your lordship, here's my recommendation. Teforte magically brings out a bottle of sake in front of me. The label is Evil God Killer. Is this even a sake? No, I'll pass. Is that so? This is a famous sake that can make even the sake master Evil God faint. The alcohol content is already amazing, but the magic power it contained is better. There's a sake master Evil God? And that Evil God even fainted? I beg you, please don't recommend that kind of sake. I like sake, but I'm not a very strong drinker. RA? Magic power? HNN? What? When brewing sake, the brewer naturally must pour magic power into it, right? Is that so? I look at the nearby farming corps. They are staring at Teforte. Given their reaction, they should be surprised. In other words, they probably didn't know about it either. I see. Magic power. The farming corps nodded a few times and then went away. Next year, the wine will be different. I better tell them not to raise the alcohol content too much. If I don't tell them, they'll raise it as much as they can. The best drinkers in this world are the dragons. I don't think we need a sake with the name Dragon Killer. Your lordship, this is good. Oi, don't pull. Gee, your lordship. Suddenly, I was pushed from behind, making my stomach hit the corner of the table. Then, I heard panicking voices behind me. Heel. I'm relieved to find that my stomach calmed down, but it is still noisy behind me. It's your fault. Your lordship, I'm sorry. Calm down. I look back at the dejected cart. Kurt and Art also seem dejected. I'm okay. Cart, why did you want to ask me? This. Fried eggplant. Well, it's not really eggplant. I see. The Cerberus are carnivores, right? I look at Teforte. In front of her is a big chunk of meat, medium rare. They're carnivores all right. Art and Kurt, have you found anything you like? Could these 3 possibly like vegetables? We like it too. Art pointed at the fried eggplant. It said we, which means Kurt likes it too. Kate looked at them and nodded. I see. I look at Teforte again. They don't touch any of the vegetables, and the three of them are only eating meat. If they like it, but will it affect their growth? You should eat meat too. I was relieved when the three of them nodded. I'm a little scared because I don't know how much the light magic power has affected them. Crack, crack, crack. What's that? I look around to find the source of the sound, but I didn't find anything. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Crack, crack, crack. No, I certainly heard something. Boss-san and Shuri and even the others were also looking around. Over there, following Teforte's line of sight, I saw a distortion in a part of the sky above. That's the same distortion that happened when Teforte first came to this world. That means someone's coming again. Teforte, who is it? Teforte tilted her heads. I don't know, since the other party's magic power is completely blocked. Completely blocked? I can't open it. Eh? That's a man's voice, right? And what does he mean by he can't open it? Oi, what's going on? Open it. Teforte looked at me, but I shook my head. I have no idea what that means. That voice, evil god Oaju? Oi, I'll destroy this world if you don't. The voice from an unknown person spits out unacceptable words, but I have no idea what to open. That means I can't do anything about it. Eh? I felt something disturbing behind me. When I turn around, I see that my companions are all acting strangely. What? Destroy? This world? As if in response to the voice of Flying Lizard, I felt everyone's magic power rising. Why are they so angry? Ah, right. They're all drunk. E.g., what should I do? Open up, damn it. Can't you shut up for a second? Chapter 93, Evil God and Guard. Everyone, calm down. My companions are showing rebellious expressions to my command. Drunks are really troublesome. That evil god, I forgot his name, but he's still ranting and raving. What should I do? Pom-pom. HNN? I was tapped at my waist, and when I turned to check who it was, I found a one-eye. Your lordship, it's okay. This is probably the one-eye leader, but what is okay? I look at the one-eye with confusion. The one-eye suddenly looks around. His lordship says calm down. What do you think you are doing? He didn't make a fuss, nor did he threaten them with magic. However, the others stopped moving and looked at the one-eye. Eh? What? Art and Cut were fidgeting, seeing the changes around them. Teforte, perhaps reading the atmosphere, stood still without saying anything. Next to her, Goddess Aeon straightens her back while Goddess Fio follows suit. All that could be heard was the evil god's outburst. One-eye, who are you? No, I mean, you are the puppet I made. Your lordship. Yes. Aside from that one, everyone's calm. That one he's referring to is the evil god screaming open up. Eto, that's, thanks? No, Eto, what am I supposed to do about this bizarre atmosphere? It seems to be more troubling than earlier. Damn, you're making fun of me. HNN? The evil god's behavior is going in a very unpleasant direction. What will happen if he attacks? Break. I felt an enormous amount of magic power at the same time as the scream. He probably attacked. That's not good. However, it seems like we are being protected by something. Should I put my hope on that? However, what if it breaks? Evil god Oaju. Stop it! Teforte's voice was overwhelmed by a sound of breaking. Once it fully breaks, I'll set up a barrier in the sky. Ugh. Are? Nothing happened. I'm pretty sure I heard something breaking. After that, the scream of the evil god. Scream of the evil god. Your lordship. What kind of guard did you put in this world? It can reflect attacks. Guard? I don't recall setting something like that. Eh? There shouldn't be, right? I've done a lot of things without knowing it, but something like putting a guard to protect this whole world must need a lot of magic power. Normally, I would remember it if I made it using an enormous magic power. However, I don't remember anything. Ah, maybe it's rope? Rope? The thing that controls this world, thing. Should rope be treated as a thing? Or as a person? HNN? Is there a problem? Teforte tilted her heads while looking at me. HNN, this is strange. The faces that look scary are no longer scary, and I even find them cute. They are scary, but their actions are cute. Is this that thing that my little sister told me? Gap Mo? I never understood Mo, but I guess this is what it is. Your lordship is so calm even at a time like this. Calm? It seems like I escaped from reality again. However, I'm certainly calmer than expected even though an evil god came. It's because of a gift which is a privilege of a hero. Is it called unfazed by anything? I don't really care. Eh? For some reason, Goddess Aeon and God Fio look at me with surprised expressions. Did I say something strange? The gift must already have lost its effectiveness. Eh? I stopped thinking after hearing the words of Goddess Aeon. I heard what she said, but I did not understand them. No, I refuse to understand. Because it is something I don't want to lose. Eto, why? Gifts will lose their effect in 2 years. After that, you'll gradually return to your usual self. I'm going to return to my usual self? However, wouldn't that mean that turned someone crazy after all you've done? Both Goddess Aeon and God Fio noticed that, didn't they? They are looking at me with very blue faces. No, I'm fine. I wouldn't go crazy. However, the gifts are bonuses, aren't they? They are the reasons I managed to stay alive too. They no longer have effects. Well, no, I don't think so. With my nature, I'm sure I can't live in this world. That's why I've been very thankful for having them. I think they are already part of me. Even if it should have lost effect, I don't feel like it has become weak. I'm sorry. I forgot such an important thing. Goddess Aeon bowed. God Fio is also apologetic. I got some things on my mind, but I won't blame her. Given Goddess Aeon's character, I don't think she did it on purpose. However, there's something that bothers me. Maybe it's just Goddess Aeon, but it looks like her memories are not connected to her stored memories. I don't think her memory device is designed to dig up information related to the keywords to heroes when they are mentioned. Come to think of it, I think she once said that once the memory device starts working, it is almost left alone. She didn't just leave it alone, didn't she? Goddess Aeon, are you updating the keywords in your memory? Eh? I haven't? Yep, it's pure neglect. No matter how good the storage device is, it still depends on the user. There's no way you'll be able to recall something that's not connected. Akira? Now's not the time to discuss that. We don't have time. Let's talk about the gift later. Evil God Oaju is quiet. He is. Teforte takes a drink and glances up in the sky. I tilted my head seeing her like that. She doesn't look worried at all. Is there no camaraderie in the demon world? Come to think of it, it's quiet around me too. Right, there was also the sake from the demon world. The sake of the demon world is scary. I didn't expect it to get more than half of my companions drunk. Bang! Bastard, I'll never forgive you. He's back. Are you an idiot? No, you made a fuss by yourself, got upset, and attacked which got reflected. Right. Aren't they supposed to be both residents of the demon world? However, Teforte is laughing at the evil god. Your lordship, are you okay? Is that rope? Rope, it's all thanks to you. Thanks to the guard you erected, we didn't get attacked. Without it, I don't know how much damage could have been done. I certainly made the foundation of the guard that protects the world, but it was his lordship who strengthened it this much. Strengthened? As expected of your lordship. Even after receiving the strongest attack of an evil god, the guard you made didn't even budge. But isn't Rope the one who made the foundation? That's true, but it's more amazing that it's being strengthened every day. What are you talking about? Strengthened every day? I don't have that kind of mindset. Rope, tell me more about it later. HNN? Understood. By the way, what about that one? I don't know how to deal with that. May I speak with you? Are you the one called Rope? It's the Kaka of the Cerberus. What is it? How did I manage to pass through the guard that even an evil god from the demon world failed to pass through? Yeah, right. How did Teforte manage to go here? Because you only seek to find your child. At that time, Teforte didn't think about anything else other than seeing your child. I see. The little Cerberus are happy. Is that so? I see. Understood. Is Teforte embarrassed? I look at her but alas, I can't tell by the change in her expression. Can I leave that one to you? Yes. I'll also calm him down. In addition, I'll ask why he came here. I'd like to hear that too. You don't have to, your lordship, leave it to us. I feel like Teforte has become similar to the One Eyes. Or is it only my imagination? A Cerberus actually decided to make you her lord. Akira, have you already approved of her? In response to Godfio's question, I only said no way, but I remember the feeling she gave. For real? Speaking of which, it seems like Teforte has been calling me your lordship before I knew it. Chapter 94, The Drunk. Evil God Oaju, what the heck are you doing? The yell echoed for a few seconds after Teforte disappeared. It's strange since I couldn't see her. She's angry. I look at Goddess Aeon after hearing ahaha and see her happily banging on the table. This is the first time I've seen her drunk, but she seems to be the type who laughs out loud. She's laughing no matter what she sees. Godfio, no change. I mean, he keeps drinking with a straight face. Is he the type that doesn't get drunk? Fufu, Was that a laugh? I look at Godfio but I can't see anything different. But now, Foo-foo. Scary. He's laughing with a straight face. Okay, I'll pretend I didn't see that. Why are you angry? I came here to help you. I don't need help. Eh? I said I don't need help. I can't see him, but I kinda know how he feels. I feel sorry for evil Godoaju, but she's not in any kind of trouble. If you had come more amicably, I would have welcomed you. Why? We're just having a drink. Do I need help with that? You're having a good time, that's good to hear. Drink? That's right. I thought you were being held captive. Ooh? Captive? What are you talking about? I've been coming back to the demon world a number of times to get wine, haven't I? That's right. First, she brought 10 small bottles. After that, 50 medium bottles. And finally, she brought a big barrel. I look at the barrel, which is placed in the square, that's bigger than any barrels we made. It's a very fine barrel. It's a little different from ours, which I made by imitation. I'll try to make a barrel like that next time. Oh, your lordship, did you call? HNN? No, I didn't call. But my raised arm begs to differ. Eto, it looks like I'm drunk too. Can I have a glass of water? Yes, right away. I look at the one eye who left to fetch water. It's kind of funny. I feel like I'm drunker than usual even though I've only drunk the same amount. I haven't touched any of that demon world sake. I've tasted it, but uare? From which barrel did I take the sake from earlier? Ridiculous, you suddenly went to a world under the god's jurisdiction. This is not a world under a god's jurisdiction. The one in charge in this world is someone called Rope. Yeah, this is a world where we are being protected by Rope. Rope is awesome, so I'm rest assured for we are in good hands. Your lordship? Are? I thought I heard Rope's voice. Was it here for today's celebration? Rope? Is that a god? Shouldn't be. Yeah, Rope is. A big, beautiful magic stone. Speaking of which, does it still have a Shimenawa? It looks cool. The color was cool, wasn't it? Are? How did I know what Rope looked like? Eto, right. Flying Lizard showed me the image, maybe. They said it was cool. The best. Yeah, Rope is awesome. So, you're saying that this Rope guy is not an enemy? Enemy? No, there is no enemy here. But I feel the presence of God. Ah, there are 2 gods here. They're enemies. I told you they are not enemies. They are his lordship's friends? Ooh? Evil God Oaju's momentum is getting weaker and weaker. If that is the case, can we talk calmly now? His lordship, has Teforte decided your lord? Is that what Godfear was saying? That's right. Does that mean I have no right to say no? Ah, Kaka too? Seems like it. She has the same lord as us, eh? I looked at those who were having conversations nearby in a hurry. The Cerberus were receiving a large quantity of fried eggplants from the one eyes. No, eat meat, not that. Art, Cart, Coat, aren't you too hasty on choosing your lord, eh? I don't think we do, right? The other 2 agreed with Art. No, it's better to see and learn more things first. You might regret it later. I won't regret it. Right. Cart nodded as if it was the matter of course, while Cut backed him up. We will serve you for the rest of our lives. Wait a minute. Does it have to be for a lifetime? Can't you just change your master every 10 years or so? Of course, it might be a lot of trouble to serve someone for a lifetime. However, I already spoke with the 2 of them and we all thought there was no one better than you. Thus, we decided you to be our lord. We also wish to establish a proper master-servant relationship with you. For a lifetime, all right. Just as I thought, this is too heavy. You don't want to? Art moved his face closer to mine. Cut and Cart followed. No, it's not that I don't want to. I can't say no if they look at me like that. No, I have to say no and let these pups experience the wider world first. Can you? Please? Ooh, cute. All right. However, for a trial first. Not permanent yet. Come to think of it, when my little sister used the word please to me, I could not say no. I can't say how many times my mother has told me I was too easy. I look at the Cerberus and they are happy. Well, that's good. What's more, nothing would change if I became their lord, right? Nothing would change, right? Besides, what's even a proper master-servant relationship? Your lordship, can you hear me? HNN? Ah, sorry, I forgot. I can hear you. Has evil God Oaju calmed down? I think it's fine now. My apologies, but can you please heal the injury of evil God Oaju? Injury? What happened? Did something happen? It was an injury evil God Oaju got when he attacked the guard and was counterattacked. Apparently, I can't cure him. Right, the guard counterattacked him. I don't know if I can heal injuries that can't be healed by Teforte though. Okay, I'll try. Rope, can you let evil God Oaju in? Let him in? Given the sound of Rope's voice, it looks like it doesn't like that idea. However, he seems to be injured. He's injured. Understood. Thanks. When the sky above glowed faintly, the figure of Teforte and an injured person came into view. Is that evil God Oaju? Chestnut hair and silver eyes. He looks the same age as Godfio, but you can't rely on their looks when you're talking about gods or evil gods. His clothes were a little different from those of Goddess Aeon's, and they were black. Ha ha. I feel like I don't like him. Evil God Oaju, you've caused trouble, so why don't you say hello first? I'm interrupting. He looks like a disobedient child. I mean, he looks pretty pale. HNN? Are his clothes wet? Blood? I'm sorry. My heal doesn't heal him at all. Can you do something? The blood won't stop. Teforte came down from the sky. One of Teforte's heads was holding evil God Oaju's clothes in her mouth, so he was pulled down as well. I noticed that his complexion was completely white when he came close to me. I guess he would really scream. When I held my hand out toward evil God Oaju, his body trembled, but I ignored it. Heal. I hope the bleeding will stop and the wound will heal. Evil God Oaju is enveloped with pale light and the light was absorbed by him. What did you do? Evil God Oaju stared at me after looking at his own body when the light disappeared. What do you mean what? He obviously healed you. Teforte hits evil God Oaju with her paw and then bites his clothes. Ooh-wah, Teforte! Don't turn my clothes over. The hole in your belly is now gone. Good. What kind of a fool would rampage in that condition? Hole in his belly? Isn't that bad? Chapter 95, God and Evil God. Why should I? Evil God Oaju is sitting in front of me with an unwilling expression. Next to him is Teforte, who's glaring at him as if to keep an eye on him. I'm sorry. This idiot has caused trouble. No, I'm not particularly troubled. As everyone knows. No real damage was done, but he certainly made a big fuss. Is that considered a trouble? No one will be troubled just because of a fuss, right? If damage taken is taken into consideration, it should be evil God Oaju who was troubled. After all, he had a hole in his belly, Fare? Does that mean that I'm the one who caused trouble? Then, I should be the one who should apologize, should I? Eto. Excuse me, One Eye, can you fetch me some water? I'm drunker than I thought. I guess the last sake I had was the demon world's sake. It was good, but I should watch out for it. Your lordship? Ah, I forgot. Mao, everything's over, so don't mind it. I can't even think straight. See. This guy also said, shut up you dumbass. Teforte bared her fangs and threatened evil God Oaju. It was not directed at me, but I got scared. If I was the one who'll be treated like that, I'll dejeezer in an instant. Why are you siding with that guy? Stop threatening me. I'm seriously scared. Heh. I guess even evil gods are scared of Teforte's menacing face. He's a little cowardly though. Your lordship, please. Thanks. I drink the water I received from the One Eye. My body is on fire because of the sake, so cold water feels great. Wee woo wee woo. HNN? What is that sound? Rope, did you hear that sound? I do, but I've never heard that sound before, so I don't know what it is. A sound that even Rope doesn't know. If anyone knows what it is, it should be the gods. Goddess Aeon, do you know what that sound was? HNN? Sound? What sound? All right. She's completely wasted. It's an alarm. I look at Godfio, who's staring up at the sky. What kind of alarm? I don't remember putting something like that. Though my memory can't be fully trusted, I think I'm certain with this one. Somehow, I feel I'm right. If an evil god messes with our world, that alarm will sound. So, that alarm went on because evil God Oaju came into our world. Since it's only a sound, there shouldn't be any problem. So it's just a normal alarm? Does it call out somewhere? That would be a problem if it does. It doesn't. I'm sure, Fufu, eh? Why are you laughing? No, something's wrong. Will it contact something somewhere? It will, should be the Peace and Order troops. Peace and Order troops? What was that? This is the first time I've heard of it. Peace and Order troops? So, the gods have something like a security force? There is, but I'm not sure if it's still functioning. Godfio looked at evil God Oaju. The demon world has something similar, right? I'm not sure. I feel like I heard they have dismantled quite a while ago. Evil God Oaju tilts his head. So, the demon world has one too. Peace and Order troops. I'm not sure, but I have a bad feeling about it. Is it really true that it's not functioning now? If it was, would the peace and order troops come here? I hope no one comes. I'm here. That fast? I turned my gaze to the person who said those words. Wearing the same clothes as Goddess Aeon and God Theo, I'm certain that she's a goddess. However, given that she has a sword hanging on her waist, she looks a bit stuffy. I have a bad feeling about this. Goddess Arias, why are you here? So, her name is Arias? That name doesn't fit the strict atmosphere coming from her. Her body is more robust than God Theo. From the way her muscles look, she looks like a fighter, at least that's how I see her. What do you mean why? I'm the one who should be asking what are you doing here, God Theo? There's an evil god here. Drinking. There's an evil god. I guess so, foo. God Theo seems to be very drunk. What's the point of me coming here? Evil God Arju, who had been sitting until now, stood up and looked at Goddess Arias and snorted. Goddess Arias looked very irritated. Yeah, I feel disgusted too. What are you doing here? Did you come to take over this world like you always do in the past? Take over? Is that what you've been doing? Are you kidding? That's what you guys do. The gods take over worlds too. I look at evil God Arju and Goddess Arias alternately. Things are getting dangerous. You gods came into the demon world without permission and did whatever you wanted. That isn't good. You have to be moderate. You guys from the demon world took our people from us too. Took your people? That doesn't sound good. Don't *CK around. They came of their own free will. Really? I almost judged them, didn't I? Gods will never fall with evil gods. I'm not sure about that. Look at reality. It is you who should. I have a bad feeling about this. I hope you won't have to do such a stupid conversation here. But how am I supposed to stop them? I'm afraid things will heat up if I interrupt. Your lordship, what's that? It's an antling, who was drunk and sleeping. It is looking at Goddess Arias and evil God Arju who are arguing and dissing each other. I guess they're loud. I noticed that the others were also waking up and glaring at them in a depressed manner. Just an annoying quarrel. As I watched, unable to stop them myself, I felt a slight irritation in my skin. I wonder what it is? I feel like it's tingling. I rub my arm, but it doesn't seem to subside. I tilted my head and looked around my entire body. My skin is not touching anything. And yet, the tingling continues. It feels so uncomfortable. This magic power is irritating. Shuri, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up and shook her body. Ooh-wah. You surprised me. HNN? Magic power? They are attacking each other using magic power on their words. Koa stared at the goddess and evil god with a stern expression. Magic power on words? I look at Goddess Arias and evil god Arju. They are still arguing. It should be the gods that broke the important magic stone of the demon world. That thing was originally ours. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Can words have magic power? The pain increased. The tingling pain I was feeling on my skin had increased a little. I looked at Goddess Arias and evil god Arju again and saw something around them that looked like light. Could that be the magic power? I feel like this can't continue. They must be stopped. You can't even complete one world. What kind of god are you? That's not true. We can create a world with our own power using the fruit of the world. An obvious lie. This world is only half complete. I knew he was talking about this world. Are you stupid, they? What is this world? It looks like Goddess Arias doesn't know about this world. It's not like we're hiding it. We're even asking Goddess Aeon to find out if there's a way to fix it. You get it now? The god power you're proud of is only this much. Not really. This world was created by apprentices and not by gods. The gods have nothing to do with it. What's with this world? God Theo, what is this place? I've already given you a report on this world, so why are you asking about it? I'm the one who should be asking that. I have reported this to you many times too. After being told by God Theo and then by Goddess Aeon, Goddess Arias looked surprised. What's this? Goddess Aeon has sobered up. Right, just in time. I'll prove to you how much better the evil gods are compared to gods. Prove? What is evil god Arju going to do? I looked at him and saw that he was surrounded by blue light. Rope, it looks like evil god Arju is going to do something. I'll keep an eye on him. If I think he'll do something dangerous, I'll crush him. Crush? Is Rope stronger than evil god Arju? What are you going to do? Phew, put your hand on your mouth and watch. God Theo tilted his head and evil god Arju looked proud. Then, I felt a disturbing wind coming from God Theo. All right, unaware of it, evil god Arju grinned and looked around. Creation. The world shook the moment evil god Oaju said that.